Okay. Okay, that should be a little more stable. No pun intended. But yeah, we're gonna kick things off then. Jumping back in. So early access version 0.6.9. We've put some bids in on some horses. We need to go ahead and put in some more. Hey Tessa, how you doing? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a great day. I haven't really dived into this version yet. I think the last one I played was 066. This is 069. So a little bit of an upgrade. A little bit of an upgrade. Um, yeah, I figured it's stable. There's enough features. Why not actually jump in for a proper playthrough, a semi sort of serious playthrough, and really test the game, and not just try and break it like I have been doing in my update videos. So yeah, Poet Sir, we put a bid in on him. Boat Lollipop, we put a bid in. And yeah, sometimes these work, sometimes they don't. But there we go. Have you been playing, Tess? Have you been playing Horse Racing Manager? Because I know a lot of people are really kind of getting into this now, and I love that because I think it's done so well for something that when I first played the initial demo was very bare bones, just the very brief racing. Um, I didn't know what to think, and then I looked at the list of features, and then yeah, I'm really surprised by how good this is this early, and I'm very excited because I'm a big starters orders player and football manager player, and I'm used to very well polished games, and I didn't know if this was going to be that, but it 100% is. It 100% is. So I'm just gonna try and buy some horses. I don't know if my mouse wheel won't work anymore in terms of adjusting the price. I keep pressing this. I keep pressing escape there. You also play starters orders as well. Yeah, I mean, my first was starters order 6, and I found that good but a little confusing. And then I got the start it mod by MJ Tags, and yeah, Mike's just great. What a fantastic mod, and I love the Kentucky Derby, so I'm really kind of I tend to focus on that more than anything else, and that's both good and bad. I believe it is both good and bad. To have just a focus in that way. But yeah, I enjoyed 7 a lot. I'm excited for 8 as well. But this was unexpected. I didn't really know what to think with this, but I'm really enjoying getting into this and just seeing what it can do. And like I say, with all the features that will be coming, I think it's fantastic. Just the scope and the idea behind it could be really kind of cool. So here we go. I mean, we're not really in those awards. Let's see, can we get our first horse? So, how have you been finding this game? Like I say, I know a lot of people were on the playtest. I joined the playtest just before, I believe, like a week or 2 weeks before early access dropped. I know people have been playing it a lot longer than that. But yeah, okay. We got our horses. At least some of our horses. Quite classical. We got country installation. We got Dodal Tofu. And we got Bolt Lollipop. So we got all four of the mares. We didn't get Peak Racing's sire that we were looking at. I think we just need to go back in for them when we can. Yeah, let's do it that way. Used to play G1 Jockey, Champ Jockey. See, that's the thing. I was never a huge horse racing fan because as a kid, I didn't know anyone that owned horses or watched horse racing. My grandfather bet on them a little bit, and then as a family, we'd sit around and at Grand National times, everybody would pick a horse for the Grand National race, and we'd kind of enjoy that. Just a few sandwiches, some drinks, sit down, watch the race. Everyone had a horse, and sometimes the family would bet on it, and that would be about it. But it wasn't until I learned about the Kentucky Derby and Secretariat that I kind of fell in love with the story of horse racing. And then through things like Football Manager, I did then begin to enjoy a lot more of management games, and then this it's kind of transpired into other management games, and we end up on starters orders, and then I start hearing about this, and I'm invited to take a look at it, and really haven't looked back. This has kind of taken over from most of my games at the moment, and yeah, so I've dabbled in some other horse racing games, not a ton, but yeah, I don't know. It all depends for me on I think the gameplay more than anything else, just how it kind of all comes together. And I feel like this is one of those games that I just like the gameplay loop. I like how it all works. I can see how I can micromanage, and I can play a lot more kind of long-term saves. I can see how I can just jump in and play like a quick little blitz save. I can see being very hands-off. I can see a breeding-only save. The fact that they're going to have games that you sort of, I don't know, just start as a stable hand and work your way up to owning a stable. I think stuff like that's very, very interesting. So I'm excited to see what they've got there and how that will eventually all work out. So yeah, it should be really fun. I've tried a few others on my phone, but nothing really scratched the itch that starters orders and the start it mod did until I got my hands on this. So I find that very promising indeed. Let's just get my stable hand in. Scout. These might not even be the best staff at all. We don't really know, but I think we just gotta send and just try and get some people. We need to get some people. And okay. The first things first, I really want to know what I've got. That's my 4 horses. Absolutely fine. They can all breed, they can all race. They're all fillies. We're just waiting for that stallion to come in. That's all good. I do like to go balanced on wellness with elite food, elite care. We do like that. We do like that. Let's take a quick look then. Hudson Chen. So he just isn't great at stamina. And Daniel Becker's just slightly better everywhere. So yeah, I think that's just what we do for now. And we hope that we've hired the right people to kind of do something. See the relationships? That's a really nice touch. I quite like that. So we bought some horses. We're all good there. We don't really need new stables. So let's get the paddock. Let's get the sauna and the security system. I think that's gonna be big. The swimming pool to begin with. Get some basic scouting. And then breeding. And we'll get that set up ready. So we don't have to think about it. We don't need to do too much. Absolutely fine. Okay. So let's see. Yeah. How good are my horses, really? 3-star to 4-star. Okay. We can put in for 5 days. 3 weeks, 4 weeks. I mean, really, we could send on all these. So everything within a month. We'll just run a few there. And then you can see we do have all these in. So do I want to put them all in the same? I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah. Who do I put in what? Who would I really put in what? I think as much as I don't want to, it might be best to put them all in just where they fit. 5 days, I mean, sure, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Let's just put them in. And then Lollipop. We're just going to run the 3 in 3, I guess. Make sure we're saving the game. And get things underway. Yeah, let me know how everybody's finding the game. Let's see. Oh, we get a cat. We get a cat nice and early. Does Y help? Yes, Y helps. We're gonna keep the cat. Little stable cat. Quite like that one. Quite like that event. Okay, do I want to bet on anything? I would probably bet on Mysterious Mocha. And that's the reason why sometimes it's not wise to bet. Let's just go to my race. Okay, so none of these are graded. Do I really mind who wins? Not especially. I think Bolt Lollipop's probably the best. Gonna jump on in and Oh, there was absolutely no selecting anything. And right now there's also no selecting. I can't see any race graphics. I'm not really sure kind of what that means. I just, I don't know. There's no icons down here. There's no icons up there. It just seems like we're watching it probably because we've got another jockey on them, but it didn't start until I pressed to go. So I'm not sure. Oh, we got a tree in the foreground. I'm not sure that's supposed to be there. I think something seems a little broken. A little broken. Are we just gonna run for infinity? Maybe we are. Now we got some flowers in the foreground. Well, to be honest, I've never had a problem with the races. Um, they've always just looked good and everything seems to be fine. For some reason, though, it definitely does look like this is just a never-ending race. I don't love that. I don't love that. But we're gonna load then. We're gonna load and we're gonna maybe try again. Um, and see what that looks like. But wow, didn't kind of expect that. Art in the foreground, no overlay for the racing. Not entirely sure. Not entirely sure. This is three horses in one race. Let's overwrite that. And then yeah, we'll kind of go again. We'll see. We'll try and see. That just didn't feel right in any way, shape, or form. Um, because yeah, I was expecting to choose the speed and everything else, and we didn't get any of that. So I'll wait for the saving to be done. Okay. Take the reins. Yeah, again, it doesn't really look like there's anything here. I mean, this overlay is still there. I wonder if it's because we got multiple horses in a race. I wonder. Let me see. Race. Yeah, okay. Not sure if there's anything in the bugs. So, bug report. Race graphics and overlays. Messed up. Race seems eternal, no overlays showing, and background graphics appearing in foreground. 0.6.9, 0.0. Okay. Can we take a screenshot? Yes, we probably can. That's not what we want. My God, Windows. Windows being stupid. Bear with me as we get all this going. I do want to get the trees being, or the flowers being in the foreground. Yeah, it doesn't really seem to be doing it now, but like all the rest of the overlays and stuff are gone. There we go. That'll be a much better screenshot, I feel. So we're doing live bug fixing. Well, not bug fixing, bug reporting. Apologies, but upload that. Excellent. That's set up there. Let's get going. Okay, so yeah. Not sure what could be causing that. Really not sure what could be causing that. We do have the 3 horses. We do have a jockey on them. Is it something there? I don't know. Sim the race. Bolt Lollipop wins from Quest Classical. Doodle Tofu down into 4th. We've only got 1 horse in this race, so let's save and then see if we get the same bug on this. If so, we're just going to simulate the races, not really race the horses ourselves, which is a shame. But yeah, if that's kind of the issue we've got, then that's the issue we've got. And yeah, it does look like it. There's no real overlay or anything here. We can still see our horse. Got no idea on distance. Got no idea what's going on. We're going full pace. We're going to get definitely beat them by them. And it looks like we might just die in terms of stamina too. So I'm not sure. We need to come back and gain our stamina and try and at least finish 3rd, maybe. But I mean, it also doesn't seem like we can finish here at all. So all our overlays are gone. The speed thing's gone. The bars at the bottom have gone. We've got overlaying graphics that should be in the background. I'm really not sure at all. This is a brand new save created on 0.6.9. So and yeah, I'm just not sure if the races actually end because they do. They do. Okay. So at least they end. We can technically race. It doesn't look the best, but we can technically race if we wanted to. Not really sure I want to in those ways. So yeah, Poets are just a horse that we want to pick up later. Okay, so this becomes a bit more of a hands-off then. A little bit of a simulating races. And seeing country installation into second. So we're not going to be running too poorly. It's just we're not actually going to be able to watch too much. And there is Port Sir. Definitely want to buy this horse. Can I now use the most wheel? No, I can no longer use the most wheel here either. Let's go way above the offer because I do believe that to be a really nice horse, and I kind of want it. I do kind of want it. The 6, Bolt Lollipop. Wins again, though. And let's see, can we get our Stallion at least? Can we get him in or not? Yes, we can. So, it didn't really work out initially, but we did get a Stallion. And we will be breeding at the end of the year with him too. So, okay, scouting. Who are we scouting? We're scouting people. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really sure why we would be. So an R stable. Yeah, this is all interesting. That's all messed up too. A little interesting. So Stellan, Bolt Lollipop. I'm guessing because we at 80%, it said no. Gotta be honest with you, I don't really care. I want them to keep scouting, so I'm hoping that's something that we can kind of sit on. I think that makes more sense to me. So we'll see what our horses are like. We'll just keep booking races and seeing country installation. Doesn't seem to do too well. They might not be the best horses in the world. Looks like we're okay. But we are only just starting to train horses. That's right. I didn't set up training here, did I? So yeah, we're just going to copy and paste all the way over. So you can see training relationship quest classical. Relationship with the stable handler, that's country installation. And then the jockey has the best relationship with Bolt Lollipop right now. That's cool. Now, I don't know whether we need to keep going to these races in this case because we're not really doing too much. If I set up to full birth and then make sure that race registration is on, we can handle everything else ourselves. Yeah, we can do everything ourselves. Staff poaching. Let's turn that off. If we're going to be simulating a lot, skip the tutorials and the emails. Stop our own race. Stop our own auction. Stop an important email. Yeah, so then we'll just get stuff Well, next email, yeah. Next fall burst still only goes day to day. Really not sure why that is, but it does only go day to day. Do we actually stop an important email? That's the other big question. Because I think what's it also quantify as an email that is important enough to stop? Second place there. First place there, we were the only two horses to actually run. We've got 2 grade 3s, and that's it. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we 100%? Scouted, we're definitely not here. I wish we could just, like, lock scouting or choose to scout until a certain part on why we auto-scouting other people's staff. I don't know why we're auto-scouting other people's staff. I really thought we'd be more in line with auto-scouting horses. Just turn that off. And then, I guess, stable hand. Trainer. And jockey will get scouted. And our own scout isn't yet scouted. I am fully scouted. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to keep an eye on the inbox here and then interrupt every now and again and just see. So, Poet Sir comes in second. Dodal Tofu comes in third. And there we go. Country Installation picks up their first grade. Domestic grade 3. So we're kind of very quickly approaching the first half of the season here because we didn't quite get where we wanted to go by racing horses. It doesn't seem like that's fully working right now. But yeah, not really sure where the overlays on the race screen have gone and why the background graphics are showing in the front. But if I can't run races on fast, they are going to take a lot longer and not much sort of interest in doing that at some level. Okay, so everybody's graded at Domestic 3 apart from Quiet Classical. Or Quest Classical, my bad. Yeah, second, third, second. It looks like just low acceleration. The rest of the bars look okay. Absolutely look okay. Poet Sir basically is strength first. Bit of pace, not too much. Total Tofu, a little bit of everything, bar strength. I think that's a really nice makeup, really. Country Installation is pretty poor right now. Doesn't actually have a lot of potential either. And Bolt Lollipop looks to be a good all-round horse as well. So Bolt Lollipop looks good. She's absolutely fine. Country Installation looks absolutely poor. We paid 1.3. We've made 100 grand. It's won a domestic grade 3. Yeah, we can quick sell horses now, which is good, but we don't really want to do that. Yeah, let's throw it in an auction. Let's throw it in an auction. 3-year-old quarter horse didn't really work out for us. Didn't really work out for us. But 8 races, 2 wins, 2 places on the show. That's not bad. But yeah, we can definitely make our money elsewhere. Dodal Tofu is just solid all around with a little bit of room left to grow. Poet Sir is okay, not great. But again, their values are quite decent. Let me just register Quest Classical to auction as well. I think. And see what the auctions look like then. If there are any changes in that or not. Let me just move a couple of things. My end, 1 second. There we go. So yeah, that'll be big profit. That'll be probably very small profit. I don't really think that there's much point.
Seeing the clear value of this bloodline. All right, let's give a round of applause for our successful bidder. That's a way to do it. A strong show of interest.
Go.
He means business. And the bidding's out.
Come on, get that money going.
Mid-range. Hey, we got a bid on the table.
Should be able to get about 4 million for this horse. There you go, 4.4. A horse that we bought fairly cheap.
Step up with confidence. Come on. 2 times. Victory. We've got a successful conclusion. Well, the stars didn't align today, and this specimen...
So 4.4 million. That's not bad. That's kind of what I expected in general. And then this one, I think we bought 1.1 something, so we're kind of just wanting to get our money back. We gambled on 5 horses, and to be fair, 2 of them are pretty good. One is okay. And this one and the other one we just sold just didn't actually have good ability or potential. So I'll take that. 5.6 million for them. I feel that's pretty good in general. I feel that's pretty good in general. So, yeah, Quest Classical 1.2. Can we see where we bought? I mean, since I don't know, I don't think these are the right values. Pretty sure I paid like 1.1. We sold for 1.2. And then this one, country installation, was decent. So Quest Classical was, yeah, 1.1. Country installation was 1.3. So 1.1. We sold for 1.2. 1.3 we sold for 4.4. There we go. At least we know. So yeah, our stallion isn't amazing, but is good enough to start with. Our 2 mares look pretty dang good. Absolutely fine. Let's get our little staff member scouted. I mean, I'm not sure how he scouts himself, but he just has to scout himself. We'll kind of see what that's like. And then find ourselves another option or two. This one kind of looks like we're fairly well scouted. Just get him on there. We'll make 600k there. That seems to be a very interesting one to pick up, perhaps. Quiver Nimbus as well. I mean, put in a little 1.3 million there, because, again, looks like could possibly be a good horse. And again, just buying horses that I think could be worth it in the short term and the long term. Because why not? At the end of the day, why not? Oop. Let's move that over. Then there, but yeah, if anybody's currently playing, let me know about your save as well, and any issues you might be seeing. That's the other thing. Anyone playing on 069, when you go into a race, does it still show the speeds in the top right and the bars down the bottom for like the race lengths and the stamina of your horse that you're controlling? Does it still have those or not? Because mine doesn't. Mine just doesn't, and I'm a little. I was gonna say annoyed. I'm not annoyed, but it is a bit weird. And yeah, these remove buttons don't seem to do anything. Let's have a look at our staff then. So yeah, the trainer's kind of where we thought, very much a stealth trainer. That's not what I meant at all. Very much a strength trainer. Stable hand is decent. The scout is very good. I don't know where the jockey's gone, because we signed a contract and we've turned poaching off. So I'm not really sure. Let's go with a young jockey. 135,000 to get her in. Yeah, I'm not kind of sure where all the issues we have might be from. Let's get you scouted by Stellan. Get you scouted by Stellan. So yeah, we're losing staff for no reason. The race day is a bit weird. Not entirely sure why. But at the same time, I think for like 6 million or so, we've actually put together a really fun stable to begin with. But yeah, if you are playing and you are seeing any bugs or anything like that, do let me know. Very interested to kind of hear your feedback and your thoughts. Putting into place. Yeah, I really would love to ride the horses, but if it's gonna be a pain like that, then I don't think I should. Okay, so everyone's at least still hired. Yara, we will see. Because right now, what we got? 46 to 72. That's not bad. That's definitely not bad. Snapple Onion is fully scouted. And I don't mind ignoring a lot of the horses out in the world for now. I'm just concentrating on our own staff and our own horses and just fully scouting everyone we've got. Copy, paste, and then Yara on everybody there. And we're just going to set up. That at least has us all kind of together in the right place. We'll see how that goes. We will see how that goes, but like I say, at the moment, it's all a bit strange. So how is everything? Is everything good? Hope everything is good. I don't know where that's moving. Some weird stuff happening for sure. Snapple's first race. And it is a win. It's a juvenile, but it is a win. And I'll kind of take that. I'll always kind of take that. And I'll kind of take that. I'll always kind of take that. Okay, where did that come from? Where did that come from? Oh, Lollipop. Winning. Okay, so domestic grade 2 for Bolt Lollipop early on then. That's decent. That's very decent. And then yeah. Not too bad at all. Not too bad at all. Does look like we're fully scouted now. We're still scouting Yara, who is 56-62. Not amazing, but not bad. We'll keep scouting her. But yeah, we know all our horses, and we know all our staff. Have we lost more staff? I don't think so. Cool. Okay. Let's keep pushing on them. And the end of the year. Good. So, full bonus, even though it is a nothing. Viscountess Garnet Incorporation is the top stable. Earned 3 million. And Jocelyn Fraser, the best trainer, with 2.5 million there. Ragnar Crosby is the best jockey, 69 to 100. That makes sense. Ira Anderson, the best manager. And then the best at the year-end awards. So the Statman Trophy for the worst performance. I mean, that's that's funny. That's funny. Axel Equestrian, Silver Creek Taubman. But yeah, the horse of the year is Pro's Bronze from that stables. Very interesting. You can see Viscountess getting the champion 5-year-old stallion. and the mare was 4 years old. We don't really get in the mix there at all right now. But that's fine. There we go. Everybody's in. And now we just basically full send, right? Get the genetic testing lab as we go. Yeah, only your own stable. I think that's kind of what we're doing. So bay frame, slightly more likely. Let's try and make that full. Tofu Merlin. And that's it. Why is that it? Because we got rid of a couple, didn't we? We got rid of a couple. Okay. That makes sense to me now. We got 2-year-olds. So, yeah, we're only going to get a couple. In that way. So, Tofu Merlin looks okay. Assertive Infinity looks okay. Neither one actually look great. We are going to get them both scouted. Fully scouted. And we're just going to copy and paste me handling everything on those horses. Because I think that's just the way to do it. That's just the way to do it. And yeah, we could sell. We can sell Poet Sir as well, and now breed from Snapple Orion, which I think is just a better decision to make. All in all, I do think that's just a better thing to do. All in all. So moving forward, Boat Lollipop is decent. Doodle Tofu is decent. And Quivernimbus is decent. We can breed from all those with Snapple Orion. Poet Sir is going to be sold. So that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Let me search by age. So Poet Sir is undone. Yeah, that's fine. That's all good. And then we've got a filly and a couple of colts. We'll see what they're like. But I really don't think there's too much there in terms of real quality. Yara is 56 to 61. Okay. I mean, she is fully scouted at least. So yeah, we'll see what those two end up like. They might be sold. I'm not going to lie. They might end up being sold. And then I think the other thing to do now is going to be turning on automatic scouting. And that's going to give us a good chance to see kind of what everything looks like. So, Poet Sir, let's see how much he goes for.
Standing right before your eyes. Yep. New bid on the floor. Yeah, this could be yours.
Again, I think we paid like 1.6-ish.
Second and final call. Hey, I need a little more, and who's got it? Come on. Do I
See him go
from our esteemed
for a decent price. 4.2 is not bad. 4.4.
Who's next?
Or we might get a
Come on,
little more than that.
let's
That
go.
might be all we
And
do
the
get,
bid's
but
active. Who's next? Hey, we got a number to beat. Now, who sees the value here? Let's go.
we do have a number of bids going in, but they're all
Steady,
small
coach.
bids, not
This
really
horse is
moving
ready for bidding. Going twice.
too much money.
Anywhere. Come on, going twice.
So we'll take the
And I
4.4.
sold it.
That's not too bad.
History is being made here today.
Used him to breed, won a few races, did a few things, but yeah. It was time to go. Definitely a profit. So I don't mind that so much. I don't mind that so much at all. Okay. So scouting. Yeah, honestly, is smaller than... No, is at most 5. Let's say that. At most 5. And then max ability. Let's just see who shows up where. So 5-star, it says, even though we're fully scouted, it's definitely not 5-star. But it's a really good horse for quite cheap. So, yeah, has been bought 4 months ago and then 2 months ago, and now us. We can go and look at that as well. Scorch Pirate. I think we have to scout. Although, again, I feel comfortable putting a bid in. These are ours. Yeah, age is at least 2. So somewhere between 2 and 5. With some good ability. And is a mare or filly. That's kind of what I'm looking for. So Scorch Pirate, Quiver Nimbus is ours. Hero Respectful is expensive because they've won a grade. Just going to put in a few bids on horses that look good but aren't going to cost an absolute fortune. Because yeah, I just think if we do it this way, we can sell for more money, but what we can also do is probably just breed the hell out of them. So that'll be absolutely fine. Even if they don't end up being like very good horses. Yeah, I don't know if I wanna pick up any of those. Okay. Let's just go and buy a bunch of interesting horses. Do I want to pay millions? I don't know if I want to pay millions. Kind of want to come in for some of these cheaper horses and hope that they're actual bargains. It's kind of what I think I want to do. Jane Octavian is very interesting too. Let's get Stellan on them, and we'll get them on Zoro as well. We'll just see kind of what that looks like. Let's go forward like a week to 2 weeks. Central Bank of Nigeria. Yeah, we'll report that one as spam. We're going to clear all those bids. Yeah. I think, yeah, all these are racers and breeders. Now, the 1-year-olds, of course, won't be. That's good. It gives me 10 horses. We've got to scout some of them. But we haven't spent that much money, really. I mean, you might disagree. Let me know if you do, but I don't feel like we're too poor at the moment with that. So, we don't have a head trainer, do we? Head trainer. Reed Klein. With the juveniles. I don't hate it. Let's get him in to be our new head trainer. Because he looks pretty good across the board. Winston's at least a 50. Tyler's at least a 70. Yeah, this just makes all the sense in the world. $1.2 million for Tyler Duncan. Stable hands. I mean, 55 or above. 100% will get you on board. And that should be all we really need. It should be all we really need. Yeah. Okay. So let's get Reed, Atlas, and Tyler all set up. And then another one of each would be nice. Yeah, you're a good jockey. You're a good jockey. Let's get you in. Let's get... See, 41 to 67 doesn't seem something to go. You're at least 60. You're cheap enough. And then 74, I'm quite good with Juveniles, which works for me. Completely works for me. Okay. So there we go. I handle the yearlings, you handle the falls. And this way we're spreading out as much as possible. I know the jockey doesn't really matter as much. So we are going to be setting there. But everybody is at least all taken care of. Pulmonary hemorrhage. Ooh. Well, I mean, that's not great. That doesn't sound great, does it? Gotta be honest. It's not exactly what you'd want to see. Yeah, that's all fine. That's all fine. Staff, yeah, it'd be nice if we could see, like, the knowledge level here on the staff as well. So we can kind of tell how close we are. I get why we can't, but also kind of need here as well. I should probably hire a lot more scouts, I feel. Should probably hire a lot more scouts. I don't know. I don't know what the best way to do that is, but gotta be honest. Lots of horses. So we took 11, 9, 8, 5, third. We are booking quite heavily in races that we're already in, which isn't the best, to be fair. I don't love that, but it's also what it is. It is also what it is. So Dodal Tofu gets the win. Oh, Lollipop gets the win there too. So domestic grade 2 for Dodal Tofu. Another little domestic grade 3 there. So yeah, those are 2 domestic grade 2s. Nobody else has actually got a grade right now. Career earnings are a little low, but we are doing okay. We're making an impact. Maybe. So 4th and 5th place there. Okay. I think really we're just doing kind of simulating week by week and seeing what shows up, I guess. So we're not racing right now. Yeah, I definitely don't want to be selling shares. To be honest with you, I really don't want to be selling those shares. It does bring up the question, should we be buying shares in other people? Or not? Like, what do we... do. I don't know. I don't feel that we should. Who owns Force Lass? It's so nice seeing Wales there now, no longer England. So it's Virtuoso that own them. Global rank number 3. They own a decent number of race courses. Okay. And yeah, their value just kind of went crazy. Total paid 1 million, now worth 9. I mean, I guess that's fair. I don't feel like I really need to be doing that though. I don't really feel like I need to be doing that, so skip races. 6-5, 4th, and 2nd. So yeah, adding toggles to the game, I feel like could be a good idea where we don't book more than one horse in a race or something of that nature. I feel that would just make it perhaps play a little better. Let me know what you think. Like, what's the one feature you'd want to add to this? What would be the one change you'd make? The adjustment? I think that would be interesting. Scorch Pirate, by a decent distance, wins. So there we go. We get a little grade 3. Doesn't look like an amazing horse. And again, we seem to be scouting horses that I don't really care about too much. Oh, not horses, staff that I don't really care too much about. So yeah, I think we start with the racers more than anything else. Let's get these 5 all scouting. And really we got another 4 there to scout. And I got another 6 there to scout. Which to me kind of sounds like I need an extra scout. Scout skill is at least 80. Anything else I want to do here? I don't think so, right? Show unemployed. Let's get you in as a scout. Let's get you in as a scout. Let's get you in as a scout. So that'll be my 3 new scouts. And I think the first thing the three of them do are going to be to scout themselves. Kind of makes sense to me, right? That kind of makes sense to me. And then Percy can go ahead and scout these. And that gives us everybody set up there. These are all being scouted too. Which gives us Bryson and Hope to scout out all of these. So Bryson, 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 Hope, Hope, Hope. And yes, the best that are on the market. Bryson and Hope. We've got two young horses we'll scout out here and kind of see what they're like. We've got, it looks like, two of the best horses. We've got a young filly, a yearling. We've got a 3-year-old colt. So yeah, 450k and 600k. So a little over $1 million gets us these two. They're both absolutely fantastic. I don't mind that at all. That's quite nice. That's quite nice. Let's go forward a week then and see what kind of else happens. It does anything else happen? More to the point. First played from Avant-Garde Pepsi. Domestic grade 3. Artemis in the mix. And yeah, I think, again, it's just, it's auto-scouting staff rather than horses, which I don't want them to do. Like, I just don't want them to do. I want our people to be scouted. And I want our horses to be scouted. So you're being scouted. Unless you're 100%, you all need to be scouted. That's Stellan. Percy, Percy, and Percy. That should be everybody set up. Okay. And again, let's just double check everyone here. 3 and up are racers and breeders for the end of the year. Yes, they are. Okay, cool. So currently, Snapple is just the best potential we've got. The best runner we've got looks like Bolt Lollipop. Okay. Quite like that. That's fun. Don't really know why this is all broken, but it kind of is. Okay, so potential. Tofu Merlin and Assertive Infinity, the two that we bred, they don't look amazing. Sherbet Orange is okay. But then we got 3 solid fillies and a very good filly. So that's kind of what we're focusing on for the future. We might end up maybe selling these 3. Probably. I've got to be honest, probably selling those. Quiver Nimbus in 3rd. Doodle Tofu and then Sherbet Orange. Gonna be out for a little while, but I mean, is a newborn foal. Doesn't really need much. I'm good there. The week by weeks, we're down, what, 18 million? Matma almost gets to a good place. Everyone kind of booked in. And wins a grade 3 by a huge amount of distance. And again, we absolutely love that. So 3 domestic grade 3s for the 4-year-olds. A 6-year-old and 5-year-old, they're both domestic grade 2s and worth a decent bunch of money now. And yeah, we got a bunch of ungraded horses. But all our 4-year-olds seem to be 3-star potential. All of them. The 3-year-olds, I've got a 3-star. I've got 2 that are 3.5, and of course our 4-star. So for now, we can keep hold of them. But really, we could sell all these 3-stars and make maybe 6.5, 7 million. I don't feel like that's a bad option. Not really sure why it wasn't allowing me to remove them on that screen, but so be it. So yeah, it looks like we got 3 horses left to scout. Everyone else is pretty good here. Okay, so staff, the scouts. The Stellan we knew was good. Bryson we don't yet know, but he looks absolutely fantastic. 85 to 95. Stellan is 75 to 80. Hope is 93 to 100. And Percy is 96 to 100. So yeah, we're pretty good on our scouts. We've kind of hit the nail on the head. We feel pretty good about ourselves. Reed is pretty good as a head trainer. Daniel Becker, Helena Hobbs, not bad in different ways. Yeah, I'm fairly happy. Some solid, stable hands. Yara ended up probably around 58. Jockeyship, like 78 for Gemma. An 85 for Tyler. That's pretty good. Like, that is pretty dang good. Okay. Okay. Don't feel I need to make any changes. Just going to keep these as they are for now because... Oh. Get that there. Right. Mosaic. That's okay. But yeah, I want to get everyone fully scouted because I want to know what we have. I want to know who we are. That to me makes the most sense. So even if people are doing nothing for a while, that's fine. Just because it has everybody in one place. Let's put everybody on Bryson right now. Everyone else should be clear. Yeah, they are clear. Cool. Cool. That'll just make it a lot easier for me. Simply because I'm not really worried about anything that kind of comes up at that point. So scouting. Intelligent weatherproofing doesn't seem to be amazing after all. So that kind of sucks. Once again, we are now in a good place where, yes, we do know our staff and we do know that they are very, very good. Maybe not the best in the world, but very, very good. And we do know all of our horses' abilities. And yeah, we've got some 3 stars. They're doing okay. They're not doing too bad. They're getting some domestic grades and looking okay. Can definitely sell them for what we paid or a little bit more. Then we got a couple of 3-year-old fillies that look very solid and very nice. And, you know, I'm happy. We didn't pay a ton for them. One holding value, one doubled in value. The 5 and 6-year-old as well, domestic grade 2s, their value shooting up. Very, very nice. And it does look like the Arabians are kind of stealing the show a little bit for us. Don't mind that at all either. And yeah, we paid 605k for Snapple Orion. It was a beautiful dominant white Arabian. That's just such a nice pattern. Almost won a grade 3. Almost, not quite. It does look quite good. Can definitely improve a ton and will become, I think, an absolute monster in the future. And then the non-racers, again, we got 2 which don't really look like anything, and they're colts, which means they're not even worth keeping to breed from. Definitely lost value on this one, but it's another dominant white court. This one is a Tiki Thoroughbred, which is kind of interesting. I'll keep hold of her for breeding, and these will all be good for breeding. But Nectar Umber and Snapple Orion, those 2, they could be fantastic. I'm not going to lie, they could actually be fantastic. If they breed true, between the 2 of them, I think we got something there. 100% think we've got something. So there we go. We'll just let the scouts go well. We got 4 scouts. That's a lot. So 300, 340. And as we talked about him, Snapple with a decent little win. And that now makes him a domestic grade 3. Very, very nice pickup there. And just remembering to book horses into races a little more often as well, because They are being auto-booked, but I want to see even more. Amelia Gracious. Fantastic. Up to a grade 2. Artemis. A decent way back. Didn't quite get their domestic grade, sadly. Would have liked to have seen that. Central Bank of Nigeria. Not great. Bolt and Doodle not doing a lot, but there's Mahatma. Renaissance Mahatma gets a grade 3, or a domestic grade 3, I should say. Not an actual grade 3. Racing Empire Fortune, Central Bank of Nigeria report this as spam. I mean, not really sure why we're seeing that so often. But we are. Skip all races, so yeah. Luminescence, not bad. Nimbus, not bad. Scotch Pirate, pretty poor. Pretty poor. Hey, how you doing? HRM, welcome in, welcome in. I'm just testing 0.6.9. There's a little problem with races I found, but everything else seems to be flowing really nicely. I'm playing really well. I'm kind of excited. I just can't really race and take control of the races. So, you're welcome to. You are welcome to. I don't like doing things like that. I don't like to advertise. I don't know why. I never have done. I'll show you a race. We'll go to the next race that we have booked. It'll be quite quickly. I'll show you. But the background graphics are overlaying on the front, and the actual race overlay for selecting race speed and the bars down the bottom aren't there. So I'm not sure if they were taken out for any reason. But when I take the reins, nothing really shows up. So that there's no speed here. There's no bars down the bottom. We've got these overlays. I've got to guess when to go, and then just hover over so I can see my stamina and speed bars. So I'm not fully sure if this is intended or not, but I wouldn't have thought that tree there would be fully intended. So I can't speed the race up. I can't slow it down. I don't know how long I've got left. I've just got to guess and hope that I can get to the end of the race if my stamina's too low. It's the only thing I've found so far that hasn't seemed to work as expected. So I've been simulating races rather than watching. I've got no idea how long this race is. I should have tried to pay attention and guesstimate, but yeah. Testing new. This is deep both stuck. That's got into production. Okay. Well. So similar then to the auction issue when I pressed X and V or whatever. I can't remember what patch that was on, but yeah, that kind of broke the visuals. But it's not game breaking in any way. Like I can see my stamina's not dropping very quickly, so I'm not gonna slow down. And I know the race will end, and there we go. We did end the race eventually. But I have no idea kind of what went wrong there or why. But hey, we came first, second, and third, well ahead of the rest of the field. I'll kind of take that. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. But yeah, that seems to be the issue that I found. Everything else, I think, is fine. Auto scouting prioritizes people. I'm not sure why. That might be tied to the fact that I've got a lot of open spots right now that I'm just not hiring for. I don't know. I don't actually know. But that's the only other thing that stands out is how many people we're scouting as opposed to horses. Yeah, just that little race issue was the main thing I found. I did submit a bid and a screenshot of it onto the bug reporting, so there is that. Mosaic is now a grade 3. That's nice. I like that. Oh, and my domestic grade 1. Doodle Beep Bolt. There is something about booking 2 horses into a race nobody else is in. There is that. We were guaranteed one of them was going up to a domestic grade 1. But feels a bit strange there, but I'll take it. And Bolt, 2 months with the flu. Okay. Quiver comes up to a domestic grade 3. They do it by value. Okay. Okay. It makes sense. It does make sense. I don't know if there's a way that we can select preferences, so prefer scouting our own horses and staff rather than the AI horses and staff. Horses over staff, staff over horses. I don't know. If there could be a way to kind of guide the scouting system, I think that would be kind of cool. I'm not sure how difficult that would be to program and how impactful that would be for people, but I know for someone like me, I'd be playing around with that and micromanaging that, just so I'm not micromanaging the actual scouting so much. So I do know when I buy or sell a horse and I get new foals in every year as well, I will micromanage this screen a lot. I actually turn off auto scouting, do it manually, and then when I'm done, like I have here, I've got everybody fully scouted, and I do have all of my horses fully scouted. Then I'll just auto them and let them do what they want to do. So, where are we? August, September, into October. It's been a good couple of months. We'll have to see. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it didn't seem like it was going to happen for a while. I think some people are unsubscribing. But yeah, over the last few months, I've tried to be as consistent as I can. We've hit the 1K. I'm really kind of happy to finally be there. So, kind of want to keep that up. Oh, we got a little grade 2. Like that. But yeah, for a while it looked like it wasn't going to happen. Artemis, how am I going to get you a grade? Her next race is in a month. Okay. Her next race is in a month. I'll see what we can do there. But yeah, no, I appreciate the congrats for 1K. And congrats to you guys for seemingly just continuing to knock this out the park in just every single new update. I feel adds something or fixes something important. And yeah, it's just developing much quicker than I thought it would. I'm not used to, especially an early access game and a small dev team, to be able to roll out the updates and implement things as quickly as you seem to. Just, yeah, kind of mind-blowing, especially when bigger studios, I know they have their own unique challenges and whatnot, but bigger studios seem to be really struggling with that right now. So, I think the whole community really, really appreciates that. Even my dumb little things where, like, Fosslas Racecourse wasn't listed under Wales, it was listed under England. Just seeing that change, as small and as easy as that one is, but, like, I know it does kind of mean a lot to some people. Mosaic takes that one, and Amelia is well off the pace there. Well off the pace. Okay. Let's see then what we got going on here. Artemis coming very close. Coming up soon with the roadmap. Yeah, the bureaucracy is a big issue. It is a big issue, I guess. Yeah, I've seen a little bit about the roadmap. There's, again, I think there's features coming that I just didn't imagine would even be in a game like this. Like starting as a stable hand and like earning your spot and then getting hired maybe as a trainer or as a jockey and move up the ranks to one day owning your own stables. Like that's just so unexpected and so exciting to even for me to theoretically think of doing a save on that. I absolutely love that. I love that. And in the Discord there was talk of maybe your player dying and handing the reins over, pun intended, to a successor of some sort, maybe even a son or a daughter that you could have along the way. And I just I'm always all in on that side of things as well. Like I mentioned on the Discord, playing Football Manager, getting a son in game feels like a really big thing. And so in this game, to have a son or daughter and then think that you can make her or him the stable hand and then the jockey and then really progress them and maybe their skills grow over time as they age, depending what they're doing. And you can appoint them as your successor and either retire and let them take over, or when you die at a random age, they take over and you can play as them. Maybe if you own multiple stables, you can give one stable to them. Like, I'm not sure how much is feasible or how much is intended, but I can just see potential in a lot of these ideas. It's really exciting. For someone like me, it's really exciting. Again, I'm not sure how normal that is. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy how far things could go. For the roleplay point of view, for different kind of saves, kind of a generation save where, you just keep passing the stable down to the next in line and see if you can build a dynasty with them. I love that idea. I really do. Hey, McCullough, how you doing, Lee? Long time no see. I know. I haven't gone live in ages. I think I haven't gone live on YouTube in probably like 12 years. I want to say. I haven't gone live on Twitch in like 9 or 8. I've been doing videos, but this is a fun game. This really is a fun game. Let's throw a legendary party. Legendary party. We're down about 20 million from the start, but we've actually built a very nice stables for that money. So Viscountess Garnet again is the top stable. I think they won 3 million last year. They got 11.6 this. That is huge. Jocelyn Fraser is the head trainer. Ragnar Crosby is the best jockey. Zyla Reed, of course, their manager. Do we get anything? We do. We do. We get only one, and it's not surprising. It's Snapple Orion, the 3-year-old champion colt. My 4-star potential And I just love that coat. Dominant white coat. Absolutely phenomenal. But yeah, my future sire, already a domestic grade 2, already earned a third of his price back, and he is going to be worth an absolute fortune. Kind of the stud that's going to be the main pillar of our breeding. I definitely think there. What do I think about the valuation for the model? No, hard to say. It's the first season. Uh I'm finding a lot of horses are cheap. Like this, I think was a potential 3.5 star or maybe a potential 4. And I bought 5 of them for I think anywhere between 500,000 and 1.5 million. This one came out well, and also um, Nectar Umber has come out well. And then we had a couple like Sherbet Orange, which I bought for 1 million and is now worth a third of that because their potential dropped. So I think it's cheaper to buy horses or untested horses, and when they win grades and when they win races, their valuation goes up a lot. And I think that's very realistic. And it's easier now to get a bargain, but it's also easier to lose money on horses like this, where I've overspent and now I need her really probably to win a domestic grade 2 before I can sell her for a profit. So she's probably better off going into the breeding barn and I'll make my money off her foals instead. So I think it's a very difficult balance, but I think it's right in that the horses that perform are going to be the best in terms of money. So I think we're about to go into season 3. But that's just what I've seen. If I look on the market as well and search for the top horses, like you can see the 2 top here are just grade 1 winners. We've got a grade 3 and a couple of grade 2s that are a little older. They're not great horses, but they've won, and they've won the top grades, which is why they're worth the money. So I can definitely see where it comes from. That's very realistic. So I don't have a problem with it at all. It does also mean I can also just go down here and look at bargains, and if I want a bargain right now, Wanderer Ocean looks nice to me to take a risk. It's possibly a quite decent colt with, again, potential to be a 4-star horse. And I can get him for 300k. I definitely think, or just under 400k, I definitely think that's someone I should be buying in that case. I definitely want more fillies. And so here, a 1-year-old filly that's maybe has got 4-star potential. Even if it's 3-star, we'd probably sell for slightly more than the top estimate. So, again, I don't mind taking a risk and buying them. So I think the more you kind of hunt for a bargain, the more you're likely to find one. And again, seems to be another one there. So for 1.1, 1.2, I've got a couple of fillies and a colt, which could be really, really good. I think no matter what system you implement, some people are going to like it more than others, and it's either going to be bad from a game design point of view, where the game becomes too easy or too difficult, or you're battling against the realism problem where you get unrealistic valuations of horses at different ages. And I think that's just where your conflicts are always going to be, is realism versus what makes good and interesting gameplay. But I think this is probably the best it's been. I think this is the best it's been. I think Falls definitely should have a little more obfuscation, like you say, with their potential. It should be a little harder to find, but not by much. I don't think it's bad right now. And like I say, I've bought horses like Wanderer Ocean that have turned out to be 3-star or 2.5-star potential. So I think it's definitely moved in the right direction. It's not in a bad spot. And right now, it's allowing me to take these informed chances on horses and get these little gems like Nectar Umber. And especially for me, Snapple Orion is my favorite purchase so far. Because he will be the stud that all these mares are going to breed from. It's why I only have one stud and everybody else is a filly. Because that's how I play. I play with breeding mind. But I did pick him up for 600k. He's almost 10 times that value. I don't care that I lost money on some of these horses, or I'm barely holding value on some of these horses. Because at the end of the day, what I actually have, like here, I'm down to a third of the value of this horse, but I've more than made up for it on another horse. That's realistic, and that is kind of the thing. The one stud's risky, I know, but it's the way I play. It's the way I play, and also, once we've bred him to our entire roster, the next season, we don't really have any new pairings. So, I think the goal for me this year would be to try and find a 2-year-old with 3.5 to 4-star potential. So Snapple Orion will breed this year with all my mares and fillies. And then next year, that 2-year-old will age up to 3, where he can then breed. And so as long as I have one colt every year, and I think once the breeding program gets rolling, that'll be good. Slight chance of inbreeding, but so be it. But I've always worked with this method. I like this method. I also like that it might just not work. We might get a dud. And the fact that I do focus on potential and grades a lot, I might just miss that terrible horse that's the amazing breeder. But again, that's very realistic. And just that randomness and that edge of uncertainty, I think, adds a lot to the gameplay. So it's risky, but we're gonna see how we do. Oh, if he turns out to be an abysmal stud for us, I'm gonna cry. But we're all in. We're all in. Oh, we're all in. It also means if we do find a good stud, then yeah, I'm just buying up every half-decent mare and just breeding like 800 times from them at the same time. Like, that's just something we can do. So Ash Ludwig, a new edition, isn't really scouted very highly, but could be great. There's Doodle, Snapple. I mean, he might not be able to breed. He can definitely run. He can definitely run. And he doesn't even look that good right now. He's already a domestic grade 1. And like, yeah, doesn't look amazing. I've jumped into the next season really without thinking about it, without breeding, but we've got time, like I say, until we find his replacement as well. We've got time. Could be Wanderer Ocean. Could be. Yeah. So non-racers. So you'll join the racing stable. You'll join the breeding in your time. I mean, everybody can just be breeders anyway, because they won't show up until they're ready. I'm absolutely fine with that. I mean, really, we can go there, do the same. We can just have everybody on this page. Why not? So 2 domestic grade 1s, 4 domestic grade 2s, 3 domestic grade 3s. Artemis was the only one that we didn't manage to get a grade. So there is that. Let's copy and paste. Four? Yeah, sure, why not? That'll do. Everybody's at least set up. Yeah, everybody's set up that way. So what do we need? Just 3. Let's go and get 3 scouts. And just micromanage those a little bit. That's good. I don't think we need to do anything more on that front. We'll just see what we've got. But again, for the price we paid, if they don't work out, it's not the end of the world. If they do, we're in a really good spot. I think then we'd be in a really, really good spot. Let's see what happens earlier on in the season, and can we get ourselves up into the regular grades, not just the domestic grades? That's going to be the big question too. But I like there's a little more difficulty to it. There's a little more uncertainty to the breeding, to the racing. We haven't won in a while. That's maybe a little dodgy, but that's fine. Make sure we're just forcing through these horses into races. I'm sure we've just booked like a bunch of these horses into the same race again. I'm almost convinced by it. New race engine, hoping to get it done soon. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's been too much wrong with the race engine. I think it took a few goes to understand, even as simple as it was, just because I wasn't really used to riding the horse during the race in any game previously. So it took a short while, and then it's just become really second nature. And I like how simple it is, but I also think there could be a little more challenge at times to it. Okay, Artemis. This is not the best horse, but it's also not the best field. We're about as far off distance as we can get. I think Artemis needs our help. See, can we get off to a good start here? Where's Artemis? There she is. That stamina bar is dropping like crazy, which is kind of to be expected at some level. Protect the position that we've got at least. Get some stamina back. There's no challenger approaching. There we go. Now there's a challenger approaching. Not sure. Is that my horse? The silks look the same. I'd love to be able to choose my own silks as well. I'm not sure if that's on the plans anyway. Oh my god, we could have almost caught someone. They were slacking. We are catching. Come on, Artemis. I think that's for 4th place. It's not like it's anything. Crazy. Where's the end of this race? Kind of like stable branding, making a logo. Yeah, that'll be nice. I haven't actually thought about making a logo. I didn't think about making a logo, but yeah, silks. I do have more of an opinion on. Wow. Everybody's kind of struggling in this race. Let's cool off. Come on. Pretty sure we're close to the line. If we can get them all to slow down. No. Although if we can get them to slow down, we might have been able to jump up into 2nd there. I think 5th this time. Yeah, without the distance, I can't judge anything. I've got no idea what I'm doing. And especially, I think being off distance makes it tough. And I'm also used to running the races on fast. I'll kind of break out the gates and then switch it to fast. And that's been kind of the way I'm playing. So they seem to last even longer because I'm not used to running them at normal speed. So I'm completely out of my element there. But I think I did okay in that race. Got a tiny bit of money, but not really anything super crazy. I was looking for races to bet on there. I really have enough money where I don't need to. I think if I'd have managed my stamina a little better, there's a realm of possibilities we could have been 2nd. I think it would have been a tough race though, but yeah. Yeah, I think, like I say, not knowing the distance of the race, not being able to switch the speed of the race, and then having the whole stamina of a horse being hidden from you as well, unless you hover over the horse. Which was the first couple of races, because I didn't remember to go and basically look at that. So, yeah. That was my own fault. 100% my own fault. But as soon as I figured that out, it became a little easier and a little more clear. So I didn't mind that at all. Yeah, every horse we've got's pretty much 5 million. Apart from Quiver Nimbus and Artemis Exhibition. Which I'm okay with. Yeah, I feel pretty good. Hit and miss on the racing for sure. Some are definitely better than others. But I definitely feel we're making a ton of money. So we started with 50 million. I think I started with 2, so 52 is kind of our break even. We're at, what, 28 million basically. So we're down 14. And we've got 3 times as much of that in horse value, plus the buildings that we've built on top of that, and the staff we've hired. Apparently, we like beards here. We do like beards. We like sunglasses. We like hats. We like beards. Yeah, there's a lot of races here where we've done okay. So Poet Sir was actually quite quick at 1k for us. Bolt Lollipop at 2k. Dodo Tofu at 3k. I really want to buy your own racetracks or even build racetracks. I think when you get to the point when people are earning way too much money, I think that's just a fun way to eat up money, is with big facility upgrades, and that will be quite nice, quite interesting. Do I want to buy anything? Is there anything worth buying? I mean, these aren't because they're not in the game, but I probably will go and do that at some point just because I can. 1.5k a day for something that isn't actually implemented yet. Might as well buy the medical for right now. Let's train the foals. Let's buy some extra space so I don't even have to think about it. This is kind of my difficulty bar as well. To a certain degree, I'll just buy everything. I know that that'll give me all the bonuses that are in the games and as much of a drain on the finances as possible. So I can't just go out and buy tons of horses. So now I've got to earn back that. Oops, let's go head there. In fact, let's go to scouting. I forgot about scouting. Not quite where we're at. Did I turn off automatic scouting? I didn't, did I? Which is why it's doing stuff. And yeah, these remove buttons don't seem to be working anymore. Gotta do it manually, which isn't the worst thing in the world. To be fair, at least this is fairly quick. At least these are fairly quick. What's that new message? Second, third, fifth. Okay. So yeah, we got 3 horses. But we still need to scout a little bit, but at least they're all 3.5. So maybe they weren't where we wanted them to be. But it's also not like they're in a bad place either. They're all decent horses, probably. And yeah, if Sherbet Orange can win up to that domestic grade 2, we'll make a decent profit there as well. But that's fine. So we got some horses all set up. Hope's going to look at those 3. And I think age is at most 5. I think. Let's get these scouting. Those are mine. So they are scouted. It's weird when I test, I can see the target speed, stamina, and distance. Random bug. I have restarted the game. I did create a new save for this, and then I have restarted the game and loaded this. and it still was there. What I can do is actually just test a new save and see if that actually happens. So once this is fully saved, I will shut it down and I'll actually reload the game and start a new save and see if that works. I don't know why it would have bugged out for my save. Let me just put the flag up while this reloads. But yeah, it was kind of interesting. Sheep Meadow Road games. That's the only thing I can think of would be something when I created the game. Start a new game. I also have HBox Container here. I'm not sure if this is supposed to be there, if there's something interesting. I don't have any of the debugs on, so I don't know. I don't know if any of these would affect anything. I don't see why. Yeah. Like, I wouldn't imagine that was supposed to be there, so I don't know. These are the settings I've got on for all the gameplays and stuff, and no debug toggles on. So I just generate random, jump in, normal. The only thing I did was included the custom schedule, but I don't know why that would have any effect. So I basically put the custom schedule and all the breeds on. I didn't touch anything else. In-game, I did turn off staff poaching. I'll turn that off now. And I started with 50 million. That was it. That's kind of how I created this game. So, yeah, I'm happy to try it again and see if it'll work. Worst case scenario, if this fixes it and the other game is just somehow bugged, I'll export those horses and import them over into this save. I think it's the easy way of doing it. I think that's the really cool thing as well about the export import. I always like having that feature. So we'll see once this is simulated. I'll try and get into a race and run it and see if we have the same bug. And if we do, I think then I might just verify the game files on Steam and see if that's somehow there's something going on there. I don't know. Again, I don't see why there would be. Okay, auction. You'll do. You look absolutely terrible, but you'll do.
Prepare your bids. This illustrious specimen is now available. It's a rare opportunity. Yep, we got a new bid. Shrewd move. Bidding war ends with a buyout. Oh, the gem of the collection. This horse is ready for bidding.
I mean, I don't care. I'll pay an absolute fortune. It doesn't matter. I think the way to let users do own races with exposed horses. Yeah, I saw that. The Starters Orders had the league mode where they did that. I didn't love that. But also, there was a way you could race your own. So, it's all decent. Yeah, no problem at all. No problem at all. I should have bought a horse that was older. I should have just done it that way, right? So in 2 months, shouldn't take long. But I'll know straight away when I go into the race whether or not it's here or not. So hopefully we can get in quick enough so you can actually just see before. If you can't, you can't. That's fine. Take the reins and yeah, same thing. Still the same. So I think let me load a save that I know didn't have it on. I'll test that. And then I think verifying the Steam cache. Just making sure everything is fully updated. We can see. But yeah, that new save created fresh didn't work out. But live bug testing. I've always kind of enjoyed the live bug testing. Summary of your results from yesterday. Okay, well, why couldn't we go to that race? I don't know. Take reins. Is something about creating the race? No. Okay, so it's definitely something in this build I've got. Okay, definitely something that I've got. So let me verify. Let's see, download updates. Yes, everything good. Nothing seems to be in here that would change anything. Okay, verifying integrity. Says it's all okay. Says it's all okay. Let me see that. After verifying it. Load one of my old saves. Again, just try and get into a race and see if that happens again. Because I haven't modified anything. So it shouldn't be an issue. Shouldn't be an issue. Apparently there's a lot of workplace conflicts on this save. Okay, skip to my race. Take the reins and Okay. What have I done? What have I got going on here then? What have I actually got going on here? Why are my race days bugged? Why have I got the developers thing on? Let me try. Because Steam does ask me which version I want to load. So let me try both versions and see if anything jumps out at me from here. Let's do this one. Let's do this one because it seems to get to a race a little quicker. I mean, I say that it's 3 weeks, but still, it gets a little quicker. Because it doesn't interrupt for much. Let's save. So that when we reload it, it'll come back to this point. And then we can actually just set up. So this is this regular? Was this OpenGL? I can't remember. I think this is OpenGL. And yeah, we still got the debug testing. Still got the debug testing. Not entirely sure why. Okay. So we'll quit out of that. I'm going to reload it on the other version and see if that makes a difference. Steam Horse Racing Manager OpenGL. Well, this game should take us straight to the race. Skip to my race, skip in. 100% is still there. Then let me check the other version Steam asked me to run. We'll see if it does it there. Don't know why it would, but hey, if it makes a change, it makes a change. I don't know. I don't know. See, skip my races and yeah. Okay, well, we'll load that one back up then. Okay, so I'm back fully. I grabbed something to eat while things were reinstalling. Took about 10 minutes to kind of double check something and a good 5 minutes to reinstall. But I don't know why I am still getting those issues. So when the game developer comes in and tells you they don't know why that's happening and it's not happening on their build, it's not something they can replicate, and just an update through Steam verifying the integrity of the cache, none of that seems to work, then I don't really know why. And it's also affecting other saves I've got, so it's not like something's up with the save file or the generation of the game. It's actually all been up on what we've got playing on any save. So it's actually just whatever that race engine is right now. Also kind of means that we don't really have a way to fix it. Or even a way to kind of resolve it without just not going into races or just guessing how long is left in each race and the rest of that kind of thing. So don't know. Not the best fix in the world, but we do have everybody fully scouted in our barn. Okay. These buttons work. At least that's fine. So unless we've lost staff, which I don't think we have, everybody should be there and there. So everybody is set up. Ooh. Interesting. Okay. I haven't really seen how that worked before. But yeah, I thought turn all the debugs on, turn them all off. Maybe that would do something. So we'll automate scouting now that we've completely scouted out our own again. I think automatic training 2 for now would be absolutely fine. Could sell a bunch, don't need to sell a bunch. Give me 1 second. Let me double check one thing. Let me double check. I think it's going to be in here somewhere. Let's extract that. Let's put that there. And then select that through that. How do I get my floating screenshots back? I think it's got to run that again, haven't I? Okay. So I just testing something out right now. Hoping that will work. Don't know if that will work. We'll have to go to another race to find out. Or if I just reload the game quickly. Let's see if any of this works. Let's try. Okay. There we are. Let's go to the next race, see if that fixed it. Take the reins. No. Okay. At least it does still work. Did anybody see how long this race was? I didn't. We might be halfway through the race. I don't know. We're halfway through our stamina bar. Keeping an eye on that one, just to see how to go. We're almost the only horse on screen. There's one just about holding on. But now we do seem a little clear and I was going to say easy, but if we do run out of stamina at any point, then that will be an issue. But yeah, if anybody does know with these floating trees, I've been told this is the debug version of the race. This is for debug testing and whatnot, and I shouldn't see this, and I don't know why I am. So if anyone else is seeing this, it'd be really interesting to know and kind of probably really helpful for the devs to know. They can kind of maybe figure out why. So Dodo Tofu picks up a nice little Domestic grade 1. Quite like that. The Artemis just isn't a racer. I might never be a racer. Could get a grade. We're not far away from a grade. We just don't have good horses. The Snapple and Nectar. Right. Analyst, okay. Stephanie and Beethoven. Let's put a bid in for him. I think I already had a bid in for her. I do. And then 7. Cyclonic. We can put a bid in. I mean, Band Rain. Might be okay. Might be okay. Again, I think for how cheap some of these horses are and how good they might be, it's really no-brainers to be picking them up. Nimbus looks pretty decent. Maybe not amazing, but pretty decent. Coco Snowflake. And then a bunch of our horses live in this range. Bunch of our horses. So that might be okay. That might be okay. So we have Serenade, Bayview, and Anne Lace. Automatic training. That's all fine. Do we need to hire more? I mean, we're just about maxed out, right? Everybody's just about maxed out, so pin them. So I mean, we pretty much know this one. 1.6. Let's get Hope. And Bryson. Let's get one of Hope's on Stellan. Get rid of Stellan from there. Everybody's on 5. Love that for us. Love that for us. Everybody at least set up. Relax Von Go. Simulate that race. Comes in dead last. Wasn't exactly what we wanted. Bolt Lollipop at least comes in with a good old win. Let's go month by month. In that case, Quiver Nimbus. Contour Grade 2. Nimbus Aluminium. Persephone van Beethoven. Ceramics Patron. Cashew Balmy. 7 Cyclonic. Band Rain. If they're anywhere near that level, then that's an absolute steal. Zeppelin Bijou, Coco Snowflake. And Renaissance Mahatma actually comes through there and does okay too. Okay. Well, let's pin everybody. Could have just done it there. And, yeah. So 1, 2, 7, 8. So really we want 2 more of each, right? So let's go for trainers. Get Camilla. And Graham in. Let's get an amazing jockey in. No, let's not get an amazing jockey in, because that's going to cost an absolute fortune. A potentially amazing jockey. Let's get them in. And then let's get Hugh. And you. Trainer. Stable hand. Okay, jockey, trainer, stable hand. Stable hand. Cool. Okay. I'm just going to trust that they're all okay. I think. Just got to trust that everyone's okay. So second for Artemis Exhibition. Again. So close, so close. Yes, we can keep a little cat. The second cat that we have kept. Let's see what else happens between now and the end of the season. If anything fun or interesting shows up. Nectarumba 1. I will say that it doesn't really want to book a lot of races. Whereas if I set it up, they will book more. Hey, Emerald, how you doing? Welcome. How are you doing? Hope everything is good with you. I'm trying to make sure everybody's booked for races here. A little bug testing. For some reason, I've got a bug that apparently most people don't have and that the devs didn't know about. So we can't actually really... We can watch races, but actually taking control of the horses during races is a little buggy for us. And that's actually quite fun in this, so the fact that we can't is a little annoying. It's not too bad, it's just a little annoying. Doing good, glad to hear it, glad to hear. What are you up to? What are you up to today? Good win, middle, second, again. My God, when are we going to win one of these? Come on, Artie, we need you to do something. Serenade comes right down, Avant-Garde's right down. Mix in the middle, Persephone second. Yeah, it's not bad, actually. It's not bad. 2 domestic grade 3s. We've got 5 domestic grade 2s and the 2 domestic grade 1s. It's just you feel that a bunch of these could also be winning grades that they're not yet. Don't love that. Let's go another month. Check the results. Check the results. We are in debt. I mean, the stable's in debt. We're not. We've got 1.3 million. Stable's in debt up to 627k right now. I know it's 1.3, 1.3. Look at that. So, Luminescence. Okay, Ceramics Patron has got a severe case of equine protozoal myeloencephalitis, a nervous system issue. 5 months. Luckily, it's only a fall. It's 0 years of age. It can't run for another couple of years. It's not the worst thing to happen. It's not the best thing, but yeah. I just started old horse racing games on emulator on hard mode. Very hard to get wins, very frustrating. Yeah, I mean, I get super competitive. And I know I breed good horses. In starters orders, for example, I breed good horses. I know I can win. So every time I don't win, especially if I'm watching the jockey run into a blind pocket and run into the back of other horses or just go at the wrong time or anything like that that I can't control, it really gets to me. It's very, very frustrating. The horse just doesn't run well when I don't know why. It's very frustrating on that side of things too. I don't have that in this game for so much. Like, I love these horses. I want them to do well. When I ride them, I really try and like go all out and micromanage to win a race. But if I don't get that same kind of frustration or disappointment. I'm not sure why. It does make this easier to play. Artemis Exhibition finally wins one. Oh my God. Finally, she's a grade 3. Oh, domestic grade 3. Yeah, I do get very frustrated when I think I should be winning, and I'm not. On this game, like I said, it's a little easier to let go of for some reason. I haven't figured out why. I don't know whether it's a really good thing or a really bad thing. I also haven't played like a ton of other games within horse racing. It's Stars Order 6 and 7 and some text-based games in the late 90s. As I should probably say, the late 1900s, just to offend people like me. But it hits different. I could bet. I'm not gonna bet. I do think that maybe now I can get rid of some horses. Let's put Artemis in. She's just won the grade 3, so evaluation just shot up. Now would be perfect to dump her. Wanderer as well, I don't know if he's any good. But he'd give us that money to kind of clear the current debt. Artemis would put money in the bank that we could use and run off. I think that's okay. We'll keep Van Beethoven around. We'll keep Cyclonic around. We'll keep Bandrain around. And we're breeding off Snapple Orion this year. Yeah, I think that works for me. I think that works for me. So we might be slightly in debt, but we're about to be getting out of debt. So there you go. 4 out of 4 in that race. 1.6 for Artemis. Will I do a halving this year? Yes, I'm interested to see how different that is. I know there's a little talk on the Discord about the controls for harness racing, but maybe we can use the W and S keys to move, closer or further from the rail and find like a lane to run. I don't know how different right now it would be, and I know that flat racing is a lot more developed. So yeah, when they do more in the harness and when they introduce steeplechase eventually when they get round to it, when they're able to concentrate on that, I think that would be something to kind of enjoy too. Okay, I sold 2 horses. I only got the money for 1. I don't know why that was only 1.6 million. There's no way I would have sold for that. I'm a little confused. That should have been 5 million. Should have probably been 4.5 million. We've lost out on 3 million, and I don't know why. Like, I got no idea why. And he is going into an auction soon. Okay. Yeah, Steeple will be really great. I'm looking forward to that. I think they got the valuation of my horse wrong. Yeah, 1.4. So they got that one right. I do think we were missing 3 million we should have had. It's not the biggest deal in the world. Just does feel that we've been cheated slightly, and also by the most overpowered stable out there too. So yeah, not my favorite thing to have happened there. Not my favorite thing. But yeah, I think like Harness, I don't know exactly how that'll be different. I think that's my big thing is I can see with Steeple when they add that, we're not just managing this, the speed of the horse and the stamina of the horse. You'll have to choose when to jump, maybe. That would be interesting. So I'm kind of excited to see what might happen there. Yeah. I don't know about Harness, apart from moving up and down the lanes to try and like find some clean air, maybe. Is there going to be a drafting mechanic? Because behind the buggies, is that going to be something that has more of an effect? I don't know. Or will it mechanically be pretty much flat racing with just an emphasis on different stats or something? I don't know. So I'm kind of waiting for more information about the harness races and see kind of what they come up with and how they're moving forward with that before I kind of really invest some time into a harness save. But yeah, I think we'll definitely be doing one. We'll definitely do a steeplechase when it comes out. Those are just almost guaranteed for me. Yeah, we're low on money for no reason whatsoever. I got no idea what the command is, but I'm going to give myself 3 million. What is it? Money? Player money. Stable money. Stable money. Did that work? Did I do that right? Stable money changed by 2.4. Okay. There we go. That's roughly the 3 million. I'm not going to try and get it spot on. I'm not going to try and get it spot on. That's the money we should have had from the auction anyway. There we go. Absolutely fine. I'm also going to dump my money across. Don't know why. I kind of want it even. There we go. That should help us run through the rest of the season. And into next season, we should be absolutely fine. Let's make sure everyone that can run is running right now. I'm sure they are all booked in properly, but sometimes, for some reason, they're not. Let's go week to week as we get towards the end of the season. So yeah, we won a race with 2 of our horses in and nobody else. We won another one with 2 of our horses and nobody else. And then we won one with 3 of our horses and nobody else. Oh dear me. You gotta love it. Yeah, so 3 domestic grade 1s, 7, 6, and 4. And then 4 grade 2s and 2 grade 3s. Just fine. All the 2-year-olds doing okay. money-wise, Tofu is the most successful, and that's why she's actually worth the most. Like, she's actually worth the most. It's not even particularly close. It's not even particularly close. Nimbus does okay. This will take us a month away. Snapple does win. But Bolt Lollipop also would have won. But the difference in timing is like kind of alarming. It's kind of alarming, the difference. But we do have our first, in this save, our first actual true grade. We got a grade 3 winner, Snapple Orion, the 4-year-old Arabian Stallion, dominant white, our Korea breeder. Like, absolutely fantastic. And Snapple will be breeding with all these horses. He will be breeding with all of these horses. That's what he's here for. Let's go ahead and unscout these. Because we need to scout our own horses. Our own new staff as well. Because I haven't scouted them. So Stellan can get to work on these. And then Percy there. Will they try and make the races closer instead of spread out? Yeah, I know this. They're working on the race engine currently. They're going through a bunch of things. I don't know exactly what's planned, but I do think that some of the jockey AI, the relationship bonus between a jockey and the horse, and sort of the relationships having an effect. I know that was being worked on. I don't know kind of if it matters. So, and yeah, you know, like you say, turf or dirt, does it matter? Does it not? I think right now it doesn't, but they want to make it matter, and they also want to have the strength of the horse dictate how well they run on like a sloppy track or a wet track. So, you know, softer tracks, the stronger your horse is, the more it kind of helps, which means in general, dirt's pretty much dirt. Unless it's heavy rainfall, in which case you're running in mud. On turf, that's very much more variable surface, I would say. And so, yeah, if you are running on turf, maybe in the future, strength will play more of a part. So I do think they're working on some of that. I know they're working on some of that. But what's coming soon and what's down the pipeline, I have no idea. We did have the dev in here earlier for quite a while, but they went to a meeting. So we don't we're not able to ask them right now, unfortunately. But I know they did mention earlier they were, what were their actual words? Can't wait for the new race engine. Hope we can get it done soon. That were the exact words. And so that to me means that it's probably not that far away. Whatever iteration they've got of it isn't that far away if they're hoping it can be done soon. So we might see a new race engine popping in, and that might be to do with harness as well. I don't know. Again, I didn't really ask. I didn't press too much on that. So I think we'll see what comes a little bit. But should be quite interesting if they are putting out a new race engine. That would be fantastic. Yeah. Snapple will be definitely happy to pick up sponsorship. But yeah, like that's something that does need a little bit of updating. I don't think there's been much of an update, apart from whatever's broken on mine, where I see the dev version. So, okay, Amelia grabs a domestic grade 1. That's nice. With a Nimbus, domestic grade 1. Absolutely fine. Where are we now? So grade 3, 4 domestic grade 1s, 2 domestic grade 2s, 2 domestic grade 3s. So we're picking up towards the end of the year absolutely fantastically. We got races at the end of the season. We got Bolt Lollipop in a grade 3. It's 2.5, so we'll be on distance as much as anyone in this race. We'll be as good as anyone in this race. And yeah, just in case people haven't seen, we're going to take the reins for this one as well. And so there's no overlay. You'll see some background graphics. That'll be here soon. And wow, that was an absolutely terrible start by me. There we go. Those are the background graphics which are appearing in the foreground. And I don't have any of the overlays. And I can only see my stamina by doing this. I need their stamina to die. And ours not to. And it looks like they're actually going ahead of us. And they haven't slowed down yet. Let's get the stamina back and they'll full send. See if we can catch them in a bad moment. I think they're gone. I think our stamina's gone. But yeah, the fact that there's no bars down here to see how much of the race is left, or our stamina, or change of speed, plus the broken graphics. Apparently, this is kind of the dev version of the red race engine, and I don't know how I've got it because other people don't seem to. I verified on Steam, I've reinstalled on Steam, it just happens. We're going to run out of stamina soon. I think we're just nailed on for second place unless something crazy happens. But we've got no idea how much of the race is left. We're on very low stamina. So, yeah, if they can get a new version of the race engine out, maybe it fixes my issue too? Which would be really, really nice. I think after the stream, I'll probably go ahead and like manually delete all the extra files, like uninstall through Steam, manually go and delete fully, and then reinstall it, and we'll be okay. Yeah, I think a better start could have seen us a little more competitive. We probably still lose, but I think it was worth trying to control it for a grade 3. We just didn't get where we wanted to be. Sadly. Okay, so we can go in breeding. So likely to get a bay, more likely than a dominant white. That's a shame. I really want the dominant white to come through. To be honest, I really like that coat pattern. Yeah, it looks like that's just going to be the case in all of our colts and fillies. They're all going to go slightly over to the bay side because that's what we have. We have bay mares. We could have something fun. We could 100% have something fun. Here we go. 53% chance of dominant white. 25 bay frame and 22% bay. A dominant white, the best there right now. 52% again. Embryonic, lethal, dominant white. Why does that sound so terrifying? Embryonic, lethal, dominant white. Does that mean that the foal has a 20%, 27% chance of dying? Embryonic, lethal does not sound like a good thing, people. Oh, hate that for us. Coco Lucky, yes, please be lucky. So we do have a couple of horses. Ah, there we go. Okay. Own stable. None left. Okay, so that must be visual glitch there, whatever. Tessa, no playing the game. Welcome back. How's your game going, Tess? Are you having that race issue that I'm having, or am I really the only one out here with it? I don't know. Will you be able to create own courses? I know the 3D, 2D, yeah, they don't have much detail. But if you can create a course, put it in any country, you could have a globalized game. The only thing I'm kind of aware with, let me hide my screen for a second while I pull up Discord. But I do know on their Discord, let me jump into their Discord. Yeah, you can see that one of the things I'm looking into is the real world data, and that does have a Google Sheet which has all the tracks and everything. So the data for it will be in the game. So, for example, I can look at a real life race course for Slash, which is close to me. It's in Wales. We recently got that updated from England and Chepstow as well. Got the Welsh race courses listed as Wales. Some of the Scottish are Scottish instead of just England. So we can get the real race courses in, and there should be real races coming in, but it's all done through fan modding. It's all done through fan modding. Tessa, you're not having the same issue? I got no idea why I have. I've got no idea why I have. It's kind of annoying. But yeah, so, and in game, they do have owners. We should be able to create our own and maybe buy shares in other people's and buy tracks of other people's, as well as create their own racetracks. And race creation will be coming in-game soon, so as well as creating the schedule outside the game, you should be able to do it inside the game. Again, I don't know when or how or what it's going to look like. But realistically, we know it is coming. So it's definitely a when. Full bonus. Legendary party. Let's get another one of those going on. Sire of the Year. Rusty Maestro. And Akelteke. 11 years of age. Obviously wasn't a great runner. Never even got a grade. Never even got a win or a place. He got one show in 8 races. A third in a senior race. A month ago. That's the only thing they've ever done. What they have done, apparently, is foaled horses that have won money. I don't see it myself. I don't see it myself, but apparently, interesting. Viscountess, Kiwi Farms, Yvette, Viscountess, but 2-year-old champions, Nectarumba, that is a 4-star filly. That's amazing. Love that for her. We got her for $500,000. She's doing great. And Snapple Orion, our 4-star stallion, we just bred everyone with. He's looking really good. Our grade 3 winner. So he was the champion 3-year-old colt, and he is the champion 4-year-old stallion. So he is becoming decent. Look out for him at the top end. And the Statman trophy goes to Oakwood Redwood Forest. What a name. At least it's thematic. Worst overall, 2027. I don't know. He came second in a domestic grade 1. I'm sorry. He's a grade 2 runner with a domestic grade 1 almost there. Like, I'm not sure he deserves that one. Hey, Sam. How you doing? Should be at work. Should be at work. But yeah, we at least get a horse that's winning some sorts of awards. Nothing super crazy. And we should have, what, 8 foals in a day or two? We're still scouting a bunch here. So, I think it's going to be on the 2nd, right? There we go. So, Maverick John doesn't look like a great horse right now. Okay. Now the visual looks even worse. Staccato Doodle looks okay, but we don't get the coloring we wanted. Roosevelt Axwell's okay. Artemis Tumbleweed got the coloring, doesn't look like ability. License Eclipse, the same. Nebula Wind, Shadow Ludwig. So, looks like a really meh group of balls. Now, the money's decent because they are all coming from a good sire. And because the sire's worth a lot of money, I think that carries over into the value of these balls. But yeah, I don't think they're amazing. Can I run a grade 1 in a domestic grade 3 as a tune-up? I can, yes. Yeah, you can book what you want. I actually have auto races booked right now, so they don't. Oh yeah, let me turn off that. We don't. need to test that anymore. I've got automatic training on at the moment. I got automatic race registration, so they won't automatically do that for us. I need to turn scouting off because we've got our horses to scout. And that is something as well that they are looking into possibly adding, is ways to set up your scouting so that it goes for horses instead of people, or yours instead of the wider game horses. You can set up different filters to direct your scouts how you want. But at the moment, that's not done, so we're just gonna manually do it for a month or two. Try and figure out, are these horses actually anything? Oh, you can see the cat, the stable cat that we saved. We saved 2 cats, so I don't know if there's another one running around or not. Okay, that's all of those. These, to be fair, these yearlings shouldn't be pinned either. Zeppelin, ceramics, and band rain. All these are fully scouted apart from Persephone Van Beetle, or Beethoven. Don't know why I call him Beetle. And then our staff are all fully scouted. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So yeah, we've got a lot to do there, but it's fine. We'll go by a week by week, see what happens and what we can get. So does look like we're, so 1, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3. So we pretty much do just need one more person in each category to fully max out. So let's go to staff. Unemployed only. Tamara Bird. Get you as a trainer. Let's get Knox Dixon in as a jockey. Let's get Victor Rivas in as a stable hand. And that should then be everybody in a good place. And we got Percy scouting these 3. And that then will leave Stellan to look at some of the best young horses in the game. Wow. Okay, we've taken some big risks. It looks like last season we bought Cyclonic, Van Beethoven, and Ann Lace. They all came out to 4-star. A bunch of other ones didn't. So Oreo Griffin, Shy Pegasus, we're going to scout these out and try and pick these up. Stellan Combs. Gonna find options. Easy going. Oh, that's a fun pattern. A Bay Sabino. Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna scope them out and see kind of what they look like as well. So we should have all our staff scouted and all our horses fully scouted. A lot of them are, which is really nice. Bandrain 3.5. Not bad then, not bad. We likes it, we likes it. We have 5 runners in this one. I wonder if we can win. The answer is just about. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 6th, and 8th. Not a big race, not an important thing there at all, but absolutely fine. And there we go. We move from non-graded to domestic grade 3 with Serenade Bayview. Black's Von Gogh in 2nd. Nimbus, sadly, down a little bit. Go forward another week. Persephone von Beethoven gets destroyed. Like, we would be going through slower if we were able to race our horses without the current issues. But it is what it is right now. Nectaramba, not great. 8th, 4th, and 2nd. Okay. That's decent. I don't know if I like going week by week or if I prefer to go month by month. Well, the juveniles are going well. Sherbet Orange, I think, won the last one. Comes in 5th. Dionysus 4th. Obelisk 3rd. Coco 2nd. Ash 1st. We take all the prize money from that race. And a quick check-in on grades then. So yeah, Snapple has a grade 3. Bolt, Doodle, Amelia, and Quiver, which is an 8, 7, 6, and 5-year-old set of mares, they all have domestic grade 1s. We do have a pair of 6-year-old mares, Mosaic and Scorch, that are domestic grade 2s. And domestic grade 3s, 6-year-old, 5-year-old, and a 3-year-old Avant-Garde Pepsi, Renaissance Mahatma, and Serenade Bayview. Bunch of ungraded. I will say I'm not looking to sell these. I'm not looking to do much with them, though. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do with some of these. Like, really, I shouldn't be breeding from Snapple with anyone but these 3-year-olds because I bred him to everyone else last year. So he might breed with the 3-year-olds, which means Persephone van Beethoven probably should breed with these. That kind of makes sense to me. Snapple didn't seem to breed exceptionally well either. And yeah, we don't really have a 2-year-old colt ready to take over the year after. But we do have a couple of options here at 1-year-old, and we also have these yearlings. So yeah, these are all slightly disappointing, which does make me believe, yeah, we don't have a good breeder. We actually have, in fact, a bad breeder. A very good racer, but a bad breeder. Nimbus Aluminium has advanced to a domestic grade 3. Love that. 3-year-old filly. Absolutely fantastic. It's a big jump as well. Not too bad. So Baywater doesn't do anything, but we gain. And then, yeah. A fallout for a few weeks. We don't really care. And Snapple Orion steps up once again. Grade 3 up to a grade 2. With authority. So 2K. Well, you like 2K meters, you like 2K meters, and we like 2K meters. So everybody was on distance. But Snapple Orion wins it 22 seconds, or 22.1 seconds ahead of second place. And third place was basically slightly twice as slow as Snapple Orion. They ran it in twice the time. It makes me think the Snapple is not only a very good horse, but could be a phenomenal horse. I love grey horses. I love dominant white horses. I love black horses. They're probably my favorite 3 courts. And so I got a champion 3-year-old colt who turned into the champion 4-year-old stallion that is now closing in on our actual first ever grade 1 win and has earned in career earnings twice as much as we bought him for. Still looks way under what he could be. But he just didn't breed very well. The punchline right at the end. He just didn't breed very well. Slightly annoying. Yeah. If he bred as good as he ran, we'd have monsters. We would have monsters. Nectar almost gets up there. Hey, Zombie, how you doing? I was at a soft spot for Greys ever since Desert Orchid. Yeah. I don't know why it is for me. It's not through Desert Orchid, although what a phenomenal horse that was. There's just something about them. I think just the way they just stand out a little more. I think that's great for me. Bayview wins a domestic grade 2. Kind of split the field there. That's kind of crazy. But yeah. That's also something that I think is being worked on by the community over on the Discord is famous horses and famous people. I don't know what role they'll have. Maybe races will be named after them. I don't know. Maybe stables will be named after them. But as part of the real world racing schedule that's being built, there is a section for famous people and famous horses that I'm sure will get worked on. And horses like Desert Orchid has to be involved in that way. Okay, Persephone. Like, couldn't win a juvenile. Got smashed in a domestic grade 3. But suddenly we go up in distance. Too far in distance. But does come through with a win. And this is just my success right here. This is what I look at for success in this game. Is my grades. If I have good grades here, then we're okay. I'll sort by potential too. And sadly, I've only got a couple left to scout here, and it does look a little disappointing. As great a racer Snapple Orion seems to be, he just is not the stud that we wanted him to be. So I'm guessing we do now go with Persephone van Beethoven this season to breed from, and he is a domestic grade 3. He is good. Do you need to win 5 races to get into grade 1s? No. I think you can probably book almost anything. I'm not entirely sure how it works right now, but basically if you auto book, it'll show you what you want. But you can also go ahead and change a bunch of things. So I'm not sure experience required. That might be part of it. Prize money is at least... So yeah, yeah, it might be locked in. So the way I think it works... is you'll start off by running juveniles, maybe maidens, but probably juveniles. When you've won those, or come close to winning those, in general, you'll get entered for grade 3s. When you're winning grade 3s or coming second a couple of times, then you'll go into the domestic grade 2s, to domestic grade 1s, then grade 3, grade 2, grade 1. So that's why Snapple, you can see here, was doing okay. And then we'd won a domestic grade 1 on him, but there wasn't much, so the game did book him in a domestic grade 3. But then we go into a domestic grade 3 and we win it. We go into a domestic grade 2 and we win it. I wouldn't be surprised if there is one. If the next race that we basically tried to get booked into will be a grade 1. So you can see here there are a bunch of races we can do. There is a grade 1. It's definitely not on distance. However, there is a grade 1 and we are booked into it. It's not really on the screen, but we are booked into it. If I search this way. Come on. There you go. So you can see grade 1 in 2 months at our distance pretty much. And there's an 8.1 million prize money there. Now the sad thing is, there's only one horse booked. So if nobody else gets booked for that, that race might not happen. That's really sad. I really need them to do that. I really need them to do that. But yeah, so I just let them auto book because they're not too bad. And every now and again, you can just go through and auto register. If they're not running enough, and they don't tend to for my liking, just make sure you're going in, and you'll see races pop up, but you'll also see some of these that have a little time left to them. That 2 months went down to 2 weeks, for example. So everybody will have more races. They'll probably be double, triple booked, but there's not much you can do about that. Is there nighttime races? I think so. I don't know if it affects anything. I'm pretty sure there are certain traits in the game that are hidden. I think one would be like, starts strongly. One might be finishes strongly. One might be gets a second wind. One might be, muddy track, running in rain, running at night, running on turf. I think. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure they're there, and the devs do keep alluding to it by saying stuff like there will be an increased chance of mutations or more mutations during breeding. And kind of what that means is that when you're breeding, these traits can come up more often. That's kind of how I'm seeing it. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if night racing is one of those traits or will be one of those traits. Renaissance Mahatma up into domestic grade 2. Love that. 3 domestic grade 3s. 4 domestic grade 2s. 4 domestic grade 1s. Snapple needs someone else to join that grade 1 race. Really needs us to find them a good race. Even if it's off distance. Gale Force Jetstream comes up. Domestic grade 3. And Snapple, yeah, way off distance, but Snapple comes in third in a grade 1. And that's why you want to run them as well, because we just earned 1.2 million. And we needed that money because money's tight. Like, money's really tight right now because we're running a lot of horses and we're paying a lot of staff a lot of money. So every year there's 6.5 million, 7.5, 11, 12, 13 odd million. It's a lot. It is a lot. Snapple's earned 2.5 million Korea. And half of that just came in that grade 1. So that's why we're so desperate to get grade 1s and to win grade 1s. If we filter now by prize money, and let's just say is at least 1 million. Yeah, the only races that show up. There are a bunch of empty races. Oh, there are 2. There are 2. He will race against somebody. He will race against Luther Ivy. That's fine. At least he'll run. This is a questionable distance, but okay. In 2 weeks. And there's nobody... There's nobody that great there. Yeah. Might as well book him in. Might as well. Could win another grade 2, win some money. Nectar Umber becomes a domestic grade 3. And we got, who's running today? Quiver and Doodle. So this is a chance to move up to a grade 3. So yeah, they do tend to progress very, very quickly sometimes. I also like how if you wait a little bit, the odds do change. Only once I see it happen, but those odds do change. They get recalculated when you're on the screen, I guess. We're not far off distance from either of these. I think Doodle Tofu should win. Aesthetics Lolly might win. I would like Quiver Nimbus to win. I don't think we will. And again, we'll go back to the broken version of racing where art in the foreground, no overlays. I'm not really sure. There's Quiver Nimbus. A stamina. Dropping a lot. Right, Nebula and Starlight there. They are falling back, and a stamina is holding. We've got no idea when the race will end. I think it was 1600, so it's a pretty short race, and our stamina is holding quite a lot. It's doing quite well. Little bird flying in the background there. That's a fun little touch. Oh, we seem to be surging forward a bit. I'm assuming this means we're really close to the line. Or maybe that's just my imagination. Tree in the foreground. Yeah, this is what nobody else sees. This like dev version. People don't see this. I don't know why I do. And I don't know how to get rid of it. Where does it tell you the track it's at? I'm not sure right now. It should be on the results now. They will tell you the track. But Quiver Nimbus wins quite comfortably. Doodle Tofu comes second. Just ahead of Aesthetics Lolly. Where would that be? I don't know. Right now, even though I've put in the real life schedule, it doesn't take the races in, only the courses. So apparently that was snowy weather. I don't think it really was. I don't think it really was. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a track here. So there we go. So we can see here, this was at Tingsryd Racing Track. Now the best thing is we can, we can click and look at it, and it's in Tingsryd, Sweden. It's a dirt track, 1,609 meters. 2-star prestige is owned by Brennan Stables in this game, and it maintenance cost of 72k. So I think this is one of those Swedish tracks that are built just for the racing, like just for the week or whatever the racing, just for the meeting that's there, and then it's disassembled. Might just be like a pop-up track. That's what apparently a lot of Swedish races are. Yeah, this was all of today's races in here. And I think we won this one. I think. Yeah, Quiver Nimbus with the fastest ever 1600. In fact, faster than the 1500 at this racetrack. So, yeah, you can see it, but it's not easy to see sometimes. But Quiver Nimbus becomes our second true grade. And I like that for us. I like that for us. It's fun. Yeah, everybody's 100%. Everyone's 100%. Staff, are we all 100%? We look 100%. We look 100%. These the game breads I scouted. 3 of them don't look like much. But I will say a 3.5 star filly for $500,000. Yeah, why not? 100% why not? And because everybody is scouted, I can now just let them go and auto scout again and not really worry about it. And I can also see that these colts are just not very good. So we do need the money right now. Let's go and get a quick little 1.5 million for those 3. Tempted with these as well. To be fair, tempted. Tempted. Not going to. But tempted. So 300,000. 300,000. 300,000. Almost 400,000. Nice. Quiver Nimbus now, because we're graded, we'll get a little bit. So 98 a month plus 5% bonus. I mean, that's pretty bad, right? 98 for 18, 5%. 3.4K monthly, 15, and 5%. I mean, it's already much better. It's already much better. We're going to leave that offer on the table for now and see if we can come back to it later, but I think we'll get a better offer. Snapple Orion comes second at the grade 2. Okay. That's fine. And H&M Oreo Griffin. Yeah. They're no longer going to be called H&M. Because they're now one of ours. And Hope. Let's find somebody Hope is scouting. Take them off. Hope can now look at Oreo for us. Let's go forward another week. Yeah, Quiver, Nimbus. Yeah, this is definitely a much better deal for right now. Let's go ahead and get that one done in that case. Yeah, Oreo, like, so decent just to pick up someone cheap. And know that realistically, I could sell someone that's not as good. And it'd be absolutely fine. Let's get Nebula and Staccato out. We can keep the fillies because we can breed from them a little easier. We've got 2 colts coming through which look okay. Then we got Persephone this year to breed from. Snapple to breed with the 3-year-olds. And that's fine. Yeah. That's fine. Not too shabby at all. So Amelia gets a little domestic grade 1. Dionysus gets a little juvenile. Skip that auction, go to this auction. Only 2 horses. There are horses. Probably going to get like 800 for the pair. Not bad. So 474. 490. I'll kind of take that. I'll kind of take that. Gives us 300 million. Gives us 3 million in the bank. So, you know, we're scouting out a bunch of horses. And a bunch here. Just want to put hope back on Oreo. Because I want that fully scouted. I want to know just how good Oreo Griffin is. I think really good. Scorch Pirate. Out of nowhere. A huge win. Absolutely mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. I love that. Persephone picks up a win. Little domestic grade 3. Avant-Garde Pepsi moves to a domestic grade 2. So we have 4 domestic grade 3s, 4 domestic grade 2s, 4 domestic grade 1s, a grade 3, and our stud is a grade 2. It's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. How you doing, Bob? Welcome in. What are you up to today, Bob? Hope you're having a good one. Hope you're having a good one. I seem to have a broken race engine on my version of this game that nobody else seems to have. I've got like the dev race enabled for some reason, even though we don't have any debug or anything turned on whatsoever. So I don't know. Spoke at length with the devs about it. It just seems weird. So we're kind of simulating all races, but apart from that, the save's going really quite well. We would like Relax Van Gogh to win a domestic grade 3 to join the brethren. She needs to catch up. And we're waiting for how long? In 1 week. Ooh, there have been other people there. Hero Respectful, Glissandra Ceramics, and Velvet Mosaic are all in for this one. Okay. Do we know where this is? Not really yet. Okay. Absolutely fine. If we win, it's 3.2 million. That would be big. And we got a chance of winning. We probably won't. But we have a chance. Big one. Big one. But I'm doing okay, Bob. I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking. Like I said, I'm a little confused over the game breaking the way it has. Fully reinstalled the game, verified the Steam cache, loaded up past saves. Like, no matter what, my races are just bugged out. And yeah, it comes to something when, like, the dev is like, well, that shouldn't be happening. And me just, like, creating a brand new game and loading other games and testing everything, and they're like, nothing you're doing should cause any issues. But for some reason it is. Makes me feel like I'm doing something kind of dumb for no reason. I mean, that being said, we're probably going to take the reins anyway with Snapple Orion, just in case we have a crash again. We have had one. I am going to save. We haven't saved in a couple of hours, actually. Been live for 4 hours. So, yeah, I think it was, yeah, like 2 hours ago that we were bug testing the races. So, there you go. That is saved. Or it is saving. So I'll go into the race and everything will be crazy. Binge watching your content for 2 weeks now. I hate you for it. You got me hooked on HRM. So I'm sorry, Bob. I apologize. I apologize profusely. Yeah, no, Stars Orders is something I've been hooked on for a long time now. The Start It mod's what really hooked me on that. And then I wasn't expecting to like this game as much as I do. Like that first demo, the first thing I had on the channel for it, which was just, you did 10 races. You selected like 2 horses and just everything's good. But like, yeah, it's come a long way since then. I've fallen in love with this. Just be thankful I'm not playing FM26 or something like that might get you hooked. Although I'm not sure I can get anyone hooked on FM26. I couldn't get myself hooked on it. Oh my god. Do I have a Starters Order 7 playlist where you start from scratch without insane starter capital? Good question. Maybe one? Maybe one of like the 2018, 2019 playthroughs? It probably wouldn't have lasted more than like 3 seasons. I think the difficulty curve with Starters Orders is definitely tied into your starter money. If you don't have money, it's such a grind. Unless you're seeding it with good horses, or you're betting and getting a ton of money up front, the grind early on in that game is ridiculous. And I've never loved grind, especially when it feels like it's just for the sake of it. Or when it's too much a push towards realism and not enough about making the game fun to play. Which is why I think Football Manager's kind of fallen off a cliff, because they're so heavily invested in realism that they can't get that right, but they are sacrificing a lot of what makes a good game and gameplay loop for the sake of realism. It's a very difficult balance. It's a very, very difficult balance. But yeah, there might be one playthrough, but that grind kills me. And there is a playlist out there for Starters Order 6 by an Australian woman called Sibel Hanna, which Sibel Hanna, that's how you'd type the name. If you search for her on YouTube, she does a really kind of fun playthrough, starting with no money from scratch. I've watched that 2 or 3 times. Sadly, she didn't do much more after that one. It is a real struggle. It doesn't really go very far, because once you get in debt, if you're not betting and cheating and importing and anything else, once you get in debt, you can never get out of it, really. So that, yeah, it's a little difficult to play that way. Now look, graphics in the foreground that shouldn't be there. Let's get off to a good start. Come on, Snapple. Let's go, Snapple. Let's go, Snapple. Stamina bar on you is collapsing fast. Cool. Cool. We just need to manage our stamina. But yeah, we've got no stamina or race left, or speed or overlays, and we got these background graphics in the foreground And nobody who is playing on 0.6.9 of this early access is seeing this apart from me that I can find out. So that's cool. It's slightly annoying. But at least stamina doesn't seem to be an issue here. We can just run full speed and go for this. Nobody's close to us. Again, we can't see in the top corner any like distances for them. So all I can see is I'm at 100% speed, I'm at 52% stamina. We got no idea where the finish line is. So, started with breeding with bad mares, improving season to season with quality of the mares, enough money, we can't see enough, find a good horse to win. Grade 2 or over, yeah. It's a real struggle. Like I say, if you're not starting with money or with a seeded horse, then starters orders can be a grind to begin with, unless you start with a good horse. And some people do save scum to, to get one of your starter horses being good. Or they impose a rule where you can only bet on your own horses, so you're not really like save scumming to get the betting cheat working. At which point you might as well just cheat. If you're trying to quantify it, then what's the point? In my opinion. But yeah, the jump from the grind to get a horse that actually just wins a conditions race or an allowance race, like that's so difficult. The jump from there to getting a grade 3 winner is huge. And then from 3 to 2, and especially 2 to 1, and from 1 to serial grade 1 winner is cataclysmic. And kind of takes years to do, like 5-10 years to do. And that's why I don't really play that way, because that grind it just kills me. It really does. It really does. Especially playing in the US, where I kind of play through seasons quite quickly and I focus on the Kentucky Derby. So to start with a bunch of bad horses and no money to get to the point to a Kentucky Derby candidate, not even contender, not even winner, but just a candidate, someone who I wouldn't be embarrassed to put in the race and who is going to be at least high enough rating not to get bounced out of the race. That takes like 10-15 years, and I don't want to play 10-15 years before getting to the one thing I want to do in game. I can't imagine it in a jump save because, by God, no. Just that takes too long for me to play even with my money cheats and importing horses and stuff. But yeah, people play in different ways, and that's fine. Good for them. I can't do it sometimes. Instinct pronoun da. Hold on, let me. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Croiso. Croiso, welcome in. We got Wales in the game, finally. But we got Wales in the game. We only have to complain to the devs. Tongue-in-cheek, jokingly, but fair play to them. Chwaratig. I don't really even speak Welsh very much, but, it's a point of pride, isn't it? It's a point of pride. How you doing, Instinct? Welcome in. This isn't how the race is supposed to look, by the way. It is broken. Oh my God. I don't know where the other horse went. It never came out the traps. So yeah, we don't know how far ahead we are or how much is left of the race, or there's no way to speed up or slow down the race. All the overlays are gone. The background graphics on the forefront. The devs don't even know why this is happening. It's not happening to them or to anyone else who's playing as far as they can see. This is all just crazy. Yeah, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I'm enjoying playing this game, even when we're not winning, and even with these weird floating trees. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely crazy. But yeah, no, I'm having fun with it. I thought I'd stream because to me it seemed like a stable game with enough features now that even though it's early access, it's definitely still an interesting game and one that's, you know, kind of worthy of a long playthrough. And then I jump in game and I go to my first race and it's all broken like this. And I don't know. So we've been simulating races, but this is for a grade 2, which is a step up for Quiver. And the previous race was to get our first grade 1 in this save. And I had to ride that one to make sure that we got that one too. I've got no idea where the end of the race is. We just basically got to keep going until we get there. Luckily, it's just pressing one button and keeping an eye on that stamina bar. So, oh, there's the finish. There's the finish. 152.66. I'm not going to wait for that other horse to come in. That is probably going to be like, yeah, 2 minutes. A long way back. But yeah, that's fine. So we did run them both. Snapple absolutely flew by and actually earns us money. We now have a grade 1. The dominant white Arabian stallion. The 3-year-old champion colt. The 4-year-old champion stallion. And who will be, I'm pretty sure, the 5-year-old champion stallion this year. It's a shame he didn't breed well. His falls are kind of tragic, but he runs really good. He's earning a ton of money. I bought him for 600k. Like, one of the first horses I bought, and most of them were absolutely not worth the money. He has been an absolute dream. I love that. And then Quiver Nimbus in a nice little win. So a grade 1, a grade 2, 4 domestic grade 1s, 4 domestic grade 2s, 4 domestic grade 3s. Not bad. Yeah, the black cat. I've had 2 events. I've had one for a black cat and one for another cat. And I accepted them. So I think they just appear in all the pictures now. So, yeah. So I think only when it's a big race like that to get up basically for a grade 3, grade 2, or grade 1, if we're not already at that level, I think those are the only ones I'm going to ride myself. Everything else I'll let the game do in the background because it's just way too much. It's way too much for my brain to handle. So yeah, so this is a senior race. Okay. Bolt's gonna win. Don't really want to be running senior races. Yeah, I think we finished racing at 6. We raced 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Then those should just be breeding barn horses until probably like 10 or 11. And then we either sell them or we let them go to the glue factory. Hey, Lady Kryptonite, nice to finally meet you too. Welcome, Croiso. How are you doing? Hope you're enjoying. Seen the name about a bit, but yeah, I haven't really streamed in years. I used to stream heavily on Twitch, some starters orders, but mainly Football Manager. Kind of been involved in streaming since 2013, 2012? Before Twitch was around. I'm old. So, yeah. Took a long, long break, and we kind of come back to it. Not happy how cold. Yeah, it's pretty. How cold is it here? It's not too bad here at the moment. It's like 13, or if we're talking about fake temperature, freedom units, it's what? 55. Although my wife is still in America, and sadly we're having to live apart for the moment because visa issues. But yeah, it's 74 over there, which would translate in real money to 23. Yeah, I've got 13 here, it's 23 over there. Their lowest temperatures is higher than we get here right now. You're okay. You're in Virginia. Yeah, she's in Texas. I lived in Texas for like 9 years. Then I came back to help family with health issues, and I lost my job doing that, so I couldn't sponsor her to come over. And yeah, we're closing in on 1 year of me being here on my own, which really sucks. Really sucks. And the government here is making it really difficult and even more challenging to like get a visa to bring her over. And it's like gonna be very difficult for me to go back to Texas if I wanted to go back to Texas, which I don't. Well, I'm in Wales. There we go. That's our flag. I'm in Wales in the UK. So yeah, this is where I'm from, but she was born in California. Her family live in Texas. Went over to get married. Planned on coming to the UK. Never came back to the UK because it was easier for me to get a visa over there. And that was all fine for 9 years. So, as bad as it is in America to get a visa, it's as bad or worse in the UK. So, I don't know. If anybody wins the lottery and they can throw me $100,000 or like £90,000, that would make that problem go away. If anybody's willing to give me a job that's worth £30,000 a year, then hey, that would be great too. Yeah, Brexit indeed. Like, can Wales and Scotland have a word? And like, can we separate from the UK and go to Ireland and join like a Celtic trio there? We'll pull Northern Ireland in, just the Celts against the English. Let's set that up, shall we? Let's set that up and not let all the craziness go on. I don't like getting political, but this personally affects me in a really big way. So I will say that much. Yeah, whole damn world does need a word. My God, like things just get crazier and crazier. I can't understand it, but it just keeps getting crazy. I don't love it. I don't love it. Ooh, Relax Van Gogh can get a grade. That's why I jump into games like this and why I jump back into like this year. Me coming back to the UK was a big reason why I came back to YouTube because I needed a distraction. And the reason I gave up YouTube and Twitch and everything else back in the day was because I went over to the US and I needed to like set up a life over there. But over here now, I need a big escape and YouTube's been it for me, so yeah. But if any of you win the lottery, willing to donate a little chunk of change, gladly would take it. You can even have the money back after a while. I just need it to be able to get a visa to bring my wife over. So if you are playing the lottery, just remember, Chris. Just remember. It'd be really nice. Gotta keep saying, I don't know about that. Gotta try, but... Can we get the jump? Okay, we're not bad. We're not bad. We're not great, but we're not bad. Oh my God, that stamina bar is dying. Hey you, hey you. No, stop, stop. Jetstream, get back. That's my own horse. No, Oak Force, get back. You son of a gun. That's my horse there too, isn't it? Bayview is my horse. I was hoping to get Van Gogh a little grade here. It's not going to happen. I'm going to let my stamina just go. And we should claw these positions back. The race was kind of done. It's only these three in front of us. that were in front of us. So we're going to manage our stamina. We're down one position. We're charging clear a little bit. Yeah, they're going to die right now as well. So we're just not going to get up on anyone. Can you just, like, drop off a cliff and, like, leave me alone, please? Because I'm going to have to slow down in a minute. Excuse you? Floating tree. Oh, up into second place. Yes, that horse died. Which means we would have won this race and got a domestic grade 3 if it wasn't for the pesky stablemate. We're holding that stamina, okay? So broken. It's so broken. I hope something comes to light as to why my races look like this and nobody else's do, so that I can get a little update or something. Because by God. Where's the finish line? I've got no idea how long I've got left to go. I'm down to 5% stamina. I'm pretty sure my other horse has finished. 3%. 2%. I gotta back off. No, you stay back. You stay back. No, 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 you son. Ugh. It's so hard to judge things when I don't have an idea how close the horses is or how much of the race is left to run. Oh, that was brutal. A tenth of a second. That's what that cost me at the end. Like, just. It's why I don't watch or ride the races. Yeah. So Gale Force Jetstream had already won a grade 3, domestic grade 3, Sword Serenade. So I was trying to get this one a little grade 3. Didn't have an amazing start. Didn't do too badly, but by God, that was brutal. Oh, that was brutal. Domestic grade 2, you can get a domestic grade 1. I'm not going to take the reins. I don't care that much, to be fair. Okay, let's go back to week by week. But yeah, I've tried everything to, like, fix that race engine. I don't. No, what's this? Viral arthritis. What's arthritis? Fever, nasal discharge, and swelling in the limbs. Okay, these newborn foals are kind of getting blasted with diseases. Wow. Nectar wins a little domestic grade 3. That's not new. Scorch Race on Avantgarde take the 1, 2, 3 and a little domestic grade 1. It's not a new grade there. I do like that those emails now tell you if it is an upgrade to a new grade. I really do like that. Let's see. Snapple in 2 months. Yeah, you're off there though, aren't you? I mean, that's a better race. Why aren't they in that one? I don't know. I am now. I'm going to micromanage their races a little bit. So Persephone and Nimbus, they both already have a domestic grade 3. They're going to get the 1, 2. Little bit of money. Don't mind that. Should installs a zebra-free zones. That's something I'm surprised hasn't been done yet. Someone modding in a court pattern that's a zebra. Serenade wins domestic grade 3. Yeah, like a rainbow horse or something as well. Kind of, I'm expecting those to be done at some point. Sugar Orange wins the juvenile. Luminescence, not great. Snapple. 2 weeks, okay. Let's go to there, and then that should put us just about at the right date. Definitely want to see. Yeah, we're 5 days away. Let's go to the next race. Oh, they've put Quiver in with Snapple. That's why. Maybe that's why they didn't want Snapple in there, because Quiver was already in there. Okay, well, let's take 1-2s. Let's take the 1-2. That's a bunch of money. Snapple should win. Quiver needs more help. Let's go into the broken races and win with Quiver. Okay, maybe we don't win with Quiver. Snapple's got about the same amount of stamina as this horse and is doing okay. Okay, just concentrate on third. We'll take third. We'll take the money. I think it's like $1 million plus for Quiver here. It's like 3 million or so for first place. Where are you getting this pace from? No, die. Get your stamina off a cliff. Drop and go. Go on. The moment he stands up, I'm actually going to drop back. There we go. There goes his stamina. There goes his stamina. Going to come back. Regain a bunch of stamina. There we go. He can sit down. We gained a ton of stamina. We're so far behind second place, we're not catching. And our own horse should be romping home to victory. And this should just guarantee us third. Hopefully. Hopefully. Who knows? Maybe the horse fell over. Maybe we can get second place. Maybe they took a wrong turn. But there we go. So some way behind, but comfortably in third. We take 3.9 million with Snapple Orion. 1.6 with Quiver Nimbus. I would have loved Quiver to win that, but it was never going to happen, was it? It was never going to happen. And the good thing is we probably wouldn't have won it anyway if we hadn't put Snapple in. So I don't feel bad about putting them in either. But yeah. Having, what's that, like 5.5 million on one race for taking first and third, that really helps us out. Money's been a little tight in places. It has been a little tight in places, but that's a good win. It's an absolutely good win. Snapple now with 10.5 million in prize money. Bolt Lollipop in a little senior. comes dead last. Terrible horse. Yeah, they shouldn't be racing anymore. They shouldn't be racing anymore. So that was today's race. Total Tofu doesn't have anything. And let's just go make sure the bolt is clear, so we're not running more seniors. Good, good, good. Let's go month to month then. Let's go month to month. Yeah, I hope everybody's enjoying the game that they're playing. I know a lot of people are kind of diving into Horse Racing Manager at the moment. I hope you're having like a very fun and interesting save. And also remember to export your horses, because the dev will be working on a point where we'll be able to compete against each other's horses or import each other's horses into games. So do remember to go and export your best horses and just have some fun with it. I'm going to hold off that, actually. If you don't know how to do that, if you go onto the menu here by pressing escape, horse import export, you can go in and put them all in together here. Like, I've got Drizzle Sincere and Cedar Valley Compassionate from my other save. I think I'm also going to export Snapple Orion and Quiver Nimbus. But you'll have your horses exported, and then you'll be able to do something with them. Is the game as good as Starter's Orders or Starter's Orders Lite/Touch? It's quite good. Links Mobile with PC. I've never played Starter's Orders Touch. Is it as good as Starter's Orders? Base game Starter's Orders, yes. Because I think what Starter's Orders does well, it does really, really well. And what it doesn't do well, either is such a small part of what Starter's Orders is, or it doesn't attempt to do at all. And it's a one-man show. Mark does everything on Starter's Orders himself. So it's very understandable that you only concentrate on a few things, you make those as good as you can. That's why Starter's Orders is as good as it is. This is a team of 6. Some guys from Finland. They're doing a phenomenal job. The scope of this game is much bigger than Starter's Orders 6 or 7 or Touch. Starter's Orders 8 is probably going to get a bit bigger and a bit more widespread and tackle a few new things in a different way. I still think you'll be able to do more in Horse Racing Manager than Starter's Orders 8. There's definitely more ways to play. There's definitely new and interesting sort of ideas. The fact that we're currently discussing maybe having children in the game to take over for you when your stable owner dies, or being able to like groom one of your staff members to take over from you when you die or retire. The fact that you can own multiple stables and merge them together. You can buy shares in other places. You'll be able to buy race courses, create your own races in-game. The fact that you're able to do a career mode in this where you can start as a stable hand and then move up to being a jockey, to being a trainer, and finally to being an owner of your own stables. Like Star Wars Orders 8 isn't really tackling any of that, and can't. What it does and what it will do well, it does and will do well. And it won't attempt some of these. So it really depends on what you're looking for. And graphically, Star Wars Orders will be a bit more polished than this. But this art style is also a choice and a placeholder in places. It's very difficult to judge the two because they're both horse racing management games, but they're so difficult to judge because even their jockey modes are very different. Star Wars Orders is way more involved in this, but this is also early access. That could evolve. So I don't really know. I think this is the big all-encompassing Football Manager version, yeah. Although hopefully FM24, not FM26. But yeah, no, I'm very impressed by both. What little I've seen with Star Wars Orders 8 with Mark and what I've seen through 6 and 7, for a one-man show, I am blown away. For a six-man show, I am blown away what these guys are doing with Horse Racing Manager. And I'm not just going to say that because I like the game or because they watch my content or because they gifted me the early access version of this game. They reached out to me and asked me to try it. Like, I did my review that I considered the sponsored portion. That wasn't even a condition of me having the game. I got to be clear and upfront. They just said, we'd like you to play the game. If you want to create content or make a video, you can. You don't have to. But we'd like you to try our game. And I found that was such a great way to start the relationship. Anything I mention in my videos gets fixed, which is crazy because they are, like Lady Kryptonite says, they are paying attention. They are working hard to fix these things. Everything I've brought up, even just for Slash and Chepstow, they're no Welsh. They're not English tracks. They're not Welsh. Some of the Scottish tracks, like, I believe, Ayr. Like, that's no Scotland, not England. Even the minor things that aren't part of the game, but they are part of what they're trying to do for the game. Like the real world schedule that isn't official, it's fan made. They've still got a hand in organizing that community and allowing that community to do these kind of changes. The fact that we do have so many different versions of this game coming out close one after the other is amazing. You brought up a way of finding a way to help avoid multiple horses in the race. Next up that they had it, so name shows, yeah, if you have one in the race. And they're all small fixes, but they're so quick to do them. And not only that, they're not only trying to develop the new features, but there's also a lot of optimization going in and a lot of quality of life fixes going in. And stuff that they didn't have on the roadmap that they don't need to put in at all, and maybe not even know, even if they did put it in. It's all going in now because people want it and are bringing it up. It's absolutely mind-blowing. I love them to pieces. I do. Nog, the fact I have 2 horse racing games is what really matters, yeah. There's good horse racing games out there. There's probably 5 or 6. There's probably 4 or 5, unless you speak Japanese, in which case you get another option, which is really good. But if you don't speak Japanese, then good luck to you. But again, they're all kind of smaller games, or they're mobile games that are being adapted. And I think there's a challenge in that. And the way that each company and each game has to deal with that is they have to focus on one thing they do well. there's a game or two out there which just are like breeding simulators, really. And the racing is lackluster. There's no depth. There's no world. There's no progression. It's really about the breeding. Some are more stable management and caring for horses. And you wash the horses and you brush the horses, and that's your kind of gameplay loop. So, yeah, very niche. You've kind of got to focus on one or two things. Like I say, Starter's Orders is very impressive, but they do focus on one or two things. But they do those really, really well. It takes a big team or a skilled team or a dedicated team or however you want to phrase it to like fully put a game out there that has the depth that this one already has, considering that half the stuff's not even in yet. Like, that's tenfold as impressive for me. And how quick they are to continue to develop that and listen to feedback. And it goes to show how the community is responding to that when their Discord is going crazy. I think like they're over 700 members of their Discord already, and they're already organizing themselves and doing the mods for the game, which can't actually take place in the game yet. People are making this stuff ready for when the game opens up the real life schedules, and when it opens up the silk editing and the logo for your stables. None of it's in game. It's all coming. The community's already working on that stuff. Not the makers of the game, the community. That's the response that a good developer gets. That's what I absolutely adore. That's what I absolutely adore. I'm watching, and again, I'm going to bash Football Manager because I've spent thousands of dollars and pounds on that game, buying them for myself, buying them for other people, and supporting that company, and getting thousands of hours of enjoyment every year from them. But they seem to have gone away from their community. They don't care what the community feels. They're chasing after the console market, and that's it, and they have been for years. They don't want to make a good game, and they don't want to really make a game for PC users that already play their games. They want new customers on console, and they want to become EA Sports, where you put out the same game with a flashy new menu, you simplify it, and you don't add anything new to your game, but you make a ton of money. And I get it. It's all about money. I get it. Don't like it. I don't think it's fair to the people who've been playing your game. That's not how you build a community. But it's just not what's important to them anymore. And it's sad. And I think that's, again, what really pushes me towards dev teams and publishers and these indie creators, because, yeah, they not only care about their game, they care about the community. And so I'm fully on board when that stuff happens. Fully on board. Grade check. 3 domestic grade 3s, 4 domestic grade 2s, 3 domestic grade 1s, a grade 2 and a grade 1. Relax Van Gogh is a 3-year-old without a grade. The 2-year-olds haven't got grades, everybody else has. And also, retired from racing and just in the breeding ban, 2 domestic grade 1s. Actually, they should be bred right now. Bolt and Persephone. 100% going to be a bay horse, which makes sense. They're both bays. Clicky click. Doodle Tufo, Persephone von Beethoven. Solstice Lola. Nobody else gets bread right now. But they'll get bread right now. No matter what, though, it's a risk. Got a game called Misery. Super fun little game with a big company with a game called Stalkers now suing them because the games are too similar. I hate that. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. Like, yes, there might be inspiration. They might have even borrowed assets. They might have even done this or that. I don't know this specific case, but like in general, it happens. It happens. But also, like, how old is Stalker? Isn't Stalker like, hasn't it been out for a few years? Like Stalker was 2007. Yeah, 2007. It's 18 years old. You got Stalker 2, and you got to kind of keep hold of it. Yeah, they got to pull from Steam. I know that's a danger. And then you had, who was it? I think Nintendo. A couple of months ago, I heard Nintendo were trying to trademark certain things in games, like movements, like double jumps, or some. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's something along that line, which would kill game development because other companies won't be able to use those game mechanics. Like I don't kind of get what they're doing, except that it's all about money, and that's all they care about, and that's the modern world, and I get that. That's capitalism. America won. They wanted capitalism. They spread it to the world. They won. But I think we've gone through the sort of helpful side of that to the other side now, which seems to be very much hurting creativity and everything. It's really annoying. Pokemon Maker's going to have to throw Pokeballs. I mean, Palworld. See, this is the other side of the conversation. Palworld, that's a bit of a piss stick. That's a bit too far. But then again, the design of Pokemon, like the individual Pokemon, aren't original either. It's all derivative and nothing's original. Everything's been done before. People just need to like chill and take a break, and yeah. I know they do it with mods too. Like big games get mods and then they get shut down, or they get fan projects for old games, or they get conversions within other game engines, and the IP holder will shut them down, and it's all crazy. Like, games like Ark, yeah. I mean, it does all come from somewhere, and you will be able to trace it back. And a lot of times, yeah, okay, maybe you do have those mechanics and those ideas, and you should be able to trademark some stuff, sure. And you should be able to license out those mechanics and whatever for use, but it's a bit much. It's a bit much. And especially, like I say, the indie devs, the small teams, the one-man shows, it just, it's really annoying. It's really annoying when it happens. And I hate it. Like Horse Racing Manager, could they be taken down? And under the same thing for like using a lot of the same mechanics as other horse racing games that are out there? Or something like a Football Manager. You know, a lot of games get called the Football Manager of whatever sport or whatever field. There is a world where that could be a thing. And it's very dangerous. It is a shit show. It's just, it's terrible. It's terrible. And then you get all the big companies that copy smaller games. And my thought on that is like Papers, Please. Papers, Please basically has been copied and extrapolated to many different genres. But we get a lot of games. A lot of games I love too. But that core mechanic and gameplay loop that it put in place, and how many games have been roguelites built off Rogue and Moria and Angband and all those from way back when. There's no protection in that direction. So, yeah, it's dangerous. So I'm always gonna back those devs that do what they do well. And I'm always gonna back big companies if they support their community as much as the community supports them. Usually that's modding. That's kind of my barometer. If a game from the start has modding capabilities and they make it really easy for you to mod the game, I'm in. That's the first easy way. But like, yeah. If they try and shut down fan mods or fan films like 40K, there's a couple of really, really good to great fan films between like 20 minutes and an hour, an hour and a half, 2 hours long that got shut down, cease and desist by whoever's in charge of Warhammer now. Is it still Games Workshop? Maybe. Who knows? Fallout stuff throughout the years was shut down. And you got to protect your brand and everything, but by God, there was just some phenomenal content out there. And it was all free. It wasn't being charged for, and it all got shut down. Ah, kills me. Kills me. Doesn't look like we won much, by the way. What I will say is, we were right. The 5-year-old champion stallion was Snapple Orion. We were $500,000 in prize money away from being the horse of the year. Glissandro Ceramics, who we beat in a couple of races this year, they just ran more often than us. They take the horse of the year. But that's not bad. And then we got a 2-year-old Sherbet Orange, who's a little 3-star. Probably not much. But okay. Sure. It's another dominant white horse. She wins 2-year-old of the year. Yeah, I could bash on games companies forever. The only thing I can do is then to do the flip side and praise good companies. I think that's the only fair thing to do in that way. So that's why I'm so effusive with praise for Sheep Meadow Road Games. Why I worked for years to kind of spread the word of Out of the Park games, because Out of the Park Developments put some fantastic games out and actually integrated well with the community. Over time, I'm not sure that's continued as much as in the past. I know definitely not with me. They definitely stopped reaching out to me, but then again, I did disappear from YouTube for a decade. So maybe that is more of a me issue. I've got to be fair. Got to be honest. We got to be fair about things. So, yeah, it definitely kind of helps. Okay, so I should have 2 left. The Great Phase. I'm not having that as a name. So is this the last one? May be. Yes. Okay. Try and make faults. Errors. Didn't like Stars Order 7 until you showed me the started. Yeah, I liked Starters Order 6 and 7. I just feel they were developed more for a UK audience. And I think the worry over being sued and etc. led to the American racetracks being in the wrong places on the maps, and fake names for jockeys and fake names for stables and stable owners. And some racetracks like Belmont being renamed as Brooklyn or something like that, I think it was, and the Belmont Stakes was the Brooklyn Stakes. I understand the reasoning behind it, but because I love the Kentucky Derby so much, and therefore the Triple Crown, and that to me is the point of playing these games to a certain degree, or at least my entry point into them, I was never going to enjoy it as much as I could because they weren't there. But once you had the starters mods in, once you had Start It mod, and you let MJ just design all those courses and build you a schedule and just send you in and fix all that data, and now suddenly I can run the proper Triple Crown, and they are in the right positions on the map, and we've got realistic jockey names and stable names and trainer names and owner names, and the race courses are off it. Like, everything's done. To me, it becomes a much more fun game. Yeah, we're not going to look on that screen. Too many horses. Give me a second. Let me pin all these for races. There we go. There's non-races. Looks like a mixed bag. Not great. 3.5 and a 3.5. That could be okay. That could be okay. 3.5, 3.5, 3.5. Not bad. Apple and nectar. Cool. Can't keep that many horses. Limit yourself or go crazy. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to age horses up. So, for example, these 4 are no longer going to race. Because they're 7. And we stop racing at 6 in this barn. In fact, usually we stop at 5. So I'm actually going to stop at 5. Which in reality is 4. So now we've got 17 horses running. The 2-year-olds very lightly race. They don't really matter. These are all going to go for grade 3, grade 2, grade 1 eventually, hopefully. And these just get a push for the domestic. So I can kind of segment it into 3 blocks of horses. So I'm okay. These breed. These do nothing. And most of these, after we scout them, are going to be useless and just will be sold for a lot of money. That's kind of how I deal with that many horses. That's how I'm going to deal with that many horses. Let me save at the start of a new season. Let's get that in. Instinct, let's check in here. See, horse genetics are fun to play with. They added a hidden breeding score so a poor horse can create a show in it. Yes. I love that. In this very realistic, it's very fun. And imagine that you're just breeding to get some money. Because things are poor. You've got a poor stud and a poor filly. They're not great, but end of the first year, you're really struggling. You breed them, and the next year, you get this wonder colt. Like, where'd he come from? What's going on? That is a magic save-making moment. I love that. I also love, I say love, love's a strong word. I also appreciate that Snapple has got 14.5 million in career earnings. He's got a grade 1. win, or many Grade 1 wins. He is absolutely phenomenal. A 3-year-old champion, 4-year-old champion, a 5-year-old champion, close to being Horse of the Year. He's 6. He looks amazing. He's not even anywhere near his potential yet, and he's still doing all this. He hasn't really foaled a good colt or filly yet. He's absolutely not as good in the barn as he is on the track. I don't mind that. I think that's kind of cool. I think that's kind of cool. Now, for me, it sucks because I'm going to get good horses that don't breed well. It's frustrating, but it is realistic, and I do like that. You're not a fan of the scouts doing people now? Yeah, I've spoken to the devs. They understand that. It's done by value, and the people have a higher value than horses in general. And so that's why their system scouts people instead of horses on Auto Scout. Now, the best thing for that is going to be that they're looking into it. And they are going to be changing the way it's done to a certain point of view. I talked to them earlier, and they also said that not just me, but other people have asked for a way to direct the scouts and doing different things like being able to scout your horses first, your staff second, then 3-year-old fillies, then 4-year-old colts, then jockeys, like directing your scouts into different ways and setting up certain ways that the game will auto scout for you. They're looking into it all. Nothing's promised, but a bunch of stuff will come. That to me is promising. And the way that they follow up on these promises and the way they resolve these issues normally quite quickly, I don't think we'll be waiting too long before stuff like that gets fixed, which is a really good thing. It's a really good thing. So I'm just going to go through and put all my scoots in. Yeah, look at Secretariat. Really didn't do a ton as a sire with the big race winners. He was an amazing broodmare sire. Yeah, I mean that's the whole question mark with breeding is why doesn't it go through some bloodlines and it does the other? And I think pretty much why Secretariat was so good was because his bloodline on both sides is known for producing horses with enlarged hearts. And I believe that when they did an autopsy on Secretariat and they looked at Big Red's heart, it was like 2.5 sizes of 2.5 times the size of a normal horse heart. And there's something with just that circulation, that blood pumping. Sham, the horse that was so close to being the horse of the year that year, and would have set records if it weren't for Secretariat, I think had like 1.8 times the size of a normal heart. And those things sometimes breed in, but with Secretariat, it wasn't really about the male bloodline. But on the mare's side, it carried through strong. And then you look at Secretariat's young colts and whatever, they didn't do a lot. And the mares on racetrack didn't do a lot, but the mares in the breeding barn, not bad. It's difficult to predict these things, and I like that now they're introducing that to this game. But it's really interesting. It's like, where do certain traits come from, and should you prioritize colts or fillies? Is it both? Is there really a rhyme or reason to it? Is it down to the DNA level? Is it just down to trait level? Is it a lot more random than you would think? why do some older mares breed better foals than they did when they were 4 or 5? Why are they breeding better foals when they're like 7 and 8? Is it down to who they're breeding with? Is it just that they're getting better with age? It's fascinating. If I had money, I would be in the horse breeding business, and I'd be trying to figure this stuff out because it really appeals to me, which is why I play starters orders and horse racing manager the way I do, and I'm heavy on the breeding side of things. I just kind of need to know. Uh, kind of need to know. So yeah, I do find that kind of very intriguing, and it is that kind of question that has been on the lips of so many people for so long. I'm gonna say no to that. I'm gonna say no to that. That's a tiny bit of money. Uh, that's even less money. We're gonna say no to that. Breeding's bar for a sure thing. A bred and raise. AQHA show horses. Sometimes things work. Sometimes you can't figure out why it didn't. Yeah, yeah. And I think the other thing for me, especially when you go into the racing side, you can't tell for a while. You can kind of race as a yearling, but horses change so quickly at a young age sometimes. And then you get a 2-year-old that looks like a world beater that never does anything. You'll get others that look useless till they hit 4 or 5 and suddenly they become machines. It is very difficult to predict, even when you know what you've got right now, what they're going to be in 6 months. And, it's really intriguing for me. And sometimes you'll get this colt or filly that's just like has all the traits, has got stamina, has got speed, a really good gallop, really easy to work with, responsive to the jockey, intelligent. And for some reason, they get on track and they can't figure it out. But there's so much to it that I absolutely adore. Now, this is coming from someone as well that's never worked with horses, has never done more than pet a horse for like 5 minutes, fed like half an apple to like 2 different horses twice, and I've like rubbed the horse on the nose or on the flank like maybe 4 or 5 times in my life. Less than an hour or two spent around a horse in my life. But it fascinates me. It fascinates me. But I never grew up in the right area or around people that had horses or anywhere near the racing world. So, yeah, I think that might be part of the fascination. I don't know a lot of those questions. I don't have answers for them. I'll say yes to that one. I'll say yes to that one. We need to get a deal in place for them. But yeah, I don't think it's the potential as well. It's just that what could be and that hope. And hope kills. Hope can crush you. It's a dangerous thing to have sometimes, but I think that's it. At the moment, I was going to say at the moment a fall drops, like you start imagining the possibilities, but I guess even for me it would be before that, and it would be anticipating what different pairings could give you. This mare with this stallion, and how would that kind of work out? Like the potential and the hope from that moment is kind of crazy. You got kicked by a donkey. Nice, Nog. Nice. Nice. I think I almost got bitten by a donkey on Blackpool Beach when I was a kid. I've ridden on the back of a donkey a few times. and I fed a couple of zebras and it's not really a horse, is it? But a giraffe. Like we're moving further and further away from horses as I try and like expand on my interactions. Um, yeah, yeah. But it's always fascinated me. Football Manager is the same, where it's all about my youth intake. What's this group of kids gonna be like? All the potential in the world. What can I do? How can I mold them? How can I help them become better? How can I turn any one of these into a star? And I got goals in Football Manager like win the league you're in, win the Premier League, win the Champions League, win a World Cup. You've got those. Horse racing games for me, like if you're about steeplechasing, it's win the Grand National. Absolutely crazy. Like as unpredictable a race as I think you could design. Um, but like just imagining the chance that the horse that you're planning to have foaled from the pairing you haven't yet done might one day win a Grand National is crazy. Like I can't even imagine that. But like I love the Grand National. It's my second favorite race, only behind the Kentucky Derby. And that's the fault of a book called The Race. If you've never read The Race, it's by Eunice Walkup and Otis something. Bugger, what's the name of the race? Oscar Otis. Oscar Otis and Eunice Walkup. They did a fictional a fictional book called The Race. Yeah, Eunice Walkup and Oscar Otis. It's 1973. And it's kind of this thriller, very character driven, where you see different points of views from like different jockeys and agents and owners and everything around the Kentucky Derby. It's a fantastic story. I inherited it from my grandfather. Apparently, he never read the book, according to people that knew him. They'd never seen the book, but for some reason, he had it and it came to me. That was part of my falling in love with the Kentucky Derby, was that book. And there's just something about the Grand National. And there's something about the Kentucky Derby. There's a history, a gravitas, a vibe, a prestige. And they might not be there as much anymore. It's very much commercialized. It's very much, again, money kind of gets into it, and it's more of a show. But it's the history and the gravitas behind it still holds something for me. It does hold something for me. Relax, Van Gogh. Can you do this? Can you do this? I don't think you can. I think we're going to try, but I don't think you can. You're a flat racing driving the best, jumping can eat shit on any fence. Yeah. 100%. I mean, that's part of what is to love about those races, and the Grand National especially, because, I mean, if you're watching a hurdles race, each hurdle is the same. You're watching a normal jumps race, National Hunt or something. Sure, you get different types of jumps and whatnot, but the Grand National has like some low jumps, some high jumps, some wide jumps, some thin jumps, some water jumps. It's got jumps at weird angles and on turns of courses that normally wouldn't be there. So I think you get all the unpredictability of a jumps race anyway, with all these random factors thrown in. And it's the one race I think I would have the hardest time predicting just a favorite to win. Like, Relax Van Gogh is going to easily win this one. So I haven't seen a horse in ages. And our stamina refuses to drop below 79%. So I'm not even looking at my screen right now. I'm just letting him run. Oh, was that? Apparently that was the end. Okay. How far ahead was he? 16 seconds. Cool. Relax Van Gogh has won a domestic grade 3 at last. All my 4-year-olds now have domestic grades. Beautiful. Yeah, that's what I love about the Grand National. Do I want to watch every race that way? No. Does it break my heart sometimes when you see a horse fall and you just know that in all likelihood that horse is going to get put down? Gonna have to. Yeah. Really sucks. I don't want to watch a ton of it. But the Grand National is special. It is special. Now, a flat race, I can watch a lot more often. But I'm also fans of certain people. So my favorite jockey of all time is Frankie Dettori. I love Frankie. Love Frankie. I'm so pleased that he's done his stuff in Britain. He went to Italy for a while, went back there, did some big things, and he's done bits around Europe. And he's done America in the past, but he's come back to the UK, done really well, kind of retired, and then decided, actually, I don't want to retire. And he's gone out to America, and he's winning out there at the age like 57, 58, somewhere like that. Just like, I love that. Absolutely love that. And so I've kind of been watching his journey. Was it Race for the Crown? I think Netflix show that's like following him and some of the owners involved in American racing, with an eye on the Kentucky Derby and the Triple Crown. Like, that was such a great show for me. Yeah, it really honed in on all my interests in one. Bob Baffert, one of my favorite trainers. Problematic-esque, sure, whatever. Frankie, problematic-esque, sure, whatever. But I think people like that and personalities like that mean a lot, and I really enjoy focusing on people or certain horses or stables or something. I'll form attachments to something. And when it all kind of comes together in that way, I had the Kentucky Derby, I had Frankie Dettori, I had Bob Baffert, all in one. I really, really enjoyed that. Really enjoyed that. But yeah. I'll watch Frankie run anything any day of the week. Snapper with a big win, 3.4 million. Ball for 600. This is the dream. You buy a horse at 600k, earns you 18 million in career earnings. Just amazing. Just amazing. Currently number 4 in the world by earnings. Fiery temperament, genius intelligence, still has a whole star of potential to develop. And he's at 6 when he's going to regress. Sound be quite partial to quarter racing too. Probably sprints were your favourite. I've watched some. It's like chariot racing for me. I've watched some, usually back in the day, Channel 4, Channel 5, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. That's usually when I found that kind of stuff on. And I was basically an insomniac throughout my school and college days. So I caught a lot of that at times, which is why I became a fan of ice hockey and American football too, because they were on Channel 5 at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. So, yeah, we'll say no to that one. We'll say no to that one. So I've only watched a little bit. Quarter horse racing I like, but at the same time, it's over quite quickly. So it's a little more. It's a little tougher to get into because by the time I'm getting invested and excited in a certain race, it's already done. So I think for that, I would have to get attached to a horse or a jockey or a stable or something, and then really, not the race itself, but the anticipation before, I think is what's going to come in for that. That's going to be bigger there. Um, I think that's going to be what would pull me into it. But harness racing, I don't fully understand and looks a little strange to me. Quarter horse racing, the same, looks a little strange. Isn't what I know, and I don't understand it well enough to get super excited. But then again, even with stuff I do like, I'll watch the Grand National once every 3 or 4 years. That's what I've done. I've watched it probably twice in the last decade. And the Kentucky Derby, I haven't watched every year either. Not even my favorite race. I've watched every year, and I don't know why. Probably because there's way too much else going on. Oh, John McCririck, just phenomenal, phenomenal. But it is that you do need attachments, I think, to carry you through sometimes in some ways. And when you have that attachment to things, it does make you care a lot more. I love ice hockey. It's probably my favorite sport in the world. If I wasn't a fan of a team, I'd probably like watching ice hockey, but I probably wouldn't be invested. But I love the Colorado Avalanche. I had friends who were in and around Colorado when the team moved from Quebec, and at the start of that year, I started supporting Colorado. They went on and they won the whole thing in their first year in Colorado. Hooked. Hooked. They were quite a good team for a few years. Didn't hurt. They sucked for 15 years. Didn't destroy my love for either them or the sport. Once I'm in, I think I'm in. And they led to Denver Broncos that won in 2015 and then have sucked until pretty much last year. So we had a decade of horrific play from the Broncos, and I really love the Broncos, and I hope they're gonna continue to do well. But if they don't, it's not gonna hurt my love for American football or for them. The Denver Nuggets, I tend to stay loyal to. Colorado kind of hooked me early, and so every other sports team, all the American sports became Denver, Colorado, because gotta be loyal. Gotta be loyal. But it is those attachments. Like I say, there's certain owners, there's certain trainers, there's certain jockeys, there's certain bloodlines. Like if you can trace your bloodline back to Man of War, Desert Orchid, Secretariat, and any one of these like legendary names, you probably got my interest. You probably got my interest. But yeah, it's all about more than just the race for me. Auckland, ooh. I mean, if you're gonna stick with Auckland, I'd salute you for that, Sabi. But like, what do you have left? And I mean, unless you gotta go with Vegas now, right? They're taking the baseball team. They're taking the football team. They, that's rough, man. That's the one bit about American sports I don't love. Is teams leaving. It's Yeah, and it happens a lot. It doesn't happen in the UK or in Europe very much. And when it does, people are pissed at it. And that's what I know and that's what I understand. I couldn't imagine if the Broncos relocated somewhere or the Avalanche, it would it would kill me. I think I can't even imagine what that's like. And especially if you're from Auckland. Not just a fan of Auckland or a fan of Colorado from afar like I've been, but if you're from there and your family supported and it's ingrained into the nature of the area and the culture and then they move. It's rough. But like I say, the fact that like, you know, multiple teams have moved from Auckland to Vegas, it also feels a little targeted. It's very rough, man. Very, very rough. I can't imagine. I just cannot imagine it. It's alien to me. Alien to me. 1 second. Be right back. I got a phone call quickly. I'll only be a minute. I am back. Apologies. Family issues to deal with. Oh, but I appreciate the patience. Can't entirely remember exactly what we're talking about, but yeah, Oakland not having any of the teams, was it? Brutal, man. Brutal. Brutal. Oh my god. Yeah, I think it's definitely nice to get attached. I think that's maybe why I don't I don't want to say I don't care about the results in this game, but why I'm not as fixated about winning races in this yet. I don't really have that many attachments to the horses, and they're not running real races. They're running Champion President's Gallop Meeting 7. I don't know what that is. I can't get attached to that. I'm sure when they build the proper schedule, that it'll be a little easier to get attached to some of those. And then we can plan for certain times of the year to hit certain races and meetings. And then on top of that, the realistic world mod, which is being done by the community on the official Discord, I really can tackle the Kentucky Derby and the Triple Crown and really focus or narrow my focus in. I think that's going to be a lot easier for me to get attached to, and then yeah, I'm probably going to care a little bit more. I'm going to want it a little bit more. I'm going to try a little bit harder. So I think that's part of the attachments with it. Relax Van Gogh couldn't win a grade 3 to save his life. He was so she was so bad. She wins one 3 months ago and then just picks up a domestic grade 2 right after. Just straight away. Nimbus goes grade 1. You're a grade 2. Dionysus goes to a grade 3. Adam Hansen is tired of the racing industry rat race once leave. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Or for a raise. We'll see. I know there's another person that was trying to get out, wasn't it? Bethany? I guess she's gone. So we've got 4 stable hands. I got 5 jockeys. Did I have 5 jockeys? Maybe I did. 5 trainers and a head trainer. I got 6 I got 6 trainers plus myself. That's 35 horses we can deal with. There are 43 horses right now, but we never got rid of horses, did we? Breeders' Cup, Emerald, yes, 100%. Melbourne Cup, 100%. What's the other one in Australia? The Everest. You're a fan of sprinters, the Everest, oh boy. Looking further afield as well, the Pegasus World Cup, the Saudi Cup, and the Dubai World Cup. Massive races we could target. The Triple Crowns from around the world, the Cheltenham Gold Cup, the Grand National. Yeah. I don't know about harness racing. Are they big? I'm sure they've got to be big meetings and big races for harness racing too, right? They've got to be. I don't know what the differences could be, because all tracks would have to be very similar in terms of the ground and everything, because the buggies are all the same. So they'd have to kind of be accommodating for a buggy. you couldn't have one that's softer ground or harder ground, really, like as much difference you would just have on flat or jumps, I would guess. It's going to be a little bit more, I think, standardized maybe. Cox's plate, okay. Not heard of that. Or maybe I have heard of that, but trying to think. It's not one that I would go in and race for. Normally. Was that Moonee Valley? Got a 6 million Aussie dollar prize fund. That's good. 2,000 meters on turf. 3 and up. Phar Lap won it in 30:31. What a horse Phar Lap was as well. Oh my god. I don't know whether it's nostalgia. It can't be nostalgia. I wasn't there for it. But like, there's just something about older horses. It's very much easier to romanticize and get lost in. Like Black Caviar and Phar Lap. They're far more interesting to me than a lot of modern day horses. Could put in races from more obscure countries. They can, and they kind of have. I'm not gonna lie, they kind of have. If I can find where this is. Oh, we go. I should probably add Norwegian tracks on races at some point. Reinforce the word. See, this is the official Discord. So this is what's been added: 347 racetracks, race courses, 538 tracks, 2,611 races. This is all stuff that they've put in as a community. So the race courses got Jamaica, a bunch of the Americans, Sweden, Japan, England, Finland, UAE, France. Couple of the Welsh courses, of course, Force Last, let's get in. English no longer. Ireland, Germany, Canada, Australia, Denmark, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Poland, Hungary, Austria's even got one race course in at the moment and a few Italian. All community led. And then the races at certain race courses, the horse, not the horses, sorry, the race name and all the permutations for that race. All player led. All unofficial. But they add more. So even if they're not in the default game, this is being worked on to the point where, yeah, it's just going to be absolutely amazing. So there's Moonee Valley. So got the Carleon Stakes there. They've got a bunch of other stuff there. Do they have? There we go. WS Cox Plate. So it's just over 2,000. It's on the outer oval track. It's not for harnesses for 3-year-olds and above. It's a grade 1 for thoroughbreds. It's open to any gender. Max field of 14. There's no restrictions on gender or natives. It's not part of qualifiers or anything like that. Entry fee is 38,500. Total prize purse of 5 million, 3 for the winner, and so on. It's held in October on a Saturday, around the 26th, maybe. That's what that means. Redstone added it, and 6th to 8th gets money as well. I love the fact that the community's doing this, and I love the fact that the developer is allowing them to. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, that's why you take care of your community, because they will pay you back. 100%. They will pay you back. Moon Galaxy, Country Gumball, Salem Playful, not really gonna cut it for us. I'm also gonna say 3-star Colts. Not gonna cut it for us either. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Community help them make colors for horse models. So yeah, they're working on coat patterns. They're working on halters and nosebands and leggings and silks and saddles. They're working on background art. Like it's community effort. It's amazing. So they have like the Tokyo Derby stuff. Ooh. I can type. So they got the Tokyo Yushin, the Japanese Derby. Is that the one? That's a problem. That I'm used to these having different names because of what it is, but they do have a bunch of these in. Qualifies for the Tokyo Derby. Oops. They got the Tokyo Derby at Ohi as well. They got a bunch. I mean, you want to get involved in that? You 100% can. You just go to the Horse Racing Manager Discord, which is right here. You can literally click on this. It will take you there. Unbelievable. They just make it really easy for you. But you can go in. You can add channels after you've joined if they don't show up. You can go to, where is it? Oh, yeah, game data, real world data. And it's in there, as well as the horse templates and the fan horse coats and the coat color, like the valuation model. Like this is just people that are working on this stuff. Not people who make the game, but people who are in the community. Like if something's missing, you can add it. You can join the product. Yeah. I can't say enough for it. But it's also so much easier to add because you add all the data onto a Google sheet. You export that and convert it over into a JSON file. And when you're creating the game, you just basically tell it to pick from this schedule file. And it'll add all the stuff in there. It's not fully integrated. Like I say, we got race courses. So we do have the race courses in there. But we don't have the races in there. And then once the actual races are put in, I'm guessing the next thing to be done would be to make it kind of look like that racetrack rather than have the random backgrounds. Yeah, you can go into it through it when you load up the game. Just in this menu, if you click on the Discord thing, it'll take you to Discord with an invite. I've already joined, so mine's there. But it's literally just press escape in game and just click anywhere on this like Discord icon and logo here. It'll take you there. Just like Steam, you can click here and it'll take you to the Steam page for it. Like, they make it really easy. You can download the demo, which is limited. It's pretty damn cheap for what the game is right now and what it can be as well, in my opinion. So, yeah. Like I say, that'll take you to the Discord, and you can join in as much as you want over there, and it's a great community. But more is to come. More is to come. How you doing, Lego Bob? Welcome. Hope you're doing good. What are you up to today? Are you playing Horse Racing Manager? If you are, I hope you're enjoying it. I hope you found some, like, studs. And again, I'm just going to tell people, remember to export some of your better horses, because there will be community versus community races with your horses. That is something the game devs are actively looking at. They want to introduce. You're not playing? Not too bad. Not too bad. Is it something that you're interested in, or? Stars Order 7 flat racing. Will I ever do a flat racing? Yes. I think my problem is, will I ever do just UK flat racing? Maybe. But I don't know how much I would enjoy it, because I'll never get to race the Kentucky Derby. Now, would I include some races like the Dubai World Cup, the Saudi Cup, the a couple of the Aussie races like the Gold Cup and the Everest and so on and so forth? Could I do that? Yes, 100% I could do that. But then it kind of becomes like my US flat save, which just has all the world races on anyway. So I think what's been stopping me to a certain point is how different would it be from what I'm already playing. That's the big thing. That's why I was happy to do the jump save, because it also opens up other races that I really want to win, which is basically the Grand National. But I'm so used to running a 2, competing for my favorite race early on in your 3-year-old season, doing the World Cup races as a 4-year-old, and then we're done. We're on to the next horse. It's so quick, it's so easy, the turnover's good, you have a good year, you like condense success down into one place. You have a disappointing year, doesn't matter, you're on to the next one, it's all fine. In jumps and steeplechase, you don't get a contender till like 7 or 8. I can't wait that long. So yeah, I do end up missing the chance then to like compete for a big race like the Grand National that I really, really want to. So it's kind of a balance, like what do we want to do? And how do we want to do it? But yeah. It's like, what do I concentrate on for the UK flat, I think? That's kind of my question. And I've got this good American schedule. Do I just import that over and just play that in the UK with just UK-based horses? Like, there's not much difference in that. All the top UK flat races are in my American schedule. So, yeah, it's kind of a weird one. I don't know. When do I think Starters Orders 8 comes out? The last I heard from Mark, and this is a decent while ago, it was supposed to come out first quarter of 2026, and then it got pushed back a little. And to be honest with you, I'm going to show you the best place to actually get the latest information, which is weirdly Facebook in today's day and age. So yeah, you can kind of see some updates of Starters Orders 8. Jockey HUD has been working on course 107 done out of 135. That was in June. So there's not really been much of an update since then. I think slightly after that, we got an update that it was probably, I would say May to June. I'd probably say second quarter. Jockey mode should be in Starters Orders 8 as well, Emerald. When you're playing Starters Order 7, whenever you win a race, you keep losing money. How do you fix that? I'm not really sure why you'd lose money if you win a race. I haven't come across that. Your outgoing shouldn't be that high in terms of stable fees, etc. Your ongoing costs, it shouldn't really cost you that much. So if you're winning races, as long as they're not like class 7, class 6 races, then yeah, I think you should be making money. I will say that if you don't have good horses and you're not winning decent races, then the grind with money becomes overwhelming at times on Starters Orders. If you've taken out a lot of loans, maybe that would be why you're repaying a lot back, maybe. But that's just generally losing money. As far as losing money when you win a race and because you win a race, I've got no idea why you would do that. I've never had that issue. But also, I do kind of cheat to get round money in Starters Orders. So, definitely not the best person to kind of go to for that problem, because I don't have that same experience in it. Yeah, there's nothing I could think of that would be a realistic explanation, to be honest with you. Unless the prize money is minus or something. So I think in Starters Orders, unless I'm mistaken, you lose money every week or every month. I can't remember. You lose a little bit every week or every month for your ongoing costs. You can check the finance tabs, but I've never had any issue with losing money from winning a race. If you've modded the game, that might be part of the reason why races having negative prize money somehow. A bug in the game somehow. There's just very little I can think of that would be able to help, I'm sorry. I say nothing comes to mind. Sure, we can do more than that. I mean, that's better. Take the third off it, why not? But yeah, like I say, I'm kind of excited to see what Starters Orders 8 has, because I know two things. It's going to do what Starters Order 7 did well, and I'm on board for that. It's going to simplify breeding a little bit, which I'm on board for, because I enjoy messing about with that. And it's going to do a few things quite well. That it's kind of done well, but not really. It's also going to look a little better and be a little tighter in the race engine. I know, because that's what Mark's talked about for all those things. I also know that MJ is going to go ahead and recreate Starters Orders 8 version of Start It mod. And I'm all in. I'm all in. So yeah, like that's going to be really, really cool and really fun to play as well. I think when that comes out, I'll be kind of splitting time between this and that. But I'm also going to probably be playing them for way different reasons. So where do you go to find those races on Discord? Well, so if you load up the Discord, and if you don't have the channel, go to channels and roles, browse channels, and then there'll be a section called game data, or you can search for real world data. And you would need to either follow the category or follow the channel. That will have it showing up in the real world data. Oh yes, look at this. We're gonna add a little Welsh reaction flag to Zedashek. Chepstow's beautiful race course. Look at that, beautiful. And then if you look at the pin messages and scroll down to John's message, you'll find a link to the Google Sheet. And then when you're creating the game, it'll tell you. But you load this sheet, you save it as an Excel file, and then you convert it into a JSON file, and you tick the option to begin your game with it, which is, I'll run you through very quickly. Since we're not spending a lot of time actually quote-unquote playing the game because I can't be the jockey in the races, which is half the fun at the moment for me. So I don't mind taking a little detour to start a new save just to show you where it all goes. I like this little icon. I wish it was a little faster. There it goes. Okay, main menu. So we'd create a new game. You set up everything. Also, if you don't see this box container, you're probably in a good place. If you see it, you might have the same issue as me. Apparently, that's not supposed to be there. Yikes. But yeah, we just set up everything. And then in this, in the world screen, gameplay, right at the top, you've got use custom schedule. And it'll show you kind of what you want to do. So you can download the pre-made, which I think might be out of date. Instead, you can go to the community Google Sheet, download the XLSX file, and then you can click there. That'll take you to a website to convert it into a JSON. Rename the file schedule.json, and it's in your app data, roaming, Godot, user data, HRM data folder. So that, and you'll just have this little JSON that'll all be all the data, and it'll just pull all the stuff it needs to from that. Oops. Once you have it in place, you just click this. I would always select all the breeds. I like all the breeds. Take off staff poaching is the way I play. Start on 50 million because you might as well, and then you click start game and it'll set it up for you. So hope that's a good little look at that, a quick little minute or two. But yeah, a lot of the instructions are in game. Just follow them. It'll take you to the right place. And once you have access, you might have to request access to edit the Google Sheet. I don't think so, though. I think it's open to the community to edit right now. So if there are racetracks you want to add, and there are races you want to add to certain racetracks, put them in. It's a big community effort to get that done right now. So I hope that helps, Emerald. I hope that helps. 2 grade 3s. 2 grade 3 4-year-olds. Look at that. That's awesome. A grade 1, 3 domestic grade 2s. We got 3 domestic grade 3s. For ungraded 3-year-olds. Interesting. Very much interesting. I should breed those horses. Yes, I should. See, that's the problem. I don't know if the breeding's done or not sometimes on those. I do find this screen a little more easier to navigate and to know exactly what I'm doing. But at the same time, you do sometimes just get this little error thing going. Which means I gotta go out. We've got a 7-year-old that is breeding. And so 4 and younger are unpinned. I just got to remember to pin those at the end of the season and breed from them. Now at least I can use this and not really worry much. Although no, I am breeding with the wrong horse because we've only got 1 horse breeding. God damn it. Unpin. He's retired. Breed from Persephone. Also, I forgot to set these up as breeders to hire out too. Stan Stallion auto update fee. Lovely. Persephone. Stan Stallion auto update fee. Okay, let's go back to breeding. Are they done? Are they not done? I don't know. It's not telling me success or failure. It's not changing the portraits. Chestnut frame, okay. Bay Appaloosa. 100% bay. That's a shame. I mean, is it done? Is it not done? I'm clicking multiple times here. I don't know. Are you pregnante? I think so. Okay. Yeah, the breeding thing isn't fully good. 1 foal per mare, have like twins. Only 1 foal per mare, I'm afraid. You used to be able to breed your mares to game-bred sires. I'm not sure if you still can. I think you can. But for a while it was broken that you couldn't. And then you could also, at one point, breed your sire to game-bred fillies and mares. And it looks like maybe you can again. You couldn't for a while, but you can again. So, yeah, that's something you couldn't do in stuff like starters orders. That career earnings is through the roof. So if I breed my stallion with this mare, I would get the foal rather than it just default to the mare. My question becomes, why is there an inbreeding level between these two? Redwood Forest, sculpted evergreen forest. I guess who I'm breeding with? Also one of their offspring? Sculpture evergreen forest. Okay. Well, that sucks, but at least it makes sense. So yeah, no inbreeding detected then. Chromium and Persephone. A bay dun or a bay. We pay 27k. It's only a 30% chance of being done. I never know when it's done. I never know when it's done. That's why we don't do the breeding very much. It just, I don't know. I don't know. Serenade Bayview, grade 3. You're going to pay me 500 quid a month. I mean, you want to pay me that in real life, I'll take that right now. Yeah, sure. 101 a month. 3.6k a month. That's better. That's better. See, I definitely think there's aspects of the game to tighten up for sure, but it is early access. I have confidence that that will be done. Ceramics in second. Snap, we just got 720k for Snapple breeding with another horse, Maddie Emperor. Okay, what's your offspring like? Not bad. Oh, I never undid my scouting, did I? Like 65% scouted, 4-star, a quarter tiki chestnut. Super kinda cheap. A 3-year-old filly. Domestic grade 3 winner. Not bad. Maybe that's a touch low there. That's just a touch low. That's fine. Sphinx Rani. I do like doing this, by the way. You go in and see offspring if you can. And then you can just go ahead and try and buy some of them. Pointillism Piney Woods. Just 3-star offspring. That's fine. We are making decent money now that we've turned that on, though. Skip to my race. What's this for? Domestic grade 3 Coco. I should Coco. Didn't look at the race distance or anything. Didn't look. We kind of break from the gate okay. We look to have more stamina than the people chasing us down. We look okay. Coco Snowflake. I also quite like the fact that they've got the announcer on it. Just got to be careful. Keep an eye on that stamina. Don't know where the field is, but I'm happy just to like take a break in the middle of the race like that and just get that full stamina. No, it doesn't matter how long the race is. We're clear, we're free, we're easy. Coco Snowflake is going to take this one. Yeah, when we add in the race tracks and everything, like having the backgrounds and the graphics will all be a little better, I think. That'll be the next step. You've got the race tracks in the game already. So having the races in will be nice. And then, like I say, having the graphics for them would be kind of cool too. So way out ahead in that one, winning our first grade on that horse. Love that for us. Towards the end of the year. Just adds another one in. Can't find it, you added the channels. Well, it should be on that left-hand side. Under game data, you should have the same channels, should have real-world data. And then up top in the pinned messages, you click on pinned messages, and then just scroll down this list, and you can see the Google Sheet. It's got the link on it. So, I mean, I can also do this. Because I'm the one sharing a link, it shouldn't get taken down by YouTube, right? Other people, it might get blocked. But I can actually do that. So why don't I just do that? But that's the list there. So you can peruse through it. You can add stuff to it. You can see what's missing and talk on the Discord and try and see if they've got anything there. Gale Force Jetstream, grade 2 winner. Beautiful. And we get ourselves another little 3-year-old. Pin for racing, pin for breeding. Let's go. There we go. Nice. Yeah, we got ourselves another little horse. 1.9 million. Yeah. I'm pretty happy with that. I think that's a good one. I think that's a good one to bring up. Okay. Let's go pins. Breeding. Pin apply to all. Pin apply to all. So we're coming towards the end of the season, so ensuring the finish line didn't move overnight. That reminds me of the early Sims with the loading messages, like recalculating splines and all the rest of it. I wish those Nigerian Prince emails would actually be like more dynamic. Because right now it's like you accept, you delete, or you report as spam. I don't know if like it does anything. If you say yes, you lose some money. That's it. I don't know if there's a chance that it could be true and you actually get a windfall. Like if it was like a 0.5% chance or something, I think that would be kind of fun. Maybe. If you click report spam, maybe there should be a chance that they don't contact you again. I don't know. Yeah, I think a little bit more dynamic stuff happening with those would be possibly be kind of cool. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah, I do think a little bit extra would be kind of nice. But I've had like 5 of those emails in this game. Like I say, apart from clicking yes and losing half my money, I don't think there's been anything else that really has been of interest. Or I was gonna say, oh boy. But yeah, we bought Anlis. That's now our horse. So the 4-star, what, 2-year-old filly? And then Wanderer Gale is a 4-star filly. That we can go and buy. Because, I mean, she is fairly well scouted. So yeah, the fact that we're putting Snapple out there to be bred from by the game breds is earning us money. But it's also scouting out people that we want to buy as well, in a weird way. I kind of love that. Kind of love that. Not gonna lie. That's a really fun thing for me. It's a really fun. But that is my main focus, I think, on this game as it is right now. It's about breeding. Juvenile. We win. We don't have another runner. That'll take us to the end of the month and the end of the year. Convincing horses they're unicorns. Nectar gets a grade 2. Okay, so at the end of this season, we ended with a grade 2, a grade 3, a domestic grade 1, 3 domestic grade 2s, and 4 domestic grade 3s. 2 3-year-olds were ungraded. It's not the best, to be fair. It's not the best at all. Okay, let's just add all the horses in for now. Nope, that's a stupid thing to do. Unpin you from breeding. Don't know why I did that. We know we want to breed with Persephone van Beethoven. It is his year. Randomize names, unlock the colts. Because that's kind of how I know when it's been done. And okay, so Nimbus shouldn't be bred with Van Beethoven. Interesting. So Nimbus Aluminium. With Dry Spell Unity, why not? We'll just randomly choose them. It's gonna cost 1.3 million. Is Nimbus pregnant? No. Was that just 1.3 million that failed? I think so. I think it was. I'm not sure I want to do that again. We failed again. Such a low chance. Okay, now we can... I'm guessing they have been bred. This is all messed up, I think. I think. So we only have one horse left. There we go. I'm pretty sure that bred that time, it just took forever to do. So we do have 19 horses pregnant, which means we're going to get 19 foals. The horses lose fertility as they age. That is a great question, Instinct. In real life, I'm not sure. In game, I'm not sure. I think it's very realistic that a lot of that's kind of obfuscated from the player. I think that they do, because they lose racing ability as they age. Basically, once they hit 6, they peak and they start coming down. But do they actually stop being good breeders? I think some might have a breeding peak. I'm not sure on the dynamics, but if I had to guess, the mechanics behind it, I think, would have a peak racing age and a peak breeding age. I just don't know what they are or how they work. So, like, I know in starters orders, I stopped breeding at like 8 or 9. And, like, that's just totally unrealistic in terms of real life. Like, yeah, 18 or 20 is a drop off in most horses, not all. I've seen breeding quarter horses. Yeah, it's very tricky to kind of say one way or another. And I don't know if I really want to know too much about this game, because I kind of want to keep a little bit of that mystery, which is why when I've been playing it, I've been asking for like staff abilities and potentials to be hidden and horse abilities to be obfuscated and having to scout things, and because I want a bit of the mystery in there. Can horses be infertile? I don't know if they're totally infertile. I don't think so. You do get geldings, but I don't think you can be totally infertile in it. I think... Well, I know for a fact that some are just poor breeders and won't produce foals as good as they were, and some will produce better foals and would be super breeders. So even if they weren't a very good horse and didn't really win much, they could still produce world beaters. So I know that much is in there, so there's a variability to fertility and quality. But yeah, I hope that always stays obfuscated for the mystery of it. Do horses still be good at 7 or 8? Yes. But they will decline. So if they were a monster at age 6, they'll be worse at 7 and worse at 8 and worse at 9. But they can still win grade 1s. They can still be better than other horses around them. And you can also cherry pick races here or there. So, yeah, to a certain degree, you 100% can have horses that are 7 and 8 and still be good and still be winning. And I'm sure when they add in the steeplechases, then that's going to be quite big as well. Because, like I say, they don't get good until they're 7 or 8. Whereas in a flat save, their racing career would be done at that point. So, yeah, there's a lot for them to work. Drop them in class to a pre-long career, 100% you could. 100% you could. 100%. And again, I think if you're actually managing, the races themselves, and you're actually the jockey, and you're doing that by hand, that can add a good 10% or more to a horse, because the jockey you've got riding them, the AI, won't get things as good as you can make them, and micromanage them to the level that you can. And so, yeah, I definitely think that you could carry on someone past their peak quite, 2 or 3 years maybe, by dropping them down in class a little and then making sure you're riding them yourself to just kind of micromanage it as much as possible. Another legendary party. Legendary party every year. Fearless Misty at Olsen and Steel Corral is the broodmare of the year. See, she's 12. Her stats are terrible, but we don't know kind of what she's breeding. We do know what she's breeding because the reason she's broodmare of the year is because she foaled Gale Force Jetstream, our 4-year-old supermare. Ignore this little spoiler. There we go. It's not there anymore. Yeah, this monster is from Fearless Misty, which is why they've won. Could have seen it there. Didn't, but could have. And Elizabeth Alto is the sire of the year. No, we don't know their horses, so that's fine. They don't look that good. So top stable, 70 million in earnings. Viscountess Garnet Incorporation, VGI, is just dominant. But yeah. How many horses? I'm sorry, how many horses? 805 horses. $1.5 billion. They got 541 workers. Yearly salary comes to a total of 137 million. Wow. Like, we got 41. We're about to go up to like 60, but we're probably going to keep like 50 at most. Yeah. That's crazy. Crazy. We've got 18 people working for us and a total payroll of 10 million. 541 for 137. 41 horses versus 805. I prefer us. Manager's vacant. Have I been fired? Have I been fired? Where am I? Come on now. That's horrendous. Their head trainer, Jordan Shelton, is their jockey. Their manager, like, they're just going to win everything. It's kind of nuts. Okay. 2-year-old top filly is Zeppelin Bijou. We picked up for 360k. Already looks decent. Could be a monster. Love that for us. 3-year-old, we're not in the mix. 4-year-old, mare, Gale Force Jetstream. Absolutely fantastic. Already sponsored. A grade 2 winner. Could sell for a bunch of money. We bought for just over 500k. So I really like the valuations because they have been working on different valuations, and I think they start lower, so accessibility. And if you've got a lot of money, you can just buy up every promising horse and just like sell the rest at a loss. And you're still paying, less than $1 million on average for the ones you do keep. That's kind of a win. You can also kind of do that in real life. But I have seen values drop. I've bought horses for $1 million that within 6 months were worth a third or a quarter of that. So I don't think it's too bad. But this one is just magic. Absolutely magic. Not too bad. The 5-year-old plus champions. We don't really have any of them, but Dry Spell Unity is the horse of the year. 7-year-old stallion with 32 million in earnings that we've just bred one horse, maybe two. I think one, but possibly two too. So, but yeah, won the 3-year-old colt, the 4-year-old colt, the 5+, and the champion, and the horse of the year. Pretty big. And he was bought a month ago from VGI to Tropic for 5.4 million. That's crazy. Yeah, his stats would be a hard pass. I mean, he is 7, but he doesn't look good. I think it's just the fact that there haven't been any good horses. And so he's been one of 2 bad horses in grade 1s where there's only been 2 runners. And so they just win grade 1s. Or they come second and third out of 2 or 3. And they just win millions. But the game's been putting them in there because it needed to generate horses to run grade 1s. I think there's something like that in there. And once they win, there might be a reputation. I don't know. But if there is, the reputation goes up, and so they win even more. Also, on the flat, speed is key, stamina is second, acceleration and strength you might as well forget. If you've got full speed, full stamina, you're probably going to win the race. Like that's just it. That's just it. But yeah, it doesn't make a ton of sense, and I know they are working on that. That is their new race engine that they are working on a lot. But I agree, he looks absolutely terrible. And in fact, if we look at standings and then the cash earnings, so you can see rating is 124 rated. 11 wins. He looked terrible. Sprout is 8. Looks average, but won a bunch. Almost 20 million in earnings. Looks terrible now as well. Glazando Ceramics was decent at one point, but was never great, and we were kind of... We should have beaten them in a number of times. We didn't, but yeah, sure, she's good. She's got speed and stamina at 6. She hasn't really... She's coming down off her peak, but she does look okay. And then Snapple, who should have been Horse of the Year, instead is probably still better, but speed and stamina have been his best. He never even peaked. He only got up to 3 stars, by the way. Still won. Enough Starlight Meadows. Again, doesn't look good. Highest 2 stats, speed and stamina. Light Nebula hasn't hit their peak yet. They're coming into the peak. They got speed. Their stamina's okay. They don't look great, but yeah, that needs to be fixed a little bit. That does need to be fixed a little bit. But I think it's all about what races you book and how you set them up. And yeah, to be honest with you, if you weren't micromanaging to that degree, you probably could yourself get a horse that's just super, super dominant. I don't know if I'd enjoy doing that too much. $19 foals. So now we have 60 horses. You gotta love it, right? You gotta love it. Okay, 3 star, 3.5. Ooh, I mean, 100%. 100% is just not scouted. But could be a monster. It's Persephone van Beethoven and Quiver Nimbus. So like we know Quiver Nimbus is a really good horse. Persephone is potentially a really good horse, just has never got there. Hasn't been trained well enough. Probably don't have good enough trainers, if I'm honest. But we are now sitting at someone that could be an absolute monster with a little bit of luck. A little bit of luck, we can make it through the night, right? Persephone and Amelia Graciousness. Not bad, yeah, okay. Nothing super special, but it's good enough. That could be a good pairing. So yeah, we've got 2 shots at special. And then a Colt and a filly. And then we got a bunch of others here. One we know what we should have. And others we need to figure out, but a bunch of 3.5s. We got a bunch of 3s as yearlings. And then we got horses that possibly won't make it. Like none of these colts stand out, and then a bunch of the horses here. So yeah, I don't know. But I will say I find that low potential with a high value kind of interesting. I expect that to be better, probably as much as a 3.5 star. That one should come down a bit. So lots of different horse breeds. Yes, so you start with the main 4. So the game defaults to thoroughbreds only. You can add in the Arabians, the quarter horses, and the Akhal-Tikis. And then, when you're breeding them, you get stuff like the Quarab, which is the quarter horse Arabians. The Anglo-Arabians, which is Arabian thoroughbred mix. The Appendix quarter cross, I don't know what the Appendix quarter cross is. It's a quarter horse with... Would that be the Anglo-Arabians? Maybe? I'm not fully sure. I'm not fully sure. Maybe it's thoroughbred. Look, yeah, thoroughbred quarter horse will give you the appendix thoroughbred. And the quarter takey is the American quarter horse with the Ackle takeys. Takey thoroughbreds. So yeah. Appendix quarter horse, thoroughbred, quarter horse, thoroughbred, quarter... Yeah, it's kind of... To someone like me that's not ever really dealt with the horse breeds much, and my actual knowledge of it is really Wikipedia, looking up stuff on my own. And like what is it, is it the three fathers of thoroughbred racing, or is it the four? You've got the Darley Arabian, and I can't remember the other two off the top of my head. The Darley stud, and there's another two, I can't remember. Yeah, like that's as far as I've looked into it. And then you get to a game like this, and you're learning. And I learned a lot in starters orders as well. When you're unfamiliar with the subject matter and you're playing a game that's like fairly deep in some ways, you learn a lot, 100%. And so, yeah, there's a lot to read up here as well. I didn't really know much about the Akaltikis, except I knew roughly what part of the world they were from. And I've learned a lot more about them since. And the court colors, and yeah. I don't have a single grey. Oh my god, I don't have a single grey. I might just have to go out and buy greys. Just so I can breathe it in. Amazing. Is it easier to pick up the basics? Yeah, I'd say so. Asambi, I think the big thing for me is, and this kind of matches up with Football Manager for me, it's these auto toggles. If you don't want to handle training, then don't. If you don't want to handle breeding, staff hiring, firing, taking out loans, buying and selling horses, finding races, building facilities, or scouting, you don't have to. They've already got them in the game. You want to customize the start so it's easier or more difficult? You can do. You want to start with a stable that already has 50 horses? You can do. Like, you want to just flat out cheat? We've got debug settings. We can act as any other stable and buy and sell their horses for cheap. We can choose different stuff. We can use the SQL editor and everything in the game while you're playing. We can turn on the console. You can see exactly what I've done. The game messed up and didn't give me enough money for a horse at auction. I went and gave myself that money. There's all this stuff, some of which I don't know what it does. Like CD, I know that from like DOS and that kind of stuff. You can do SQL queries. You can force trade. Where we find horse IDs, I don't know. But if you know it, you can do it. You can set up scenarios. You can do what you want to do. Like, they don't have a way that you need to play their game. That's what I love. The accessibility is magic. We can set everything up. And you can take it off and put it back on whenever you want. So, like for me, I know all about these horses. I know all about them. I know next to nothing about some of these horses. And so, I'm going to have to go and scout them. Now, all these are already scouted. We know all these. But now I can go and add these to my scouting list and go, and it'll all be good. Will the real world schedule be easy to use or really complicated thing to install? It'll be easy, Emerald. It'll be easy. You just, let's say, tick that box when you start in a game. You just download that schedule, and you press go, and it'll all be okay. I don't know when we'll get to that point. I don't know how long it's going to take them to set that up, but overall it should be very easy. Hey, HRM, welcome back. Welcome back. I don't know if you saw, but I didn't fix that issue. I have uninstalled and completely reinstalled the game through Steam. I have verified the Steam cache. I have done everything I could think of. I still have the same race issue, and I still have the same thing when creating a game. That thing I'm not supposed to see. Can't remember what it is. The box thing, the extra bit, whatever. I'm not explaining myself well. It's been 7 hours. But yeah. I don't know what's gone wrong, but whatever it is, nobody in chat's had it. Talked to a few people, and nobody's having the same issue as me. I feel so special. Oh boy. Won't be the first time I'd be called special, to be fair. I just don't know what I'm gonna do to get rid of it. At least it's still playable. At least it's still playable. I hate not knowing how long is left of the race and how much of a gap I've got to other horses. But I can see the horse's stamina. I can still run, and what I thought was an endless race just because I didn't know when it was going to finish, or if it was going to finish. By persevering, I see that the race is finished, so I can still run them. It's just uncomfortable to do so. But that's fine. It means I can really focus on breeding like I've been doing. Like 19 falls this year. What was that? Opal Snow. So, yeah, we've barely got enough scouts to actually scout them all. So, we'll see how that goes. Can you send the log? Yeah, I can send you the log. I'll send you the last 2 or 3 if you want, because I've loaded the game 3 or 4 times. Like, I've quit out completely and come back in 2 or 3 times. I've loaded different saves a bunch. I'm not sure how much would be in logs, but I can send the I can send those across to you. Not a problem. Who's that? Prairie. But yeah, I've broken something. I've got my hands on a debug version of something that I don't understand why. Oh, why always me? Why always me? Gotta love it. Oh, I think that's a first. I'm not one really for quotes and patterns and anything like that, but now and again, you just see something and it, like, Red Dawn is fun. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Oh, it just stands out. That is nice. I love that one. I love that one. I've got a lot of dominant whites, which, I mean, I guess dominant should be the hint, right? We've got a Bay Pinto. We've got a Bay Appaloosa. got a chestnut frame, which is nice, but it's not as nice as like a black. And I don't have any greys, which is my favorite, and I don't have any. But yeah, Appaloosa is still missing. Yeah, Red Done Super Red. I don't think I've seen it much. Nog, you fired up. You got the same problem. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know why it would be. You'd expect a lot more people to have it through Steam, right? But I don't know. A lot of reading to do about the game. Yeah. There might be Emerald. I think so. If not, they'll be coming. But I think they have them. There's a lot still to come. There's a lot still to come. But yeah, the Discord's very busy. I have a lot of catching up to do in the Discord sometimes. I spent like an hour catching up on messages because I haven't been there in like 2 weeks. I don't post a lot, but I read a lot. So, yeah, it can be a ton of information there, which is good and bad all at the same time. Beautiful. So we should have one horse left over, right? One scout left over, I mean. That one's going to be probably better because the estimated value. I kind of would believe that this is just the potential value pick. This would be the potential value. So, can I scroll? Oops. Can I scroll down? Not easily. There you go. Just need to get a part where I can pull that down. So yeah, like overwhelmingly bays, as you'd expect. Bay Appaloosa, Bay Blanket Appaloosa, Bay Dun Frame, Bay Dun Pinto, Bay Dun Sabino. Like, yeah, just mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. Tabby on it. Some might be missing. Frame splashes should work. Horse legacy families creating a legendary breeding line. Yeah, that's it's kind of what I want to do, but also the fact now that it's random, it can be kind of crazy. It can be kind of crazy. It goes a bit wrong. But there's so many. I just want to see how many of each type there are. Few spot Appaloos, only one in the game. Greys, Grulos, Overo, Palomino, Perlino, Red Dun. Here we go. So there are a few. It's fairly rare. This is ours. Ours is the most special and most money. There is a fall that's very well scouted, that has decent potential. It would cost a bit, but you know what? I might go pick him up after I sell some horses. You got the Sabino there. That's not bad, but I think I prefer the full. Frame's not bad. Yeah, no, that's one of my favorite. What's a smoky black? Ooh. There we go. Yeah. Smoky cream. Ha. Huh. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Debug settings, coat toggle. Last item in the sidebar will show the coats. Where am I going? Options, debug, coat page. God. Oh. Nice. Dankeschön. Dankeschön. Yeah, I've always been a fan of black horses. I've always been a fan of grey horses. I do kind of like mostly uniform. I've never been a huge fan of frames, although different colors on the body is okay. Sometimes on the face, I don't love. So like this Bayron isn't quite for me. But when you get into some interesting stuff, and the base of Beano, I like that. There's like exceptions to break the rule, but it's also, I think, stuff that is rare and you don't see and that stands out. I really like. Yeah, the Red Dawn are just nice. They're just really, really nice. I didn't expect to to really like them, but I do. I do. Yeah, then you got the splashes. Look at the breeding percent chances on these as well, by the way. 0.1%. Black frame's nice. And the dumb thing to me is this ain't even it yet. Like this is just where we are now. And some of these will change and be updated, but you will get like so much more that isn't even in the game yet. Wonder if color adds to horse value too. That's an interesting question. That's definitely an interesting question. 0.01%. There's something about that I like too. I don't know why. Again, it goes against everything I like, but for some reason I like it. This is why I don't like sometimes to speak about features I'd like to see added. Because I'm very conscious of feature creep and know that there's already been a couple of things I was just like, oh, this would be really cool. And I see within like a week something would be in the patch notes about it. I'm like, oh, that probably didn't need to be done. I'm adding work that doesn't need to be there. And I do kind of feel responsible for that sometimes. I know I'm probably not. It's probably been something to be on the list anyway, but yeah, I'm very kind of conscious of that at the same time. Amber Purple, that's not bad. Again, I shouldn't like it, but I do. Oh, you can just get lost in this. I see what the fascination is sometimes. I do. I really do. There's some nice ones here. And the fact the community are going to be making their own and we can throw extra variations in and suggest stuff that's missing is really cool. I like that a lot, though. I like that a lot. Look at that. Just. Can I crash the game with 100,000 samples? No, I can't. It thought about it. It thought about it, and then, yeah. In this sample size, these horses statistically don't exist. statistically they don't exist. But they're nice, man. They're nice. The Black Roan Sabina, yeah. Black Roan frame, yeah. They're nice, man. They're nice. Ah. Okay. So with a larger sample size, grey overtakes dominant white. Because I'm pretty sure when we had it down in 1,000, it was the other way around. Now it seems to be swapped around. Yeah, the red dun I like, but the Sabino, are just so fun. Might have to type them in again. Yeah, when you start getting down this end, like the Gruyere Sabino, I like. The smoky black, I really like. I really like. And then the red dun, I really like. The frame's not bad. It's a tiny highlight. That's not bad. I think that suits. The Tavero. Oh, something a little about that too. Yeah, my God. There's so much to this game. There's too much to this game. Oh, what's in stats? I've never really looked. Oh, this is all the stats. I don't know what I was expecting. I don't know what I was expecting. Prime racing age. Horse is dead. Sick horses. Injured horse. My God. The data. Oh, I shouldn't be looking. I shouldn't be looking at this really. I'm gonna overanalyze this for hours. With sunny races, rainy races, stormy, foggy, cloudy, average race temperature, wind speed, humidity, like yep. Total betting volumes. Oh my God. Okay. I like this look though. 827 horses. It's just this. I don't know what they're doing, but that's nuts. Yeah, that's not set up. There we go. Net profit. 23 horses are making a 95 million profit is crazy. And prestige and film. I'm guessing those probably aren't in there. Yeah, I mean, they've been the number one every single year. They've won all the awards every single year. And I think they must have started with more horses and just went crazy. Yeah, they got 800, they got 400, 300, 250, 140 odd. 541 staff, 137 million expenses for the year. It's mind blowing, man. It's mind blowing. No sponsorship took some time. Yeah, no, I shouldn't be looking at that. That's absolutely something I'm gonna get lost in too much, man. Hey JT, how you doing? Really like the art style. Yeah, it's growing on me. I think initially I wasn't sure, but I've always been a fan of games that have like great mechanics and great storytelling. And I think this definitely has the mechanics. And with a game like this, usually tell your own story, but the tools to get a good story that are here are good, and what should be coming in the future is phenomenal. And graphics just go out the window for me there. But there's a real nostalgic pixel vibe with this that I kind of dig. And it's like Minecraft, it's like Dwarf Fortress, it's like Papers, Please. It's not only that you look past them, but they become part of what the charm of the game is. And the more I play it, the more I kind of really dig it. And I didn't think I would. I didn't think I would. But here we are with 60 horses. Because, why not 60 horses? Oh, we don't do things by half. We are going to sell a bunch for sure. We're just going to get them scouted out first, I think. Want to add the story generation? Enjoy that most. RimWorld. Yeah, RimWorld's good for it. The other one that's really good for creating your own stories, giving you a framework, is Crusaders Kings 3. I know a lot of people are kind of torn between 2 and 3, but I think they're both kind of sandboxes that just allow you to tell your story. RimWorld is a bit more kind of interactivity between the player and the AI sometimes. CK3, I think, is a bit more hands off to it. But yeah, those are two of my favorite games, and there's reasons for that. There are reasons for that. There's reasons why I like playing Minecraft, but it's usually for a mod pack or playing with somebody else. Because I don't think it has really good story generation. Dwarf Fortress is all about story generation. But the stories you can get out of it are phenomenal too. So yeah, that's definitely kind of what I'm about. And I know other people can be as well. Measuring mana tracking. I don't know. I never get bored of these. I don't know why either. These little messages. Very Sims-esque. And yeah. Again, I think there's a bit of nostalgia to that. Did the people doing the real world data tracks have to create dirt and turf version of each track that are the dirt and turf course? Yeah, it's just making a note of it at the moment. It's just getting the data of it. So getting Google pins and counting how many tracks and deciding how long each one was, and yeah. I definitely wanted to get involved, but by the time I did, there were 3 or 4 people that had kind of taken over, and by God, did they go all in. And at that point, I just had to like take a step back and just applaud that. Just yeah, they made it their mission to get as much data as they could, and they did. Oh my God, they did. It's magical, man. It's magical. Let's have a look. Pedigree hasn't really done much. 97%, 99%. Oh, Lavender Riverbank. That was the one we were Thinking of buying. Look at that. That health risk is rather large. I don't love that. Yeah, I kind of feel like I want to buy this horse at some point. Kind of do. Modeled flat races, yeah. It's just insane the amount of work they put in, but I think as a small dev team, the community is such a great resource. And again, dialing back to RimWorld, I think one thing that Tynan did very, very well is he made the game insanely moddable. And then on some of his bigger updates, he integrated a fan-made mod into the main game. I really love that kind of dynamic between the developers and the fans. And the other one that I really liked was XCOM, when you had the Long War mod. And Long War became such a big part, they invited them for XCOM 2 to create Long War 2 and some other mods for the release of XCOM 2. And then they've spun that off into their own company and gone and made their own game I can't remember the name of. Oh, that's going to bug me. But it's quite a fun game, too. I need to kind of try and figure that out. Terra Invicta. Terra Invicta. So yeah, that kind of integration between the community and the developers, especially one-man shows or small teams, I think is just fantastic. You get so much out of it. The Britain steeplechase to do French cross-country tracks, USA Timber, yeah. I mean, there's a lot to do on the steeplechase side of things. There's a lot. That would bring in probably my third favorite race as well. I can't remember the name of it. Oh, what's the one in France? Actually, no, it might be the fourth. Because my favorite French race is the Arc de Triomphe. But what's the other one? French steeple chase. I think it's a 2 mile race. I don't know. Is it the Chase de Paris? Maybe. It could be. It could very well be. Because I've watched a couple of races, I think from like the early 2000s of that, and just it reminded me a little bit of the Grand National. I think that's why. Just that chaotic, anything can happen. Great Amber community is active. Everybody gets a better game instead of developing it in the basement. Yeah. Yeah, I got to agree. Mad cross country racing Czech. I haven't seen much of the Czech stuff or even Germany and Poland and stuff. I don't know why, but I never grew up thinking about racing in other countries. I knew Australia, France, Ireland, UK, and USA, and that was about it, really. But yeah, there's so many fun little races out there that can really be kind of interesting. I like how sidetracked I get by the breeding as well. Someone breeds with one of my horses, I immediately go out and see what their foals look like and decide, is it worth buying? Snapple, did you win? No, you got second. a second. But like I say, growing up, I never had exposure past the Grand National. And then my own love at like age 14, 15, 16, when I fell in love with the Kentucky Derby. That's it. And then everything else comes through playing games like Starters Orders and now Horse Racing Manager, where I get a ton more information about horse racing and horse breeding and kind of learning on my own. Under my own power, really, which is what I've always done. It is what I've always done. Let's go forward a few days. Relax, Van Gogh. I remember when you couldn't win a race. Now you're actually domestic grade 2 and you're looking okay. I also think we struggle early on in the season. We come alive towards the end of a season. I'm not exactly sure why. I'm not exactly sure why. I'm not gonna lie, if I wasn't saving up for that male red dun, I'd probably be going and putting a bid on the best 2 greys in the game right now. Just so I could breed them together and get some greys into my stable. I never thought I would care about the color of a horse's coat. Never thought I would. Alice wins. Quite comfortably. She gets a little grade, so nice for her. Black Beauty, yeah, I mean, yeah, my sister read that book when she was younger. I never read it, but I wonder if that's part of the reasons I like the black horses. Maybe that's just a subconscious thing from being young. I don't know. What do we got? 5 domestic grade 3s, 5 domestic grade 2s, 5 domestic grade 1s, 2 grade 3s, 2 grade 2s. Still only have the 1 grade 1 right now. Still only have the grade 1. All those should be unpinned. They're all breeding. Snapple is retired. These are all racing. Those are all breeding. And these are all waiting to be figured out. Okay. Yeah, I need to scout everybody out. I need to scout everybody out. The moment I have everybody scouted, I'll be okay. Oh, I really want this horse. Yeah, I really want this horse. It's cheap enough. Why wait? I mean, right? Why wait? Don't know exactly why I would. Snowflake Dazzle. It doesn't look bad with a bit of scouting. Might as well bring them in. We're still quite low on this one. Yeah, maybe we put bids in, maybe we don't. Hope they keep Singapore racing status orders despite Singapore track closing. They might not, but again, the beauty of modding. I know MJ with the start date mod's probably going to add those in, Emerald. And if they don't, then somebody else probably will, and we can. And I think that's kind of the beauty. We are able to do things in a slightly different way sometimes. 5.8 for 18 months. Yeah, I've always enjoyed the races at Singapore. I don't know why. They feel slightly different to me. They feel slightly different, but Sha Tin, I think it's also another one in Hong Kong that feels slightly different. I'll accept 13K a month, sure. I'll take that sponsorship. But yeah, I do hope that they keep those races. I think the more diverse countries, even if it's not realistic, I think having racing in a lot of different places does help a game. So Lavender Riverbank, we brought in. Hey Philly, how you doing, buddy? Welcome in. So welcome in. Real world races in this game will be amazing. Looking great. Yeah, I mean, look at this, Philly. Look at this. The best feature so far. The best feature so far. Look at that. We're in Wales finally. And so is Chepstow. So, I mean, this is part of the real world schedule. Only race courses implemented, a lot of data for races, and a lot more to come. But, like, already we've got the real courses in. And, of course, the racetrack that wants to be part of Wales, should want to be part of Wales. Anyway, Churchill Downs, Louisville, Kentucky. I will say the prestige is a little low, in my opinion, there. But yeah. Oh, I just like the Red Duns, apparently. Might eclipse the Greys for me as one of my favorites now. Might even be my favorite court. Oh my god. Chepstow, yes, Philly, yes, sir. Yes, sir. You weren't here for it, but we did look at the courts, Philly, that are in this game, and if I generate a ton of courts and then scroll down, you can see some of the courts and the level detail that are going in this. Like stuff like this is just why I think we're on a different level to starters orders. Like it's mind blowing. Yeah, I'm closing in about almost 8 hours. Phil, I've just I don't know. I didn't advertise it. I didn't want to. I just kind of wanted to go and do it. Look at the Toveros and the Tobianos, the Smoky Black Roans, the Sabino. Just oh, the Smoky Black Sabino is just phenomenal for me. Do you know what would be nice? And I've spoken about not talking about features to have any pressure on the devs to add them. But if this was clickable, and I could see, how do I get here? If I want a smoky black Sabino, what breeding program do I have to do? How do I kind of funnel my breeding down to end up here? That would be nice, because I've got no idea about horse genetics whatsoever. I'm guessing you start with a black horse, and then you breed it with something else, which will introduce some of the pattern. Devs for this game are very active, Phil, and we are here for it. We are here. And we're trying not to be too here for it, because feature creep is a real thing. But from time to time, we do ask these things because, by God, it would be so cool. It would be so cool. Yeah, they're just some of my absolute favorites in here. Some of my absolute favorites. But like the Sabinos, I really kind of like a Black Roan Sabino, the smoky black Sabino. Really nice stuff. Really nice stuff. Oh, and I know you might like stats as well, Phil. You could turn on debug stats for like so much stuff. It just I've never clicked them before. It's mind blowing to me, just how much we got there. How much we got there. It's nuts. Cool idea. Don't even know that would be coded, but it's interesting. Like path to codes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, there are people out there that have so much knowledge about that, and in the community of bred, like we were talking with Lady Kryptonite earlier, who's in the chat, and you know, she breeds horses or has bred horses, and so they'll definitely have insight on it. Whether that's community led or dev led, I don't know, but it would just be really nice to have a guide of how to get to certain patterns. Because by God, I didn't think I'd care. And I do. And I really do. Oh my. Oh my. Oh, how times are simpler. When all you cared about was grey or black. Now we got red duns and we got the albinos, we got the frames that look so good in some colors. Yeah. Tons of stats, Phil. Tons of stats. Way too many. I'd spend way too long on that and not enough time playing the game. But they are so fun. They are so fun. See, at the moment, I think just going week by week, getting the scouting done before turning it back onto auto scouting. There we are. Snowflake Dazzle we did bring in on the cheap, and we have fully scouted them out. So we knew they'd likely be 3.5 star when we put the bid in. We scouted them over that week. We've pretty much hit full on them, and we've got another solid potential for cheap. Relax Van Gogh has won a domestic grade 1? What? You couldn't win to save your life. Come out of nowhere. We almost got a grade 2 there as well. Unbelievable. Dangerous incident with Amelia Gracious. dangerous pattern that requires immediate action. Yara, that's my jockey. Okay, no, I've got no idea how much impact these actually have, how much has been coded in or not, but like, it's so cool to have the random events. And if they don't have much impact now, I'm sure they will over time. But yeah, my jockey, a decent jockey, not amazing, but a decent jockey, is complaining that my horse kicked them. Bruises, cuts, luckily wasn't worse. The horse is a serious danger. It's hard to argue that she's incorrect, right? It's hard to argue against. But they are right. They don't race anymore. The jockey really shouldn't be dealing with the horse much. I'll pay 20 grand. Don't know if it adjusts the temperament of the horse or not. I also think I could easily get a better jockey. Health and safety with jockey well-being. Yeah, there's just a surprising depth in places. And it's like here, my way of scouting new horses to buy is we've put our colt on the market to get some stud fees. So we're gaining 700k per cover. And I go in and I look at their horse. And I look at their offspring. And I see, is there one worth buying? It's like, this one, well, this one was worth buying. I paid 2 million for it 3 months ago. So yeah, there is that one. And then there is this one that we bought 3 months ago for 380k. And there is this one, which we haven't bought, but we could. It's a colt. I don't know. Not fussed on colts sometimes. Really want to add more stuff. I guess it's really what can create interesting stories. Yeah, I think something that surprised me back in the day was when I first picked up Out of the Park Baseball, and they have so many random news items and emails in their game, and it can affect a lot of different things. It's players coming and asking, can you invest in a local charity, and that'll improve their morale. It can also attract extra fans to the games, and there's so much to it. Some of it has a mechanical impact, some of it has just story impact, but it does make it feel more like a living, breathing world as well. And like I say, for a game like this that is so solid mechanically, and you're being so open to let people come and mod the game and add the other things and change some stuff, and giving them tools within the game as well to do that, I think that it's not going to take a lot, but some extra stuff like those random events and emails, and like I talked about earlier, the Nigerian prince emails. Right now, I don't know what they do or how much of an impact it actually has. It may be really cool if there's a tiny chance that it's genuine, and you just randomly end up getting a lot of money. I think it's very easy to overdo that kind of thing, but do we get a reward for hitting the spam, report the spam button? Does that lessen the chance that that happens again? Because we got 3 buttons. We can either ignore it or we can report it as spam. So there's got to be some kind of difference. I haven't figured out what the difference is. I have accepted it a couple of times. To be fair, I have. I've never got the money. I've always been scammed. But it is interesting. It 100% is interesting. And here we go. Look, a little cheap horse. We're pretty much sure that this is a 4-star potential filly. It's an American quarter horse. We can pick it up really cheaply. And she looks like she's going to be a beast. For 540k. Like, why wouldn't I bring her aboard? Especially when I can basically get that money back by selling Odyssey Parch, who we're pretty sure is not a good horse. So yeah, this is where I go through the first quarter of the year. Just scouting my own horses. And then I'll go sell a bunch. So yeah, Zenith Willowbrook. 540k. 90+% scouted. Yeah, 92% scouted. 3.5-star potential. What a bargain. What a bargain. The 92, 99. We're pretty sure we know what all these horses are. Let's go forward a few more days. Everybody is fully scouted. Beautiful. Make sure I haven't missed someone by some weird reason. So, in my racing stable right now, we got a bunch of 3-stars. We got a good amount of 3.5. To be honest with you, we could start selling all the 3s. And that gives us money to do dumb stuff. I seem to have broken this again, which I don't know how. Problem is they're not really worth much. If I keep them and they win a domestic grade 3 or a domestic grade 2, they'd be worth more. That's, I think, why I'm holding on to these. Because I know even a domestic grade 3 could be worth a ton of money. I think I figured out how to show the reverse breeding stuff. Really? It's cool, man. That's cool. Yeah, tables need work. I'd love to play this on 18 point as well instead of 14 font size. Although I'm getting used to the 14 now. I do think some of it's a touch too small for me. But I'm scared of breaking tables and stuff even more. So I'm learning to play as is right now. So out of everybody, out of the 19 falls, it looks like we hit 3-star or above on all but 2. We didn't hit any 4-stars. We've only got 3.5s. Yeah, it kind of just breaks the tables, but when the tables are already broken, it makes me want to go and do it. But I also think if I play on 14 font size, it'll train me to read the small text better. so I won't need to change it. So I'm kind of caught in the catch-22 as well. Let's just get the 2.5s out. We'll make a tiny bit of money. I was kind of expecting to have a lot more 2.5s. I wasn't expecting to have this many horses. I got 60. I got 60. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, plus me is 35. I'm missing 5 trainers to be able to train everybody. I'm missing 5 trainers. And if I'm missing that many trainers, I'm missing even more stable hands. Jockeys are slightly different. Am I doing this right? Because there's 60 horses. So yeah, I need 12 trainers and 12 stable hands if they're doing 5 each. Including myself. I don't see myself listed as manager anymore. Why am I Sunflower Valley branch manager? Testing contract. Oh, okay, this was me messing about earlier and I never fixed it, right? This is me being dumb. Can I find myself in here? No. Okay, how do I undo that? How do I do that? How do the real world people have to add more courses? Only seen one South Africa, no New Zealand. Yeah, I think they're doing nation by nation, but they're taking it a little easy in places. So how do I change my stable back? It's so I kind of got carried away in this. So how do I change myself back? To peak. Select another one. Okay, so because it said it had me at there, so I can change to abstract artist. I can't see peak, which is what I've named it in here. So I'm guessing it should be this current 50, but it says I'm already selected here. And when I do it, it doesn't change my company. So I'm guessing maybe, just maybe, I have messed my game up a certain little bit. So yeah, maybe I can't rejoin as manager, which I don't think's a big deal, because I think it's kind of in name only, really. Because I can still send money back and forth between me and the stable, although, yeah, it should still be on the peak. It's name only. I own the shares. I do everything, and I'm still listed in the staff here. So really, it's not any big difference. But I guess that's why I asked earlier, why have I disappeared? It's because of what I've done. It's because of what I've done. I've messed this up. Okay, that's fine. I understand. I understand that one. I understand that one. Okay, we need to hire a bunch of staff to make this work. Yikes. Players should be able to hire themselves. Yeah, they should be. I couldn't see a way to do it here. I'm guessing it's probably to do with the type of contract being a testing contract too. I mean, they've still got their manager too. So it's not like I'm disrupting their company. It looks like we are getting paid, which I don't think we were at our own stable. So maybe our money is going up. That would be nice. Yeah, look, they were paying me. The monthly living costs were going out. They're going up. Can I see they're stable in the top drop down now normally? Where? In here, yes. I can. So now I've taken out the debug to control anybody. I can. So I guess this is for the multi-stables, technically. This would show up if we owned multiple stables anyway. I've just bugged myself to not be managing the stable that we own. If I go to stable, I should see this. Oh, okay. No, I think those are mine. I don't think any of them are theirs. I don't think any of them are theirs. Companies. No, that isn't there. Because I can see there's stuff in here. And I can't do anything with them. Let's see, that doesn't seem to be fully implemented. I can see how it would be, how it's going to be set up to be implemented. It just doesn't seem to be right now. So 1, 2, just hiring trainers. Because we need them, we don't even care really how good they are right now. Stable hand. How many stable hands did we have? 3. We're 4. We need 8. Luckily, they're cheap. Don't really want to micromanage too much. I wonder if I actually hired any of those as farriers. Nope, not right now. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 35 racers. It'd be interesting. Close way to rotate location of the Breeders' Cup. Yeah, that's something that I didn't actually know, that the Breeders' Cup rotated to different tracks until earlier this year. Because my introduction to the Breeders' Cup was the Start It mod, and that had to lock into one racetrack. So they did, and I believe it was Keeneland, which made sense to me because the Breeders' Cup, when I think about breeding, I think about Keeneland because of the Keeneland sales, the yearling sales. Like that's a big part of it. That's why I always put my stable, when choosing where to put a stable, in between Keeneland and Churchill Downs. Got that little triangle. I can't remember what the third racetrack is on the map in status order, but you got that little triangle. I always put my stable right in the middle of there. And then I come to learn that no, it's not, because that's where a lot of the horse sales and the breeding is focused around that. No, it actually goes all over the US. Don't know how easy that is to implement in a game, Emerald, but I agree with you, it would be cool. It would 100% be cool. But yeah, exactly how it would work, don't know. I got 23 races, so I should have enough. Should have enough. Yeah. Okay, cool. I don't care who is training who at this point. I just want to get everyone on the right numbers at the end of the day. I've got auto training set on, right? Yeah, auto training. I can turn on auto scouting now as well. If I just go forward a couple of days and come back. Yeah, see, it doesn't take everyone up, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm gonna need to probably do this again to smooth out the extras. Does like one a day. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Be perfect for the lock the odds into Santa Anita. Yeah. I say, to me it made sense what it was. We'll just let that do that in the background. That's fine. And we should have now gone to the auction. Yeah. So we get 345, 300, 650. It's not bad. Thought there was 3 sales, not just 2. I'm not sure. I mean, it's got a lot. If it's only doing 1, I think they were already overfilled. I do think they were already overfilled. Gale Force Jetstream gets up, so I was trying to go ahead. And yeah, it looks like some of them are still overfilled. But again, this might have been me manually doing them. So we are 1 more horse. And it hasn't undone these. So some people have a crazy number of stable hands. I mean, for right now, it's not too much of an issue. To the point I can just select to throw people into new groups quite quickly. And it's very much my fault for being hands-off to a point and then interfering at other points. I'm well aware of that. I think if I'd have left it in the background to do its own thing, it might have done it a lot better. And as it was, I'm kind of messing with it. So we got 1... Yeah, we got 1 stable hand working extra, which I'll make that be me. 1 trainer working extra, I'll make that be me. And then we got a bunch of jockeys that are riding and not riding. So maximum field size, I don't know. I think I've seen 14 to 16, maybe. I don't know if there's an actual upper limit right now. Currently 16, there we go. Yeah, I thought I'd seen about that much, but I haven't. I say I hadn't seen more than that. Yeah, what can we do? I mean, to be fair, Amelia Gracious, she is 8. She's not great. Has she bred well? Kind of. She's okay. She's worth an absolute fortune, though. Compared to everybody else. I might just send her to auction. Because if we send her to auction, and we don't go buying horses even if they look good, then we'll come back down. Yeah, 20 for the Derby. 20 for the Derby. So tackling it in the new race engine rework. Yeah.
Come on, honor this pedigree. Bring another bid.
I know some horses have like 30, I think. Yeah, Melbourne Cup has 24. I think some others might have like closer to 30.
They mean business. Twice, final opportunity. Better come on. And I sold
But
it right there. That's a definitive end to our auction.
Yeah,
Bye,
and a lot of those races, I think, pretty much always have. Like, the Kentucky Derby now should always have 20 runners. There's that many horses that want to be in this. It's that prestigious a race that you want to be in it. It should never have a field below the maximum. Sometimes it might. That's just, reasons beyond control. Late injuries or somewhat. I've only just figured out that name list was changing for a reason, because I'd set up to register the horses. Again, something I should let the game do, but every now and again I like to interfere, and I think probably causes some issues here or there. There, we got money in the bank at last. And that means, yeah, we do have one extra, but bang, everybody know it's 5 of 5, 5 of 5. The jockeys are not 5 of 5. That is on me. But everyone is fully set up. Nice. Can I withdraw horses right before a race? I don't believe so, Philly. I've never tried. I don't think so. I don't think so. Although there doesn't seem to be as much reason to do it either. So we've got a grade 1, grade 3, 2 domestic grade 1s, 3 domestic grade 2s, got 5 domestic grade 3s. Wow, that's something I haven't been thinking about, Philly, but there's no pink triangles. There's no triangles of doom. And also, currently, there's no way to run your horse into the back of another. Maybe that's why I enjoy the races so much more on this. Maybe that's why. You can scratch in the calendar, not in the actual race view. Okay, so yes, Philly, you can. That's amazing. There might not be a reason to right now, but there might be a reason eventually. Oh, but yeah, no pink triangles. Bane of my existence. I got 1 retired horse. I got 36 non-races. And 23 horses racing. Things might have got out of hand a little bit. Maybe. And they're all pretty good horses. Bought our facilities, even the ones that don't work in the game. We've barely sold any horses. Oh my god, like, what's going on? What's going on? I don't like big stables. Although I could easily argue this isn't a big stable. When you compare it to others, this is not a big stable. Like, not a big stable. 765 horses, that's a big stable. That's a big stable. We got 60. We're just fine. 9 in 1 race. 9 in one race. I've had 2 and 3. The only 2 or 3. I think I've had like 6, maybe 7 in one race. I think 7, because I think I had the top 5, and then I had like 8th and 10th or something. I've never had 9, but no, I'm getting large enough stables to where, yeah, I could see that happening for sure. I don't think I'd want more than 5, because then you don't take any prize money. Breeding fear. So Reeves spent 11 million to pick up Amelia Gracious from us, and then decided to pay us 700 grand to breed it with Snapple Orion. Which is this pairing right here. I mean, it's not a bad one. It's also this pairing here, though. Yeah, don't think that's great. Autobucky needs some of a touch. Yeah, quarter horses are in game. So the 4 breeds you start with, if you're talking about breeds, the thoroughbreds, the Arabians, the American quarter horses, and the Akhal-Tikis. And then once you breed them, you get your appendix quarters, you get your Anglo-Arabians, you get your quarter Tikis, you get your Quarabs, you get your Tiki thoroughbreds, and so on and so forth. There isn't actually quarter horse races, I don't think, right now. What's the shortest race? A 1,000 meters. So what is 1,000 meters? It's like half a mile? 0.6 of a mile. Okay, yeah, so it's not quite quarter racing, but it's not miles away. But that is the shortest now. Will there be shorter in the future? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But yeah. Quarter horse is usually quarter of a mile. So what is quarter of a mile? 2 furlongs? So like 400 meters, I think. It's just pure flat out sprint, basically. It's the horse racing equivalent of drag racing, basically. Like it's something I've never really watched because the race is over before you kind of even are able to look at the horses. Um, but yeah, pure speed, pure speed. But it would be cool. It'd be cool if we could get some like 500 meters, maybe if we're gonna keep it all kind of in distances. So 500, 1,000, 1,500, 1,600, 2, 2.5, 3, 4. I think it would fit. But also, I don't know if there'd be that many horses you need to put in. I don't know. The Zeppelin Bijou gets an upgrade. Yeah. Again, I don't think it needs its own mod either. Like I say, you can just include it in other schedules. I think that works. That probably works quite well. Schedule Google Doc. I looked. I had quad races. Yeah, I mean that's just a list of the races. The distance for a quarter race isn't in the game yet. Like I say, those races won't be importable into the game yet. But yeah, it definitely is coming. Definitely is coming. We're winning new grids. We're expanding our list of winners. I mean, this is a good-looking 4-year-old 3-star. 4 years of age, 2,000 meters. Looks okay. Never won a grade. Third, second. Just need to find it a race. Couple of 3-year-olds ungraded. I didn't know you were 4-star. Huh. Well, that's interesting. I got 4 stars in the races right now. And I got nobody who is a 4-star. In the non-races right now. The Snapple held 4. Persephone and Nectar are 4. Annalise and Cyclonic are 4. It's kind of cool. I think you can have hundreds of horses. Like right now, my that's me. Hold on. Right now, I can hold 85. So there's 25 spaces available. I have also bought 15 extra. So I should be able to hold 70 normally. And you can buy 500 limit. So, yeah. And then you can even go over that limit, but I think it costs you, yeah, you get a penalty for going over. So, yeah, I mean, at that level, if you are micromanaging each horse and you're booking the races yourself, I think it would definitely be it would definitely be difficult, and it would take a lot of time. But it's a very viable way to play. And again, I think that's what I really like about this. There's no one way to play because you can take time and play day by day, booking all the races, analyzing things, past form, what the field looks like. You can really dig into the weeds and enjoy the micromanagement, slow gameplay, and take your time. Or you can literally just try and sim 100 years into the future and just see what happens. I've not done that. I don't think I ever would. But a year at a time, yeah, I'll skip 5 or 6 months. I'll interrupt when I want to. But like, it'll try and do 365 days. I've let it go to like 200 days before. And then just stop the simulation when I want to. And I tend to go really week by week, month by month when I'm in the middle of a season. So it's all kind of crazy. Who manages the selling of horses? Well, you can do that yourself. You can always jump in every month and check to see who you want to buy and sell, and then go back and do things that way. But honestly, once a horse is fully scouted and I know what they are, I could easily just go and sell all these horses now. All these 3 stars, and say, well, I don't need these anymore. And just for the sake of argument, I'll go do it. So that's going to be 7 of these horses from my racing barn, all just going into the next auction. So all these 7 I've set to go into an auction. And I'll just simulate, and we'll go forward a week or whatever. Yeah, you can do it in the bulk sales as well. And you can tell when they're gone, because that list got a lot shorter in the background. So you didn't do much. Obelisk gets a grade 3. But you can see here, 520k, 630 there. 600, 1.4 for Sherbet Orange. It had won a domestic grade 3, so that's why it's worth more money. 924, 405. And now all of a sudden, we're much tighter. Things look a little bit better. Now we do have a couple here which look to have 3-star potential. So we can put those 2 up as well. And we'll get a little bit of money for those 2. And on the non-racer side of thing, can also do it. And so, yeah, you can see here through the bulk sales, if you know who you want to do, you can just register a bunch of people and unregister them. And Sanctuary keeps them in the game world, but you lose control of them. So anyone else can go and pick them up out of the Sanctuary. Put them down. Yeah, I mean, Glue Factory, as I would call it. And Quick Sell just gets you 50% of what they're worth, and just somebody random gets them. So it's up to you. You can also put them on the market, just saying these horses are for sale, or you can take them to the auction. There's different ways of doing it. I like looking here because it gives me a bit more information to work from. I mean, what you can also do is just go through using the A and E buttons to go left and right, and just seeing. So I'm just looking here. Now, any 3-star I'm going to put onto auction. So it's going to clean up the stables a lot. Going to be a lot of the horses I've bred from recently that are older, and there's going to be a lot of brand new foals. And if I do miss any, I can come back in a day or 2 and do it again. Got no idea how many horses I'm actually selling. But at least I know who they are. And I don't really feel like I should be keeping them. So you should see this list go down in like 4 more days, 5 more days. Whenever the auction actually happens. Unless maybe there wasn't a fall auction or a yearling auction in that time. But a bunch of horses. Yeah, we got a second and a third place. So we went down from 60 horses to 32. Let's get him out to retirement and just put him in the breeding. So yeah, we got these horses that aren't old enough to race yet, and these that are only going to be bred from. Looks like Scorch Pirate didn't quite make it, 3-star. Put them up. But yeah, so we got 15 racers. We'll have 16 non-racers. Got one more horse going on the auction block. First place for you, up to a grade 2. That is phenomenal. That wasn't a good run for them. Scorch Pirate, when is your auction? Don't know. Brutus Sunburst. Okay, we're flying an expert there. Don't know why they were unregistered from an auction, or maybe just didn't sell at an auction. I mean, I definitely want to go to this one. Skip that auction, go to this auction. Want to make sure that it sells. Kind of think that would be fun to buy. Oh, I shouldn't be buying horses, but like, I'll buy a 3-year-old filly for much less than I'm selling Scorch Pirate for any day of the week. Yeah, I could put them at the market. I do find normally going to the auction does get you a little more. So yeah, at least now we know this one will 100% sell. Probably goes 4.5, 4.7. 100% take that. And that should give us a chance.
That's the way to do it with a strong show of interest. They mean business.
On this also, I think this was like a million
they mean business.
and change. So
who's next? Hey, how about another bid? Oh, the stakes are rising.
1.6.
Hey, keep it rolling, folks, and let's go.
Should be enough.
All right, now going twice. Fantastic. We got a
beautiful. Sold a horse, bought a horse, made 3 million. That's what I call good business. We got younger, we got better potential. Absolutely fine. 4.7 for Scorch. An 8-year-old, 3-star potential. And we got a 3-year-old with 3.5 star potential for 1.6. 3.1 million profit. Oh, you gotta love it. You've got to love it sometimes. Classical is breeding racing. I've got 16 non-racers. I've got 16 horses, 32 training. Like, that's just fantastic. Wellness, balanced, boom. Elite, care, boom. I'm sure that's changing. Too much I don't want changed. I can always randomly assign to whoever's doing the least amount of work. That seems good to me. Yeah, we're down to 30. We've got 40 million in the bank, which technically is exactly the amount of money we'd need to upgrade to a level 2 stable. So let's just blow that money and put ourselves back down to 12k. All those horses we just sold. Decimating our stables in that way. But yeah, we are tighter now. We're 3.5 stars and above. And I'm not going to lie, we've got a couple of horses that could win big money. Also, we've only got a 2-year-old who's ungraded. So that's absolutely fine. And if we do badly need money, we've got a few horses here that could sell, like Doodle Tofu. I don't think that's a bad idea. So I don't think we're in a bad place. Don't feel we're in a bad place at all. We do have low cash, but that's fine. We'll go month by month. And we'll see at the end of this first month where we are money-wise, and if we do need to sell a horse or not. Right, let's go 2 weeks and check. Yeah, Nimbus just won money, so that's kind of paid for the 2 weeks we've just had. So as long as we get a solid win, I mean, really, as long as we get about 100k a month, oh, sorry, 200k a month, I think we're fine. So the money should tick up. Except when it doesn't. Sponsorship opportunity. Monthly payment of 113k. I mean, right now, being like 600k in debt, sure. I will happily do that right now. So third place, yeah, we just need. There we go. That's what I was waiting for. I was gonna say we just need a grade 1 race. Serenade would be nice to have there though. Very nice to have there because that would have upgraded her into a grade 1 winner. But just like that, we got 3 million. That'll carry us to the end of the season. 100%. So, pretty cool. So, yeah, this little racing bug, I don't know what it is. But hopefully we can figure out how to fix it soon, or maybe it fixes itself in the next update somehow. And that'll be really kind of cool, because the rest of the game's very tight. I like the gameplay loop. And I think it flows really quickly when you want it to. I don't think you really get bogged down too much when you don't want it to. It's pretty damn impressive. Yeah, I don't care about this one. I was going to say that I kind of want this one, but I don't care. We did win. Yeah, if that was like a graded race, I would care. But it is the one horse that hasn't yet done anything. 4, 5, 6 years? Yeah, 6 years in the future, right? Coming up to. I think we start in December 2024. So 5.5 to 6 years in the future. Yes, we spent an absolute ton of money, but we've definitely got some phenomenal horses. And we've got some absolutely fun ones coming through. All 3.5 stars. We haven't like bred a 4-star yet. But to be fair, we've been pretty consistent on the 3.5 stars. So they'll come in and be good. We've got a nice mix right now. And to be fair, we've actually got some pretty good horses. Because even our best horses have normally been 3-star instead of 3.5 to 4. So a lot of them now are closer to or actually are filling out their potential. So I'm on board with that. And like I said, the grading seems to be going quite well. So the fact that we're technically employed by a rival stable is kind of weird, but okay. Yeah, I wonder if we select abstract artist and then we go into this, and then does peak show up? Because we're not currently as peak. No. Okay. Let's be employed by the enemy. If I'm gonna bug this out and have us look weird, then let's take money away from VGI. A 10-year-old? Yeah, I mean, that's my breeding. Like, they're non-racers, so 7-year-olds, a 9-year-old, a 10-year-old. Because they can still breed, they can still do something. But, yeah, we don't actually need to do anything with them right now. Do I need Snapple? I don't think I need Snapple. Do I sell Snapple? I don't feel like I can. I don't feel like I can, but I don't want to sell them. I don't want to retire them. I don't know what I want to do. But yeah, my 10-year-old, 9-year-old, 7-year-old, 7-year-old. There you go. So we did do the breeding there. That's fine. Do they die at random ages? Yes. I think I've had a couple at 11, I want to say was the earliest. I believe 11 was the earliest I've seen from my stable. And if I look at the market, the oldest horses in game currently look like they're 16. There's quite a few 16-year-olds. There's not a single 17, so maybe that's more hard-coded there. I don't know. But I think the youngest I've seen that's died for me was 16. I'm so tempted to buy more horses. I recently changed it so they die older, but they can die of illness and injury younger. That makes more sense, yeah. And again, that is a toggle, I believe, that you can actually do. I don't know why I'm looking here. I know it's not in there. It's in here, right? Yeah. So you can turn off illnesses, you can turn off injuries, you can turn off career-ending injuries. So again, just the customization of a game like this, it just allows you to play your way. I do like that. Just all these guaranteed 4 stars. That's my racing stable. Kind of intrigued by these two, though. Shouldn't be buying horses, shouldn't need to buy horses. But if you ain't buying horses and you ain't breeding horses, like, what are you doing? You know? There's a chance they could be great. There's a chance they could be as good as these or better. I might as well just buy them and see. Can horses die in a race? I don't think so at the moment. Like mid-race, I don't think that's in the game. But the injuries from a race and get a news item right after, I would expect probably yes. Get those 2 scouted. Kick those. Get injured in the race, so technically won't collapse on the track. Yeah, I don't know if we need that. But like, just have them getting injured on the trap and or get injured in the race and kind of either not finish or you know, something like that. Don't actually need to see anything happen on screen for sure, but just have them really slow down and pull up and stand still when they're out of the race. I think that's fine with the news item after it. I think if you're doing steeplechases, like falling at hurdles and getting unseated and things, there's a lot more in that you can kind of add a little more. Or if the horses do have it, but yeah. It's only ever happened mid-race to me once in another game you're playing over 5 years. Yeah, I think it should be ultra rare. The only real kind of races that's exceptions to that rule would be stuff like the Grand National, where it's a large field, varied jumps, weird angles, a lot of jostling and bumping. Like, that's when bad stuff happens. In general, that's when bad stuff will happen. Or can happen. Not will happen, but can happen. Okay, that's them set up there. They'll be in the non-races. So, yep, they are being scouted, so we'll know about them at some point soon. Oops. Let's take you off of Hope and you off of Bryson. Everyone's scouting in a good place. So, yeah. Do I sell Snapple? Put him back in the racing barn for now. Let's throw him in. See, senior, I don't like that. No, throw him in the grade 2. Throw him in the grade 2. That's what I want to do. Silks. You can't choose your own silks yet, but you will be able to design them and your logos for the stable in the future. So, more of that coming, Philly, but not right now. Dionysus is a domestic grade 2. Romanticism, a domestic grade 1. Lovely little double upgrade. But yeah, that's even more customization and such coming. It's also worth noting, Philly, that this is one of the skins for the game. It's a theme where you can choose default theme, for example, and this is kind of what the default looks like. I like playing on midnight. I like the blue tint. But you can select anything. My God, I apologize. I apologize for your eyes. Oh my days. And then you can edit the theme. And there's a lot that goes into it. You can customize like every single little bit of a theme. I didn't mention that before, but you might be interested in that. But yeah, there's a lot of customization. Well, that's game be nice to be able to modify it. Yeah, you can. Like crazy. But that mint, like anybody who plays on bright skins in any game, I don't understand. Your eyes must be killing you. Can horses get fatally injured in this game? Yes, Emerald, they can. They 100% can. 100% can. 15k and 5% bonus. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay, coming up to the end of 2030 then. We got 2 grade 1 winners because Snapple's come out of retirement. We got Gale Force Jetstream. Grade 2 winner in Serenade Bayview. We got domestic grade 1s on Coco Snowflake, Nectar Umber, Romanticism Engraving, Band Rain, and Nimbus Aluminum. We got domestic grade 2s on Anlace, Dionysus Foggy, Ash Ludwig, Persephone von Beethoven. Domestic grade 3s on Seven Cyclonic, Obelisk, Snowflake, Valley, Zeppelin Bijou, and Neoclassical Breeze. And we got no grade on our 2-year-old. But that's kind of to be expected. Yeah, you do always take a risk that there'll be illnesses, injuries, and also kind of those catastrophic and fatal injuries. Wow. But yeah. And again, you can turn those on and off in the gameplay. You can enable or disable the injuries, illnesses, and career endings. And those random deaths that happen. You can. Can fillies race while in fall, as they sometimes do IRL? No. Once they're on fall, like starters orders and other games, in general, they're just out of the racing scene. So they're no longer eligible for any races after that. Now, the good thing with this as well is you basically breed in one day. So you can wait until the last day of the season and you can breed all your horses then and you can just run them all the entire season. doesn't take 7 weeks, a month, 7 days, etc. to breed. You literally just go in and you can select your breeder, select a horse. So let's say a horse that I was going to say a horse that I don't know, but I mean, Tenor Visual is that a horse I don't know? So I can breed my stallion to a game bred mare, and we will get the foal. Likely to be a chestnut, could be a bay. We'll pay a little bit of money to try and make it happen. And there you go. I think they disappeared from this list, so I think that just went through. Yeah. So, as you can see, I tried like 3 or 4 times, all in the same day, and then I bred, and so Tenor Visual, if I go forward a couple of days, and then if I search, you can see they got that little P tag now. They are pregnant. So you don't have to wait to do it. You can do it all at once. And oh my God. That's a quick horse. It hasn't got a ton of stamina, but it's only running a 1600. Maybe that's why it's won so much. That seems to fit. And you can see they've been bought and sold a long time ago. So 5 years ago, Jazz Eclipse Field sold it to Axel Equestrian for 267. They then flipped that to VGI, the evil corporation that has 800 horses and etc. and wins all the awards for 326k. They sold it at a slight loss a year later to Pinehurst, and then Pinehurst obviously got some wins with it and ended up selling it for 7.2 million to Syncopation Ranch 3 months ago. It's really cool. You can see that journey as well. I like that. I like that a lot. So you get the fall on when you select the either January 1st or natural. January 1st is just the easiest to deal with, and it's also fairly realistic because all horses technically are counted as being born on January 1st. So natural births do have the full pregnancy length. Again, yeah, you can kind of choose what you want to do. Is it like realistic or not? And I like that. I like that a lot. I think at some point I will end up selling Snapple, but he also probably gets 7 or 8 covers a year, which is a good 5 million a season. And then I can still breed him after, which is nice. Nimbus goes up to a grade 3. We love that. We'll take the sponsorship. We won't wait for the next one. Don't care. 2 grade 1s, a grade 2, and a grade 3 now. Love that. Let's go to the month end. So we'll go to the end of the season. And we'll kind of see how everything lines up. Snapple wins a grade 2, wins a bit of money. I can't lie, that's exactly why I brought him out. That's exactly why I bought him out. Things should change in natural birth. Also have birthday January 1st. Didn't know what that's like in horse racing. Yeah, I mean, it also depends if you want to be strategic. I mean, there definitely will be there will be breeding barns and stables out there that do breed at certain times of the year, so that a horse is foaled, late January to early February, so they've got almost a full year before it officially has its birthday. And they definitely avoid having horses foaled in December, where they'd only have a month before it suddenly is 1 year old. So yeah, there's different ways of gaming the system in real life, and I don't think this is a bad thing to have those options in game. I think I would play with all horses are born on January 1st. A lot of games use that because it's simpler. So yeah, I don't think that's bad either. Serenade just won a grade 1. Love that for her. 3.7 million. Love that for me. Nobody else did a ton. Cyclonic moves up a little. I have now had 3 grade 1 winners. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, I think just giving people the option is perfect. So if you do want to micromanage it and breed at certain times of the year to kind of get around that, then you can. If you just want everybody to come in on January the 1st and deal with it that way, you can. Full bonus of 0 for everyone. Legendary Party. Fearless Misty, again, with the evil VGI. Broodmare of the Year. Sire of the Year is Duchess de Beauvoir, the evil VGI. I can't feel too bad about that because we do kind of have one of the horses. But VGI wins again. VGI wins again. 2025, 26, 27, 28, 29, and no 2030 Stable of the Year. All it takes is 2 billion worth of assets, 845 horses, 512 employees, and 130 million payroll, and you too can buy Stable of the Year. We hate VGI. We hit VGI. Let's go. Yeah. But they don't win everything. They don't win everything. Trainer of the Year. 31.4% success rate. Is Reed Klein, everybody. Someone who I stole from VGI to be a head trainer. Yeah, 300k a year. I would say it'd be really cool to give them a bonus or renegotiate their salary as well. I don't want to introduce new features, but it would be kind of cool. Reed has a very close bond with me and an ongoing tension with Reed Klein. So, yeah, he's got to worry about that, I guess. But he did win. Rider of the Year is Ragnar Crosby, who, again, works for the evil VGI. The Manager of the Year is Paolo Stout at VGI, but I find that strange because I thought I was a manager at VGI these days. Actually, how much do they pay me? Oh, only 6.8k. They don't pay me any more? Why don't they pay me more? Boo. And Snapple takes second. There's another 1.5 million. Just bringing Snapple out of retirement just for money is funny. And I do not apologize for it. But okay. We don't get the 2-year-olds. I think we only had one 2-year-old. It didn't really run that much. 3-year-olds, we don't have a winner. 4-year-olds, we don't have a winner. 5+, we don't have a winner. We don't have anybody. We don't have anybody. That's slightly disappointing. Get rid of Clyde. I mean, yeah, I mean, maybe. Floating windows. We like those floating windows. Oh, yeah, we got career earnings, not a thing. I was going to say, I'm sure we've earned more, but we probably haven't. Yeah, I guess we just didn't have anybody that won that much. Which is what it is. And we are at the end of the year, and I almost forgot to do breeding. We did almost forget, folks. We did almost forget. So let's go ahead and pin all the 3-year-olds and up for breeding. Not Bandrain. I was going to say not Cyclonic. You know what? Yes, Cyclonic. No Van Beethoven. We've done Van Beethoven. Let's do 7 Cyclonic, and you can see here the probabilities for these bars are fantastic. Just pray that he's a good breeder. If he's a good breeder, we could be good. Okay, that's probably not the best. Honestly. That's got inbreeding, inbreeding, inbreeding. Why has everything got inbreeding? Breeding with everybody that doesn't have inbreeding. Okay, so we have 4 where that might be inbred. Yeah, that's not an in-game tool. It's auto hotkey. I couldn't think of the word. So auto hotkey. There's a script. I got it from Arumba, who's a YouTuber who I used to watch play a lot of Europa Universalis, and he would basically have floating windows. So I hold down the Windows key and I drag a box, and it's basically floating screenshot windows. So yeah, so I basically have auto hotkey just to have that, because it's super useful for comparing different things at one time. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. I think I've put a tutorial up on it before. I could probably do one again at some point. Let's get Van Beethoven back breed. Let's not get Van Beethoven. Let's not get him. Let's get Cyclonic. Sorry, not Cyclonic. Bandrain. Yeah, you've not bred with any of these. You don't come from the same bloodlines. Errors. Don't know why it says errors. Don't know why it still works. No horses available. All set up. 24-hour stream. No chance. No chance. I need to be ending. I want to end at the end of the season. We're 1 day away. We need to go to the 2nd of January to get the new falls. But we're not doing this. Yeah, that's the same thing I use in starters orders. So I would just basically... Nope. It also sometimes activates there, but I can see... Okay, well, this horse versus that horse, and compare the stats that way, yeah. Not 24-hour stream. Not 24-hour stream. No. Now let's unpin everybody from breeding. You can you can race. They can race if they wanna. They can all race. They're old enough to race. They're gonna age into racing next season, which is fine. They're all set up. Everything good. Going on what hour? I don't want to talk about it. 9.5. Don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Don't want to talk about it. Just don't tell my wife. Whatever you do, don't tell my wife that I was streaming for 9.5 hours. You were streaming when I got up? Yeah. Just about, yeah. Okay, non-racers, 0 years of age, potential. We got 4 potential 4 stars. That's not bad. Do they end up being 4 stars? I don't know. 3.5, 3.5, 3.5, then a 3. Yeah, a bunch of 3.5s. 2 3s. And then some 2.5s, 2 stars. Which are likely to be sold. But then again, even if they were sold. So 2, 3.5, 9, 11, 13, 16 million for those. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Awesome. Awesome. Cat's up the bag. It's work as long as he's working. I mean, yes, unpaid work. It's bug testing. I mean, it's bug testing for the races for sure. And I guess it's advertising as well for the game. So put me on the payroll, Chief. Put me on the payroll. But yeah, I think that is pretty much where I'm going to leave off, though. It has been 9.5 hours. And yeah, we've done a lot. We've got a lot going. We've only come across the one bug on the race day screen. But as you can see here, we've got some great potential horses already. And then we'll scout these out, but it looks like we might have added some others in as well, which would be really nice. Looks like they're all Anglo-Arabian. Actually, that's an Anglo-Arabian cross. Okay. That's the appendix. Anglo-Arabian appendix crosses. That's just an Anglo-Arabian. Okay. Cool. What about 24-hour stream? I mean, if people want to donate huge amounts of money, I can think about it. But right now, my bed is kind of calling out to me pretty damn strongly. Pretty damn strongly. I mean, I did just put in a full shift here, 9.5 hours. That's a work day and a lunch break all in one. Yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with that. I think that's pretty cool. Like the latest patch, the new features. I really like just the little things. Like the emails where when you get a new grade, it just shows you an email that you've upgraded your horse grades. Trying to find something. Like here, look, Serenade Bayview's advanced from a grade 2 to a grade 1. It's just a small little thing, but that's just absolutely phenomenal for me. because I care about those grades a lot. So, yeah, it's small little changes, really, really nice. Gameplay loop still very tight. The optimization fixes, really, really nice. And like I say, how quick, when changes need to be made, how quick they are made is fantastic. Yeah, registered auction after the pins. The facility screen's a little bit, little changed now. Breeding, there's been work done on racing, there's been work done on the market, there's been work done. They're working behind the scenes on injury and illness, on retirement and death ages. The amount of work on this game is absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable. But yeah. Lots of people involved. That's the people involved. A team of 6 from Finland, Sheep Meadow Road Games. So if you haven't gone and checked out this already, go and check it out. Absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. But yeah, I don't know. I can't remember the last time when I've wanted to play a game for 9 hours straight, let alone stream for 9 hours straight. I would like to file a minor complaint that this still doesn't loop and we still have carrots falling continuously. It does stop when we get to the end of the credits, sadly. But there's an easy fix for that one. We go back in. But yeah, so like I say, it's difficult for me sometimes to play for 9 hours. To stream for 9 hours is nuts. But go check them out. It's beautiful. It's a game in the cred. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about this that I just love and find fun, but it's a small amount of people doing a great deal of work. Deserve your support. Deserve your support. So you know what you need to do if you haven't already. Bear with me a second. You know what you need to do? 2 things. Completely 2 things. Usually loads quicker than this. Wishlisted on Steam, join them on Discord. Say 700, closing in on probably 800 people. Absolutely fantastic. Growing community, very active. Get involved. Go see the game. But yeah, I've been Chris. This has been a wonderful time on Horse Racing Manager. And I'll see you next time. Thank you very much for stopping by. Hope you all have fun. And yeah, I'll probably do this again at some point soon. But until then, y'all take care, stay safe. All the very best to you. And I'll see you for more of this very, very soon.